And the microphone's not on.
There we go. Let's bow our heads, please. Father, we just come before you in the name of the Lord Jesus. We ask you, Father, first of all, to forgive us for any sin concerning wrong motives, wrong intentions, or any place where we have not guarded our hearts. Lord, we thank you for the blood of Yeshua, and now the enemy has no legal authority over this hearing today. Therefore, we lift up Arizona to you, Heavenly Father, and we come boldly to the throne of grace that we might obtain mercy and find grace in help in time of need, Lord. We thank you for watching over these proceedings, protection and courage from the enemy and their attacks on those wanting to do the right thing. Jesus, we ask you as our advocate to hover over those presenting their case before the great cloud of witnesses. As they speak today, that you grant them heavenly wisdom to speak as one that has a tongue of a ready writer. As an officer of the courts of heaven, and on behalf of Arizona citizens, we know that you entrusted this land to us, especially those that govern over the land as lawmakers, and we pray for them daily to govern rightly. Father, today the people of Arizona will disclose evidence, facts, and witnesses who will present their testimony regarding Arizona elections and voting irregularities. We assemble and ask for your verdict to be done, that the will of the people of Arizona be favored in your sight, granting an outcome of a petition request for a call special session that will officially investigate all those claims and deem their case justified because they have done right in your eyes. As the Arizona legislators make decisions today, Father, we ask you to give them wisdom and a heart of understanding to make decisions that will strengthen and prosper a nation. Your word says in 1 Peter 4:10, as every man that hath received the gifts, even so minister the same to one another as good stewards of the manifold grace of God. We thank you, Lord, for blessing Arizona today and today's hearing. The people of Arizona give praises to your name. For your will for the great people of this nation is for life, liberty, justice, and your peace for all nations. May all God's people say, Amen.
Pledge of Allegiance. Gunny?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please face the flag of a country that has brought more prosperity to the world than mankind has ever known. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah.
Hoorah. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, the first thing I'd like to ask is that you silence your cell phones. There is ample news coverage, so we're going to ask that you set your phones down and listen to the evidence that's going to be presented. I'd first like to start with introductions of the panel. Representative Cook, if you would please start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Cook. I represent District 8, which is in the counties of Gila and Pinal in the great state of Arizona. And I am honored to be here with the people setting up this table. And I am extremely honored to be representing the people of my district to get answers and information today to answer their questions. And Mr. Chairman, I yield the rest of my time to your next guest.
Thank you. I'm Senator-elect Kelly Townsend, and I represent the great district of District 16, which includes Pinal County and Maricopa County. I'm here today because what is most important to me is truth. I want to discover what is true here in Arizona. It is most important. And when we have so many things to look at and we're not sure, I thought about what do we do with all of this? And it reminded me of something my pastor said. You go back to what you did at the beginning. At the beginning of this country, we had George Washington, who was known for his honesty. And he told his friend Charles Thurston, truth will ultimately prevail where pains is taken to bring it to light. It may be painful to reach this truth, but we must reach it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here today. I am Brett Roberts, State Representative for Legislative District 11, which is Pinal County and Pima County, the city of Maricopa, Casa Grande, Arizona City, and several others. And I'm happy to be here today to provide take part in providing this forum to hear evidence and give answers that so many people are looking forward to hearing. And whether or not they are answers that you want to hear or they're answers that you don't want to hear, we need answers. And I'm happy to take part in this. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Senator-elect Nancy Bartow, and I am so pleased to be here on behalf of the incredible voters in District 15 who live in North Phoenix primarily, Scottsdale, Cave Creek, Glendale, all in Maricopa County. It is a true honor to be their voice today and to be here on their behalf, to listen to the facts, the evidence. Because there's a lack of confidence in our election system at this point in time, in 2020, in Arizona. We're told many times, over and over again, ad nauseum throughout election campaigns, that your vote counts. Get out and vote. Your vote counts. Does it? Arizonans want to know. And that's why we're here, to listen to evidence and testimony and answer that question wherever it leads. We need to restore confidence in our election system, and I look forward to being a participant on behalf of District 15 and all of Arizona to get this information out, hear the evidence, and make sure that we have elections that the people can be confident in for the future. Otherwise, they will not vote in the future. That would be a disaster. But that's where we are today. We have to hear the truth, hear the evidence, hear the testimony, and get to the bottom of the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Leo Gasucci, I represent District 5, which includes Mojave County, La Paz County, everywhere from Lake Havasu City, Kingman, Bullhead, Parker, and I think all of us can share the same story that we've been receiving thousands of emails a day from constituents, and they want answers, and rightfully so. And this is our job now, is to provide them with whatever evidence that's being presented here today, and allowing the people to decide for themselves if they feel our elections were secure and if there was any kind of fraud at all. That's our job as representatives, to give those answers. To represent the state of Arizona and District 5, and I look forward to the mayor and the legal team to present what you guys have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Sylvia Allen. I represent District 6, which is the rural heart of Arizona, the most beautiful part of the state, guys. And I've been so honored to be able to South Rim of the Grand Canyon. So I'm here representing 4 counties. And I have also received hundreds and hundreds of emails from citizens not only in my district, but all across the state, saying, please, Senator Allen, please listen to what is out there, the testimony that's out there, the different evidence that's being gathered. Please be sure that my vote counted. Please be sure that our elections are safe. And also, as I read the U.S. Constitution, and 10 times I've taken an oath as a political leader to uphold the Constitution of the United States and also our state constitution. What does that really mean? The legislature is the people's house. This is the people's part of government, and it's important that we protect our right to vote. And the legislature, under the Constitution, we're responsible to be sure that our electors that we send from the state to the electoral college, that we have sent it when we've had an election that has been fair and correct and legal. So I'm very pleased to be here today, and thank you to everyone that's worked so hard to put this together. And I am hoping that what we learned today, we'll pay attention, you guys, and that we will go forward and we'll be sure that we can correct the problems that have taken place. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Senator David Gowan. I'm from Legislative District 14, the rural Arizona. I mean, we're actually the heart of rural Arizona.
No.
Right,
Sorry,
no fighting.
sorry, Sylvia. Actually, so I represent Cochise counties, Graham, Greenlee, and East Pima, actually. So I got a little bit of Pima in there. Anybody from that region? So where's my clapping? I mean, I heard the clapping for the others. There we go. Thank you. You know, I want to thank Mayor Giuliani for coming in and with his team and preparing to show us some evidence of what might be going on out there with fraud. And hopefully this leads to something big here that we see coming up, either by fixing something or actually allowing us to go in and see the issues at hand so we can actually fix what's going on. You know, that's what we are as a legislature. We're your body, right? So we are what you would consider closest to the people. And through that, we need to be able to do the process that allows the people to be confident in their elections. So that's why I'm proud to be here, and I'm happy that we've been invited to this and willing to listen and learn. So thank you.
I'm Sonny Borelli. I'm the Senate Majority Whip. My legislative district is District 5. I represent Mojave and La Paz County, which represents 3/4 of the west coast of Arizona, away from the left coast. So yes, and I can see California from my house. But my colleagues, their comments, I can't say more than we are here for clarity and transparency. And I'm Sonny Borelli, and I approve their messages. Thank you.
Facts are stubborn things. They're barriers for deceit to overcome. The purpose of this public hearing, an inquiry into the integrity of the election just passed, is to provide a forum where no others have been permitted for the President's litigation team to present the evidence and testimony that questions of integrity arise out of the 2020 election. We are caught between the desire to trust the process and the suspicion that it has failed the people of Arizona and potentially the people of our sister states. If there is voter disenfranchisement, we must identify its source and eradicate it as we would with any disease. Much has been made of the lack of formality of this hearing, and that it is not being held in the House or the Senate hearing room, or that there are not sworn witnesses, or even that there is potential for hearsay to be portrayed as legitimate testimony. The members on this panel were not elected to appoint or appointed by other officials, but by our constituents, to whom we are ultimately accountable, each one of us, ultimately accountable, under our Republican form of government. The goal of this hearing is to provide an objective forum for constituents to hear testimony and see evidence that supports or refutes allegations that the 2020 general election is legitimate or illegitimate. After all, we still live under a form of government that is dependent upon the consent of the governed. Under Article 2, Section 1, quote, each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors equal to the number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in Congress. And under Article 6, the Constitution, the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all the treaties made which shall be made under that authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land. And finally, under Article 4, Section 4, the Guarantee Clause, we are all guaranteed, each state, a Republican form of government, the foundation of which is self-governance through free and fair elections accurately reflecting the will of the people. We are not here to do anything more than to receive facts as witnesses know them through testimony and evidence. We are not here to judge the people making the decisions that lead to the facts provided as evidence. There are some who demand that witnesses swear an oath and others who may dismiss the testimony presented. In the end, the people of the state of Arizona demand, and frankly, are entitled to know whether their trust has been violated and if they should seek redress for their grievances in the legislature or the courts. From the material presented in this inquiry, I expect that the panel will generate from the consumption of the House and Senate for the consumption of the House and Senate membership, and as a matter of public record, a report on the proceedings and a video archive that may be used as evidence of this proceeding. With that, Mayor Giuliani, please proceed.
Representative Fincham, distinguished senators and representatives, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be heard. It's been difficult getting an opportunity to be heard. It shouldn't be. It's America, after all. And our side of the story is legitimate. Our side of the story needs to be heard. And it's been uniformly censored by big tech, big media, the crooked Democrats, and basically people who are saying, don't show us the facts. We've decided already that this is a free and fair election. It was done perfectly. Please don't interrupt that narrative with the truth. Well, we're going to interrupt that narrative this morning with the truth. I have with me Jenna Ellis, who's my co-counsel, representing the President of the United States, and others on our team who have helped put this together. They'll be testifying. And again, I want to thank you for your courage in doing this. I don't think most people realize the kind of harassment, threats, horrible things that are said to you and your family because you're doing this. And again, I emphasize, we've let something really go wrong in this country when that happens. Some of you are old enough and some of you are not old enough to remember the McCarthy era. Well, I call this the McCarthy era on steroids. People being actually fired from their jobs. We had a lawyer who was handling one of our major cases. His very distinguished law firm, can't be really much of a law firm, said that he couldn't remain with his law firm if he represented the President of the United States. If that isn't censorship, if that isn't a form of despotism and distortion of the values of our country, I don't know what is. It started before. It's been going on for some time, like that kind of despotism and authoritarianism. It always starts slowly. You could see it in things done 10, 12 years ago. I think the pandemic released the tendencies of left-wing, socialist-leaning, socialist governors, congressmen, senators, to move to where socialism always moves to. In the history of socialism, which is an old idea, not a new idea, authoritarianism is always the end result. Because when the government controls property, the government controls. And it doesn't want to be interrupted by the stupid ideas of the dumb people of the country. The elite know better. Boy, doesn't that sound like America today? I mean, that was Russia, that was China, that is China. That was Poland, that was Bulgaria, that was East Berlin. Gosh, I thought we fought that and got rid of it. Never thought I'd see it in America. It's in America. It began with the revelation of the hard drive that proves substantial, major crimes on behalf of the Biden family. Censored, not allowed to be shown, not allowed on television, not allowed in the newspapers. Just, we don't want to see the facts, even though they may point out millions and millions of dollars going to a vice president from China, Russia, Ukraine, Romania. Oh, I can't remember all the places. Highly unusual for a vice president to become a multimillionaire while he's sitting in the office of vice president. But it happened, and he's the candidate of the Democratic Party right now. That was covered up. As soon as this election moved into the questionable stage, same practice was used. Cover it up, cover it up, cover it up. Big tech, big media, crooked Democratic leaders, big business that profits from the system the way it operates right now. Their desire is to make country not America first, but wherever America should be put so they can make a profit. We could be third, we could be fifth, we could be non-existent as long as they're making a profit. They have no sense of how important this country is to the, really, to the survival of the world as a decent place. There is no other country that puts its men and women's lives at risk to save other people. That country doesn't exist on earth. It's us. And if we destroy the essential nature of this country, the world's in for a terrible period of time. Well, specifically to this election was the subject of a conspiracy that goes back before the election. A conspiracy that was hatched by the crooked leaders of the Democratic Party. And let me say this to all Democrats. 99% of Democrats are just as honest, just as good, just as decent as Republicans. They may not be as correct on the policies, but we can forgive that. Some of my best friends and relatives are Democrats, and they're not correct on the policies. They believe the same thing about me. But they don't cheat. They don't steal votes. They don't sell public office. The very, very top of the Democratic Party has been corrupted badly since Clinton, and it's carrying itself through, and it hasn't been exercised. The head hasn't been cut off yet of that corruption. This conspiracy isn't limited to, but as you hear the testimony, I think you'll figure it out, just like the people in Pennsylvania and later in the week the people in Michigan. It centers around the mail-in ballots and the absentee ballots. We've been warned for 20 years that going to major mail-in ballots as a way of doing our elections will be fraught with tremendous fraud. They're very dangerous. It's almost impossible for even semi-crooked politicians to resist the temptation to use it for ballot stuffing. We were warned by President Jimmy Carter. We were warned by former Secretary of State Jim Baker in a report, very, very consequential report. They said we should never do it. And if we do it, it should be extremely limited to the real absentee situations like we have done in the past. We were warned by Justice Souter in the Supreme Court, warned by many, many experts, Republican and Democrat. Democrats used to be against mail-in ballots, like they were against everything else until President Trump was for it, which gives you a sense they're not thinking about the country. They're thinking about competitive advantage, getting their power back, serving their greed and for power and money. So when they saw the mail-in ballot situation, they said, wow, we could change an election in the past, like they did in Chicago in 1960 with Governor Mayor Daley, like they did in Florida or tried to do just last year in Florida by turning the votes in Broward and Palm Beach County, holding them back for 2 weeks and seeing if they could get enough absentee ballots made up. They couldn't get there. They couldn't get there because there were only like 300,000 or 400,000 absentee ballots. You can't expand it to 1 million. But when you have 2.5 million mail-in ballots, you can expand it to 3 million or 3.2 million. Or you can count it 4 or 5 times in the machine. There's plenty of room for cheating, which is why they slowed it down. So you're in it with other states. It's not just Arizona that has been conned, and the people of Arizona taken advantage of, and their right to vote taken away from them. It's the people of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Georgia, and Arizona that we know of. And if your right to vote has been taken away, so is mine. We have an illegitimate election. We have demonstrably wrong numbers in those states. In your state, a lot of the fraud had to do with the mail-in system, as it did in other places. Your state's a little bit different than Michigan and Pennsylvania. Your state, it wasn't full and complete shutout of all Republicans in seeing mail-in ballots and ballots that were in dispute. But it was significant. A significant number of these witnesses were shut out when the important determination was being made, is this ballot valid or isn't it? When you make that determination, as a matter of law in almost every state in the country, and just as a matter of due process and fairness, we'd all agree both parties should get to see it. That's the last time you get to check the validity of the ballot. That's why mail-in ballots are different. We can go back to the machines and we can study the machines. Maybe we can pick up the fraud and the evidence of it, because there's there's traces left in it. But once the envelope is separated from the ballot, gone forever. You will never know how to connect the fraud, which is why President Carter and Jimmy Baker said it's a field day for fraud. The way you accomplish the fraud is you don't have an independent party or a Republican. If you're going to cheat the Republicans, you don't have him in the room so he can object to it and point it out. Look, this is the same handwriting on 12 ballots. Oh, they didn't fill out the envelope. They just filled out the ballot. Or this seems like it was done by a machine. Those are the things you can object to. So in probably at least 100,000 situations in Maricopa County alone, and Pima, you did not have the opportunity to do that. Those votes should be declared null and void. You also, in addition, however, had your own variations, as the other states did. So the key fraud is the mail-in ballot. That was the backup in case they fell too far behind. That's why they cut off the vote at midnight, 1 o'clock, when President Trump was getting too far ahead, particularly in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin, and also in Pennsylvania. So they cut off the vote. He was getting up to 800,000 in Pennsylvania, 300,000 in Michigan. He was even further ahead in Wisconsin. They cut off the vote. They turned things off. They chased everybody out. And then it's not your concern, except for the fact that you got to look at this somewhat in total. They started bringing in false ballots. We have 3 witnesses to 100,000 of those ballots being brought in at 4:30 in the morning in Detroit with no Republicans around that they knew of. Luckily, we had 2 that stayed behind and a Dominion employee who was willing to be honest. Not all of them are honest. So the point of that is you're part of this fraud. You also had numerous situations of your workers, your citizens, observing the poll officials helping people vote to the point of telling them who to vote for. Clear fraud. You have situations of poll workers being observed changing votes, taking ambiguous votes and making sure they were cast for Biden. And you have situations of stuffing the ballot box. And we will try to quantify those. Those are harder to quantify. But the ones involving the exclusion of observers are quantifiable, and that's 100,000. So let me spend just 1 minute, and then we'll get our witnesses out, on Dominion. Dominion is a foreign company. It's a Canadian company. It has an office in America, but it's a foreign company. Question number 1. I have to believe the people of Arizona had no idea a foreign company was counting their vote. I guarantee you they didn't, because the people in New York did. I didn't. I find that outrageous. We can't get an American company that we have complete jurisdiction over to count our votes. Now, did we pick this company here in Arizona without any due diligence? It's not just a foreign company. It's a foreign company that's been in a lot of trouble. In Texas, it was excluded after 2 years of study for being exceedingly incompetent. It screwed up elections in the past. It's well known for having the most porous system of all the companies, meaning it's the easiest one to penetrate. They do little or nothing to protect against hacking. They even explain to some extent in their manual how to get into them, how to manipulate them. And then they have a history going back to the Smartmatic company that actually was formed for the purpose of fixing elections. I don't know who makes the choice in your state of who should be counting your votes, but I know that person either is exceedingly naive or much worse. If this wasn't known to the person making the choice, then you got to change your whole system. Finally, you don't have to wait to change your system. We don't have to endure a phony election and the biggest voter fraud in our history and end up with a tainted election and go down in history as a country that didn't have the courage to deal with it, go down as the first group of Americans that didn't have the courage to stand up when their freedoms were being taken away. We'd be the first. When I see some of these leaders cower at the idea of doing what the Constitution gives them the power to do, I become very discouraged about, can we really stand up to this invasion on our, what's been really an invasion on our freedom of religion, our freedom of speech, and now our right to a fair and honest count? That's all we want. I mean, the one thing you will come away with here is the vote as it presently exists is false. It's fraudulent. If they certify it, they are certifying a false statement to the United States of America. Gosh, when I was a prosecutor, that was a federal crime. False statement to the United States in probably the most important matter we have, the selection of our commander-in-chief. I mean, I can tell you where the false statements and where the numbers end up, but that doesn't even matter. It is clear that the numbers are false. It's clear that you have included ballots that weren't properly inspected. It's clear that you're including ballots that were voted by other people. It's clear that you're using machines that have been shown to be totally manipulated in other places, and you won't give us the opportunity to examine those machines. I think anybody who puts their name on that is getting very close to committing a crime. And I think anyone who stands by and lets it happen, maybe they're not committing a crime, but they've lost the sense of what it means that we have to fight to protect our values and our rights, because there are always people, both externally and internally, who want to take them away. And I'm going to ask you to fight. And I'm going to ask you to try to implore the other members of your legislature to stand up to this. Do not be bullied. Do not be frightened. Your political career is worth losing if you can save the right to vote in America. In fact, I may get you a... In fact, I can get you a chapter in Profiles in Courage if you do that. Because at times in our history, certain men and women have stepped forward and lost their political career to give us the rights that we have. It's very, very, very similar to losing your life on the battlefield. But that's really what's required right now. Under the Constitution, and we are going to give all of you the memorandum from Professor Eastman, very short and very direct, and you can just go to the third page. It makes it very clear that under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the document that guides us, we're not guided by your governor. We're not guided by your Secretary of State. We're not guided by Joe Biden. We're not guided by the New York Times. And we're not guided by all those stations that call the election. You know what we're guided by? The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States says that you, the legislature of Arizona, have the plenary power to regulate the selection of electors in a presidential election. The Supreme Court, in the case that you will see cited there in McPherson, has already answered the question that many ignorant talking heads who really shouldn't be representing anyone because they're incompetent, on television they say, well, you can't change it retrospectively. You can only change it prospectively. Now, I doubt whether they know the difference between retrospectively and prospectively, but I don't want to be mean. Ha. The United States Supreme Court, I think it's in 1892, said you can change it at any time. It's your constitutional power solely. You don't share it with anybody. That clause doesn't say Congress, it doesn't say governor, it doesn't say newspapers, it says the state legislature. And the Supreme Court has said you can change that and take that power back anytime you want to, because it's your power. It's not theirs. Whatever power the governor or the Secretary of State thinks they're exercising, it isn't theirs, it's the legislature's. You can take it back. already decided by the Supreme Court. And then based on evidence, not whim, not political bias, not fear of the media, based on evidence, you can make the determination. What is the right count? Well, how can we get as close to the right count as possible? If we can, then have the courage to select that person to get the electors, because that person won the honest vote. And every dishonest vote disenfranchises the decent people who cast an honest vote. Have the courage to do that. In history, I swear to God, you will be heroes. To half this. If you can't make a determination, then don't certify. That's happened before. If they have screwed this up so badly that you really can't make a determination, then the answer is you do not certify. You can't honestly put your name on a document that sends them the right result. As decent, honest people, that's what you should do. I know I will probably, this is probably the wrong tactic, but we're down near the end. I don't see how any decent, honest person could let this happen. I do not see how any decent, honest person could let this happen. So, with that, I just tell you that the characteristic of human beings that I admire the most, because my heroes are Churchill, Reagan, who's the only president I work for, my hero, and now our new president, who's been my friend for 30 years, and I always knew he'd be a good president, didn't know he'd be a great president. And that's the reason they want him out so badly, because he threatens them with destroying the corrupt system they have been enjoying in Washington since Bill Clinton got there. So, our first witness, Phil, are you ready? Oh, yes, why don't we, you want to explain this to them? Jenna will explain this to you. And then we'll begin with Phil. But Phil can come and sit up.
And good morning. Thank you so much to the panel and the Arizona. Thank you so much to the panel and the Arizona Legislature for having us today. This is incredibly important, and I can't underscore enough what the mayor has presented today about the opportunity that you all have to make sure that you use the constitutional provisions that our founders so keenly foresaw would be necessary for today. And this document that we want to present to you is called the Constitutional Authority of the State Legislatures to Choose Electors. We will present to you the facts, the evidence, and the witnesses so that you can make that determination. But we want you to have the research from someone else who is a constitutional law expert so that you can hear from someone else besides us that is also affirming the argument that we make today. And this document is very short, but it talks about the McPherson versus Blacker case, which for reporters, I would encourage you all to look it up and maybe write some articles about it. It's 146 US 1, and if you look at page 35, this was an 1892 case. And it says, nonetheless, the constitutional power to decide on the method for choosing electors remains exclusively with state legislatures. The Supreme Court has described the constitutional authority of the state legislatures to determine the manner of choosing electors as plenary. It has even noted that whatever provisions may be made by statute or by the state constitution to choose electors by the people, there is no doubt of the right of the legislature to resume that power at any time. And after you hear the facts and the evidence today, and we will give you this document to read, to be able to cite and to draw firm grounding on your Article 2, Section 1.2 authority, we are going to ask you as legislators to reclaim that authority and to make sure that the people of Arizona and indeed the people of the United States of America as a whole. Federalist 68, Alexander Hamilton talks about the method of choosing our chief magistrate, our president of the United States. and that this safeguard of vesting that authority exclusively with the state legislatures is the safeguard to making sure that corruption does not win. And when the vote of the people and the voice of the people is corrupted through influence, through fraud, then it is the responsibility, the duty, and the obligation, not just the choice, but the actual duty and obligation of the legislature to step in and to make sure that you don't certify false results. You are the last step to make sure that this election is not corrupted. And again, we aren't asking you to step in and overturn an election. We are asking you to step in to make sure that the corruption that occurred here does not stand. And this is exactly why you are on the front lines. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'll approach and give these to you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ellis, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Giuliani, are you ready for Colonel Waldron?
Colonel Waldron is our first witness, and I'll ask him a few questions, and then he will make his own presentation, and then, of course, you're perfectly free to ask him any questions that you want. Colonel Waldron, did you have the opportunity to examine any of the Dominion machines that were used in this election?
Yes, sir. Our team looked at some machines and software up in Michigan.
So you know that Dominion machines were used in Maricopa County to count the vote.
Correct.
And they were also used in Michigan.
Michigan, Georgia, Pennsylvania.
And the machines that you observed, took a look at, were able to examine, were used in the Michigan vote?
Correct.
Now tell us a little about Dominion. Dominion is a company that makes voting machines and voting calculation machines?
That's correct. They've got full end-to-end election, equipment and software.
And the actual software in the Dominion machine, is that Dominion software or is it someone else's?
Dominion is more of a hybrid. Over the years, they've acquired other voting companies, Sequoia and Premier. Sequoia was spun off of SGO, and Premier was spun off of Diebold as a result of the antitrust lawsuit.
Sequoia is the company that was involved in the very serious miscalculation of the Chicago vote in 2007, wasn't it?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
And they were using Smartmatic software, right?
Correct. And the software, the licensing agreements are pretty well. It's a good spider chart for all of these companies. They all share a common DNA in the software code.
And that company, Smartmatic, their roots are in Venezuela, isn't that right?
Yes, sir. Hugo Chavez was one of the founders, and invested, I think, 28% ownership in the initial setup of the SGO election systems.
And they have been involved in several South American elections that were fixed, altered.
Argentina, Bolivia, Singapore, Venezuela, Italy, several.
And just to simplify things, and we can make this available to you, and we have several witnesses that go back to that period of time who were involved in the vote fixing, who have looked at the vote pattern in Arizona and elsewhere and said that the pattern matches the way in which Dominion and Smartmatic, companies like that, fix votes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you this other question. One of the former officials of the United States government, a gentleman named Chris Krebs, the former DHS official, shortly after the election, he made an announcement that many of these people refusing to take a look at any evidence are relying on. What did he say?
Mr. Krebs was the director of CISA at DHS, and he basically said that this election was the most secure in history.
The most what?
Most secure in
The
history.
most secure in history.
And partially that was because the states do an excellent job of validating voter rolls, and that this equipment is not connected to the internet. That was in his.
He said this is not this equipment, which was largely Dominion and several others, is not connected to the internet. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is Dominion on his council?
Dominion was on Mr. Krebs' Election Security Advisory Council.
And is there, and we'll get to it with the witnesses, is there substantial evidence, not only here in Arizona, but in other states like what we presented in Pennsylvania, that Dominion was in fact connected to the internet?
Are you referring to information other than the user's manual?
Well, let's go back to the user's manual. Tell them about the user's manual.
The Dominion Suite user's manual is about 1.5 inches thick. And my team went back to the user's manual and looked at all the instances where in the user's manual it tells operators to connect the Ethernet cords to the router, and it is the systems are connected to the internet.
And then what evidence do you have that there actually was connection to the internet?
Our teams looked at spider graphs of the Dominion network on Election Day and showed the increased web traffic, internet traffic on Election Day for Dominion servers.
So on Election Day, Dominion was communicating by internet,
Correct.
contrary to what Mr. Krebs said or thought.
That is correct.
And tell us now, how do they take us through how the vote can be modified, and then take us through what you saw in the machine in Michigan, where they did actually modify the vote.
So my background in the military, started off my career as an air cavalry officer, flying helicopters, counter reconnaissance. I moved later into information warfare as an information operations officer, running psychological operations, computer network operations, deception, operation security, and electronic warfare, special electronic warfare. And our team has been researching this specific issue since August of this year. We are working with another team that's been intently working on this voting machine manipulation for about 2 years when it became apparent in the Ted Cruz and Beto race in 2018, as well as the Kentucky governor's race with Matt Bevins. We saw significant anomalies in those races, and that's kind of the experience or our background working with this system. And I would tell you, as an unconventional warfare information operations, information warfare specialist, the American populace is facing an unconventional warfare scenario, and this is information warfare. The voting systems in the U.S. and Arizona, Dominion, and several of the other machines were built to be manipulated. And as the mayor said, they've been used in elections around the world with questionable results. And we believe that these same questionable results are present in this election. Again, my background as an information warfare officer is how to get in and corrupt these machines to conduct strategic influence operations. How do I get the enemy or a targeted population in a foreign country to think and act a certain way? These machines have multiple points of injection that are vulnerable, everywhere from the server level, where passwords, accesses are posted for the dark web for any hacker to get in and access them. And what they can do at the far right limit is download CSV files or like an Excel spreadsheet, change the columns, and re-upload them. And that can be done at the server level. At the operator level, if there's software, it can be corrupted. It can be manipulated with a device that is as small and as simple as a USB device, which these machines are booted up and run off of. So the little bit of history, and I can show you some charts on the DNA of these machines, but the common software goes back to SGO Smartmatic. As Mayor mentioned, they sold Sequoia voting systems to Dominion in 2010, and then Diebold spun off the Premier election system to Dominion as a result of the antitrust concerns. I believe that was also in 2010. So the bottom line is that these systems all have similar code and similar functions, and it's displayed in their operator's manual. So, I know it's kind of been, in the press, it's kind of been poo-pooed that, this doesn't go back to Hugo Chavez. But I personally debriefed the son of a Cuban intelligence officer who had firsthand knowledge, speaking with two of Hugo Chavez's family members, that in the Maduro election, when the populist uprising threatened Venezuela's totalitarian leadership, that Hugo Chavez's family members said that don't worry, that it's guaranteed that their father invested the money to build the SGO voting machine system. So in a nutshell, these systems are not what you've been told, if you've been told anything. They are connected to the internet. There is no transparency of how the voter information is processed, moved, and stored. And as a matter of fact, these companies have refused to allow any type of inspection into their code, and they always decry, it's our IP, it's IP protection. But with the declaration, I believe, with Jay Johnson, was our Secretary of Homeland Security. He declared that the national election system was national critical infrastructure. So there is, I think, reason for us to understand the code and how these machines function and how they use our votes and process votes. The voting record is able to be modified, deleted, adjusted by administrators or outside threats, and those are also explained in the user's manual. Operators can assign votes for write-in votes, blank or error ballots in large numbers. So all of these votes, they could get put into a batch file, and then the administrator of that voting or tabulation system can say, okay, there's 8,000 votes in this batch file, or there's 5,000 votes in this batch file, and they can say, well, I think, this batch will just make this go to this candidate. And they have that they have that authority in the user's manual to do that. Our team is not the only team that's working on this. There are literally hundreds of other small cyber teams that have weighed in on this. There are tons of statisticians. You'll hear from some of your Arizona citizens today, but we've been working in several states looking at these anomalies. But it's not a secret. DEF CON last year, I think the hacking teams broke in and manipulated these machines in under 2 minutes. So it can be done. It's easy, and there's very little security. So they can be hacked to manipulate votes. One of our white hat hackers discovered a malware on the server. It's called the Q-Snatch, that basically records login credentials and passwords. So if someone in Philadelphia, or someone in Maricopa County, or someone in Antrim, Michigan logged in, that malware will grab their username and password. And so you can log in. If you got access to the backside of that malware, you can log in wherever you are in the world to Maricopa County to manipulate. So there's multiple
Colonel,
ways.
Just interrupt you for a second.
Yes, sir.
So we get the point of this clear. You actually examined one of the machines, and you were actually able to see very, very clear changes in vote in the machine, correct?
Correct, in Michigan.
And it was down ballot changes. How many?
Correct. So the down ballot looks, it was for, there were changes in the election day vote on 11/3 to the recount vote on 11/6. Say, for example, the school board, one lady on the election day received 519 votes, and this was a very small precinct. In the post recount, they went from 592 to 852. The total votes went from 1068 to 1810, and the write-in vote jumped from 24 to 112. There was another proposition on a state proposal that jumped significantly from 700 votes on election day up to 1083 on the recount. So there are a lot of variabilities, and what we believe this is due to is the USB drive that was used in the election day versus the post-election recount.
Well, this proposition, when I see, I think we should give them a copy of this, make this available to them, because it shows on the day of the election, this is a proposition about the use of future revenues generated from oil and gas bonuses. And I take it was fairly controversial. So the first vote was 774 for, 508 against. The second vote was 1083 for and 206 against. Quite a difference. Now, how did that difference come about? How do you accomplish that difference? How does the machine change from after the votes are cast? What does the machine remember other votes?
So there's a card that stores the votes, and it's run against the algorithm that's put on the USB card into the actual machine and the tabulator, and that difference was basically the tabulation algorithm.
Why? Excuse me for my ignorance, but why would you put an algorithm in if you have a vote that's 774 to 508?
That's
why wouldn't you just look and see, was that the correct vote? Why do you put an algorithm in which is introducing an outside force to what should be an internal process?
To shift things how you like them. When you look at moving these algorithms around through the different precincts, you can achieve quite a number of aggregate ballot shifts. So this was one instance and one recount and one small.
So when they looked at the machine on election day, it was 774 to 508. When they looked at it again on the recount 3 days later, it was 1,083 to 206. Is that right?
Correct.
And that happens because of an algorithm, not because anybody changed their vote.
The elections clerk did write an affidavit, and they basically said that we'd followed all the procedures on election day as well as a recount, and these were the results that the election clerk.
We're also
posted
going
on
to
the
submit
recount.
this study. It's quite complicated. I fell asleep last night reading it and had dreams about internet surveillance and all kinds of things. I propose getting an expert to look it over. But it shows exactly what the colonel is saying, that these machines should not be voting machines because anybody can communicate. It's like having an open computer. Anybody can communicate with them and do whatever they want with it. So we'll submit this and this to you that shows you that, that they can be changed, that they were changed, and then exactly how you can do it. Now, we know we're not saying it about any of the machines in Maricopa County, but we haven't seen the machines in Maricopa County, nor have you. This evidence is being submitted to dispute the lies that Dominion and Smartmatic are putting out, which is their machines are perfect, their machines can't be tampered with, their machines are tamper-proof. The reality is their machines are just the opposite. They're completely vulnerable. Is that right, Colonel?
And if you look up on the screen, that's exactly what, and let me see if I can, do I need to put this at full screen, or is it a better view?
I think you need to explain it.
So this is a spider-foot reconnaissance tool that looked at dominionvoting.com network that was analyzed on November 3rd. And basically this shows vulnerabilities. It shows volumetric internet traffic, the raw data. It shows all of the web servers, physical coordinates, all the vulnerabilities that are associated with the server. But basically, it does show that this was connected to the internet on voting day, and the volume of traffic was significant, and the vulnerabilities there are plenty of vulnerabilities that hackers could penetrate this system.
Can you tell if some of those communications went outside the United States?
We did observe packet traffic that were going from the U.S. Now, we don't know if it was specifically Dominion traffic going, but to a server in Frankfurt.
In Frankfurt, Germany.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
And who has it?
Colonel Waldron, could you just take a moment and explain packet traffic? Because there's probably a lot of folks who are not sure what that is.
So it's bits of information that are sent over the internet from internet protocol from one point to another.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What's in Frankfurt, Germany that would be of interest?
Well, we looked prior to the election, one of our white hat hackers, and found that there was traffic in a Seidel server. Seidel is one of the companies, and I can show you we mentioned before the interconnectedness. Not that one. The interconnectedness of these companies. So this is sort of a historical link to all the voting companies, and we got Smartmatic in the middle. It's a licensor to Dominion Voting Systems. Seidel runs election night reporting through SOE software and Clarity Elections over here. And Clarity Elections is if you click up on a lot of the county and Secretary of State voting systems, it'll pop up as property of Clarity Elections. So it doesn't really belong to the counties. It doesn't really belong to you. It really belongs to Clarity Elections.
Just to make it simple, a Dominion machine that I go in and vote, it is susceptible to easily having that vote changed from the outside, or by them in particular.
By an authorized user or an unauthorized user.
By an authorized or unauthorized user?
Correct.
As
a
well?
Hacker. A hacker.
A hacker. So my vote is only as good as the integrity of Dominion and all the hackers that exist that can get into the Dominion machine.
Your vote is not as secure as your Venmo account.
Pardon me? Say that one more time.
Your vote is not as secure as your Venmo account.
Can you think of any reason why anyone would hire them to count votes in the United States?
I could postulate a lot of...
Or any of them good reasons?
They have a strong lobby. They work with the government. They work with state government agencies, and they've got the infrastructure to sell their services.
Can you now look at, in reference to Arizona, the analysis you did of the vote in Maricopa and Pima counties that was reported? It's the Arizona fixing the vote chart.
So we notice a difference in Arizona versus the other states. Our team mostly focused on what we call spike analysis, which were an electronic inject of a lot of votes, and where the number of votes that were injected in a specific time period exceeded the ability of the scanners to process ballots and upload. So basically, it's a signal of a potential anomaly where we would want to go in and do forensic analysis on the ballots that were processed in those batches to analyze. the way that these systems work is that you can run votes in, run votes in, run votes in, and if you get write-in ballots or error ballots, it just accumulates them into a batch file. And there may be, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 votes in this batch file, and then the administrator or the tabulator can just go, okay, I'm ready to process batch file, bloop, and they send it, and then it records those votes. In the user's manual, there's ways that it shows that the administrator can vote that batch, in a 80%, 20%, 100%, however the administrator chooses, and that basically is a tool to allow them to move votes through the system faster. So Arizona was a little bit different. It had a pretty strong rise right up at the front, the first part of voting day, whereas the other states, and I can show you those, have a gradual increase in votes. And this may have been due to the fact that Arizona allowed early counting and tabulation, so those batch files could have been dropped in right away. But this injection spike at 8:06:40 p.m., and this is adjusted from Zulu time, so this is 143,100 votes that were injected. That was in excess of what the machines could have processed. The real reason that we believe that this spike was a little bit of an anomaly, and should I show the email that was sent to the Arizona Legislature?
You have the floor, sir.
Say again?
Yes.
So this was an anonymous email that was sent to all members of the Arizona Legislature, and it was also sent to DOJ. This individual sent the email, wanted to remain anonymous, but had enough concern that he sent this to the Criminal Division of U.S. Department of Justice. He did not want to be included in the investigation, but the information that they recorded was what we would like the opportunity to investigate on your behalf, or a forensics team of your choosing. It doesn't matter to us, but it says that please be advised that Pima County Recorder, located at 240 North Stone Avenue, Tucson, Arizona, in Pima County, Arizona, and the Democratic Party added fraud votes in the initial count to the vote by mail totals released at 8 p.m. on November 3rd, 2020. So this coincides with what we observed in the data analytics at that that spike. We weren't aware of this email until after the fact. So there were approximately 35,000 fraud votes added to each Democratic candidate's vote totals. Candidates impacted include county, state, and federal election candidates. Through the utilization of the automated ballot count machines in Pima County elections, which were not Dominion, but they have the same pretty much functionality. My understanding is that 35,000 was embedded into each Democrat vote totals. Below are the meeting notes. In a meeting I was invited to by the Democrat Party in Pima County, Arizona on September 10th, 2020, no phones or recording devices were allowed. A presentation was given, including detailed plans to embed 35,000 in a spread configured distribution to each Democrat candidate's vote totals. When I asked how in the world that will 35,000 votes be kept hidden from being discovered, it was stated that spread distribution will be embedded across the total registered voter range and will not exceed the registered vote count. And the 35,000 was determined allowable for Pima County based on our county registered vote count. It was also stated that total voter turnout versus total registered voters determine how many votes we can embed. This embedding will auto-adjust based on voter turnout. Because the embed votes are distributed sporadically, all embedded votes will not be found. If audited, because the embeds are in groups of approximately 1,000. This is so county recorder can declare an oversight issue or error as groups of 1,000 is a normal and acceptable error. So if you believe that your one vote counts for one vote, this is Maricopa County's embed totals will be substantially higher than Pima due to embeds being calculated based on the total number of registered voters. When I asked, has this ever been tested and how do we know it works, the response was yes. This has been tested and has shown significant success in Arizona judicial retention elections since 2014, even undetectable in post-audits, because no candidate will spend the kind of funds needed to audit and contact voters to verify votes and the full potential of total registered voters, which is more than 500,000 registered voters. This year, our Secretary of State has removed precinct-level detail for election night releases so candidates can't see precinct overvotes. This is what I have for the meeting. Just thought I'd report this. Not sure if you can do anything since I was unable to have a recording device in the meeting. Again, we hope this individual would come forward and issue this as an affidavit, but this is significant, and we also noted that the reporting numbers from Pima and Maricopa County merged election day votes with write-in votes with absentee ballots, so there's no way to, in the publicly available data, to parse those votes into the segments. And I believe we noted in a piece of information that was provided to you that Maricopa County had 1.9 million mail-in ballot requests. So, and those, there was a Maricopa County official on videotape that did say that they did not validate the signatures on the write-in ballots this year. So that's a 1.9 million vote fraud potential, even if it's 0.1% of the vote. There's a lot of room for error.
Could we just review that quickly for 1 second so we get it right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please, I know that you're passionate about this, but there are a lot of people in this world that want to hear this, and if we can't hear the witnesses over remarks, that deprives people of hearing the truth.
So what I take from your testimony, Colonel, is that 35,000 votes were embedded for each Democratic candidate in Pima County.
Correct. That is the allegation of this email.
The allegation by the gentleman who hasn't given us an affidavit.
Correct.
That they were distributed based on the voter turnout carefully so they wouldn't look suspicious.
That's correct.
And that's essentially what the Dominion, Smartmatic, that's essentially their modus operandi, right?
That's their
They don't just put
CTP.
in 10,000 votes. They put it in carefully so it's hard to detect.
They move the algorithms around to different precincts until they get the aggregate number that they want and need, and then they shift the algorithms to other precincts.
Did the Democratic candidates who got the benefit of those 35,000 false votes include Biden and Harris?
According to this email, it was all local and federal races.
So if that were true, then the result of the election is totally opposite the one that they're so anxious to certify. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now,
and again, this
you would need
email
the
was sent to every Arizona legislature that I'm.
Now, we don't know if the gentleman is telling the truth or not.
Correct.
But would it be possible, if you had the machines in Pima County, to be able to see if there's evidence of this?
In order to do that, there would have to be a full forensic audit from the USB that drives the voting to the PCM CIA cards to the tabulators to the routers.
Well, I'm just asking, could it be done if you had the will to do it?
Yes, sir.
If you wanted to find out if the vote in Pima County were honest or not, wouldn't you do it?
Yes, sir.
And without doing it, you really have no idea.
That's correct.
And the machines used in Pima County are different, but are they that much more secure?
These systems, they all have similar vulnerabilities. Our team focused on Dominion. Our partner team focused on ES&S, and they're very similar as far as vulnerabilities.
Now, did he say anything that suggests the same thing happened in Maricopa County?
This gentleman appeared to be an IT specialist in Pima County. So he only wrote allegedly to what he observed.
And do we have any knowledge that anyone from the state of Arizona attempted to look for him?
I believe the legislators, some of the legislators did try to locate this gentleman.
Anybody from law enforcement?
Not that I'm aware of. But again, I'm not law enforcement, so I'm not sure.
But even if you can't find him, you could determine the validity of this, or maybe determine the validity of this by doing a forensic audit.
Correct.
There's an available scientific tool that would tell you, I mean, did Biden get 35,000 phony votes?
That's correct.
And it's not being utilized, as far as you know, by the state of Arizona.
Pima County, I believe the total vote total was less than a million in Pima County, so it would be possible and feasible to do a full audit, a ballot audit. And I also was informed that your state, through the Counterterrorism Information Center and the DPS here in Arizona, do have the capability to analyze and validate ballots for ink consistency. So if there were mass-produced ballots in Maricopa County that were stuffed, your DPS, I've been informed, has the capability to analyze those ballots for paper consistency and ink consistency. So if there were mass-produced ballots, you could determine that on your own.
Excuse me, Colonel Waldron. So I think what you're saying, and I'm going to repeat this back to you, these might be pre-printed ballots to simply move through the system. Is that what you're suggesting?
There are indications, we have affidavits from Pennsylvania that there were ballots that were pre-positioned in a bobtail trailer, a tractor trailer truck, okay. And that these ballots were, the thought was that this was a cache that they could go and grab the amount of ballots they needed and take them to the specific tabulation centers. And that's an affidavit that's from our Pennsylvania work.
Colonel,
TTP is standard.
So repeat one more time the piece of information that I think people were shocked about, because it is hard to believe. Did you say that a Pima County official said that they didn't validate any of the mail-in votes?
That was Maricopa County.
Maricopa.
They didn't validate the signature. They didn't validate the signatures on the mail-in ballots.
And that's 1.9 million.
Correct.
And do we know who that is?
I would have to get the video.
Well, could you get it for us?
Oh, yes, sir.
No, you don't have to do it right now, but before the end of the hearing. That would render every one of the 1.9 million votes absolutely never checked for fraud, deceit, mistake. And if they're mail-in votes, that can't be done now. They've been separated from the envelope.
Correct.
That would indicate. So those are basically 1.9 million votes that are illegal votes.
Or that had the potential to be illegal votes that weren't validated. The signatures weren't validated.
But can we determine now if any of them are legal or illegal?
If the envelopes were separated from the ballots, there would be no way to tell a ballot for candidate. You could still go back and look at the envelopes to validate the signatures, but you wouldn't know what the ballot.
And isn't that the reason you're supposed to have an observer when you do that?
That is part of the chain of custody procedures, I believe, in Arizona.
And when they talk about chain of custody, that's what they're talking about, right?
Correct.
Because a lot of witnesses are going to talk about that. So let's just sum up a few of the things that you also found. Tell us about the green button in Maricopa County on the machine. And there is one witness that's going to testify that all day she saw election officials constantly pressing the green button when somebody was voting.
So what that was when a voter wasn't sure, and I believe this was also linked to another witness that's going to talk about with the differences in the pins and the Sharpies, that the Maricopa Elections Division, in early voting, they specified that only use ballpoint pens for voting, and then on election day, they specified only use Sharpies. And the idea is that as the bleed through on the ballot as the scanners would cause an error in an error ballot. By creating the error ballot, the election officials basically would slide those votes into a batch file that could be adjudicated by the election administrator or the operator. And the green button was to say, okay, there's an error, but go ahead and push cast ballot, and it punches that into an error file that can be adjudicated by the election administrator.
Now, and you examined the voter database, and your team did, right?
Say again, sir?
You examined the voter database, you and your team.
Those were actually some local Arizona folks that examined that.
So you took that from
I spoke directly
state data?
with them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
You spoke directly to whom?
To local investigators here.
And you have here voter database discrepancies. 6,000 voters, at least, entered into database with no sex and default date of birth, and they're non-existent in LexisNexis.
Correct, and I believe there'll be a witness to discuss that later this morning.
So unless those can be discovered, those votes would have to be eliminated.
Correct, and it was explained to me that the way that happens is that you can register online for a driver's license at the same time you can register for voter registration. But the driver's license doesn't require the same information as the voter rolls, and so those kind of go into a queue that the Secretary of State would approve for the voter rolls over time. But there appear to be 6,000 voters that were on the voter rolls in the voter database with no sex and a default date of birth. So in other words, they entered 0101, 1900 or whatever that date was.
They also discovered over 2,000 votes that used a false address, an address of a vacant lot.
Correct.
You already told us about the 487 mail-in votes that were not verified with regard to signature in Pima County, in Maricopa County.
Correct.
Also, in Pima and Maricopa County, Republican poll watchers were very often forced to stay outside, and unable to view the vote processing.
Correct.
And is there an estimate of the number of illegal immigrants that voted in the election? Has anyone done an estimate of that?
The American Immigration Council suggests that there are about 300,000 ineligible voters, and then one of the local newspaper reported that there were another 312,000, I believe, non-incarcerated felons and other ineligible voters.
Has any attempt been made to investigate that, to determine if they can locate a sufficient number of illegal immigrants voting illegally that would have a bearing on the outcome of the election?
That would really be done by the county election fixers.
But it hasn't been done.
Not that
and they're going to certify the vote apparently without doing it.
I'm not aware if they.
It would be. You'd have to be an idiot not to think that illegal immigrants voted, right?
It's very possible.
How many are there in Arizona, approximately? Anybody's guess, but what's the lowest number? Can anybody help me with that?
Question for the local legislatures.
5 million, 4 million?
I wish we knew, sir.
Pardon me?
I wish we knew.
Mr. Chairman.
What's the lowest number we could use? 4 million?
Representative Cook.
Mr. Chairman, my colleague, Representative Townsend, and I have had several discussions over the past few weeks about that number, and she could provide that to Mr. Giuliani.
Mr. Chair.
Please, Ms. Townsend.
Mr. Chair, is this on? Thank you. And Mr. Giuliani, Mayor Giuliani, I can't tell you how many people are in this state that are potentially can vote illegally as an illegal alien, but I can tell you that there is a way for them to vote under the federal-only voter program, meaning that someone here illegally or a fake name, anybody that can put together a voter registration card with a fake name, or if they're not eligible to vote, and are not in the MVD system here in Arizona, when they register to vote, if they're not found in the MVD system, the DMV system, they're not there, then they're contacted to see, do you have a birth certificate? Do you have anything to prove your citizenship? When they don't answer, then their name is relegated to the federal-only voter list, which there's 36,000 in the state of Arizona of people who can't prove their citizenship, can't prove they exist, other than when they show up to Election Day, all they have to do is show their bank statement, their title to their car, anything you can reproduce on your own computer with your fake name on there or whatever, and onto a bank statement, and you get a ballot, and you can vote for president and your congressperson and senator. So up to 36,000 plus people in Arizona could potentially vote, and I do have the numbers of who has voted in Maricopa County is 4,100 of the true federal only, and another 4,000 that are supposedly out of state. So those alone haven't been researched deeply enough to know, does that name even exist as a person? And are they here, is that someone here who's here illegally or not? So we don't know upwards of 8,000 people in Maricopa County alone who have cast a ballot who weren't able to.
Well, I mean, that's pretty astonishing. So I will say, and I may be wrong, but let's say there were 5 million illegal aliens in Arizona. It's beyond credulity that a few 100,000 didn't vote, particularly given Representative Townsend's explanation that there's an encouragement that goes on to have them vote. Now, every one of those votes would be an illegal vote. Every one of those votes denies a lawful voter of their franchise. It just wipes it out. Has there been any attempt to try and investigate that after the election, even on a sample basis, like going to a district where there are a large number of possible illegal aliens, and go back and check the names and see, were there 5,000, were there 10,000, were there 20,000? Has there been even an attempt to do that?
Mr. Chair.
None that I'm aware of.
Well, I mean, that's totally...
Can I speak to that, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
You've been very helpful.
So we put in, 2 years ago, we put in an elections integrity unit in the Attorney General's office, and I've been on the phone with them asking them what are they going to be doing, how can they look into this, and they told us that they don't have the authority to go out and look for a crime. They have to have it presented to them, so they can't go out and do an audit, they can't go out and actively research this. I also was told the same thing by the Board of Supervisors, that they cannot perform an audit above and beyond what's already been done that's in statute. So all we're really left with that I'm aware of is having, and as much as I appreciate this forum today, and I'm very grateful for you, we need an actual committee hearing. Like, I'm the chair of the Elections Committee. If we were to hold an actual committee hearing, we would have subpoena power to go and look at the machines, to look at these things, and inspect them, and get down to it. So we can do an audit. We just need to conduct a committee hearing to give us that subpoena power to be able to do so.
Mr. Giuliani.
So when this vote is certified, if that's not done, there is no question in any reasonable person's mind that the vote totals contain large numbers of illegal votes from people who are not citizens of the United States. The question is, how many? And the officials certifying have made no effort to find out the truth, which seems to me gives the state legislature a perfect reason to take over the conduct of this election, because it's being conducted irresponsibly and unfairly. And why doesn't your state legislature exercise its responsibility under the Constitution? What's wrong with that?
Mr. Giuliani, that is the essential question that we are here to ask.
Good. So now, anything else? Colonel, you did a great job. He's available for any more questions.
If you are done,
available all day.
If you are done, Mr. Giuliani, we do have a number of questions from the panel members for you, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
All right. The first thing I'd like to ask is, you spoke on system capability, and I know that much has been made of the excoriation of the state of Texas on the Dominion equipment, software, and all that. Can you provide just a very short comment on why they said, not only are we not recommending this, we're prohibiting the use of this equipment in our state?
In a nutshell, vulnerabilities that were issued, not addressed, and not fixed. There were too many system vulnerabilities.
Okay. And you also referenced a comment about DHS. And I'm struggling with, why did DHS say security for this election was the best it had ever been? Do you have any insight into that?
In my experience in life, there's generally two factors for individual. I mean, it's either competence or commitment. So they were either incompetent or not committed to learning the truth at the senior leader level, not at the operator level.
And does DHS know about the information that you've shared with us or that you're sharing with us in the process of this? Have you shared that with them specifically?
And much more.
So beyond what you're saying here, you've gone into much greater depth.
Yeah, we have relationships with our local DHS personnel in Texas, and both the intelligence divisions and CISA. When I started working on this project in August, I called them up and said, "You guys have got to come out and look at it." They did. They spent an initial 3 hours going through this data. At the end of that, one of them said, "I think I need to go outside and throw up."
Okay, so besides that, did they do anything about it?
They had multiple follow-ups. They drove up to our Dallas counterpart team, received over 600 gigabytes of data that had been accumulated over time. Our team provided them over 200 gigabytes of confirmatory data, and they analyzed that. After they analyzed, there was a passive scan done. They conducted a limited scan and determined that there were vulnerabilities. They held numerous meetings with their folks, the CISA cyber side, and the INA, which is the Intelligence Assessment Division.
And I'm sorry, CISA, could you let the folks who are watching know what CISA is?
CISA is the agency in DHS that's responsible for cyber and infrastructure.
Okay. Members, any other questions? Representative Biasucci.
One note that might be important. Members of the elections division of CISA, I was told would never attend the meetings or the briefings that were conducted internal to DHS on the material that we had presented.
And I'm sorry, who is that did not participate?
The election security division inside of DHS.
Okay, thank you. Representative Biasucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel. I just wanted to make sure I have this correct. So when we're talking about, it was Mr. Krebs? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. He stated the most secure election in history. He stated we're not connected to the internet. He stated no votes leave this country. This is all things he's stated publicly.
It's all on the CISA website, correct?
Right. So are you willing to say under oath that you have seen the connection to the internet? You have seen it go offshore to Germany, Frankfurt. Are these things that you have personally seen and can say that is not true?
Our white hat hackers, yes, they have that traffic in the packets.
So why would he make that kind of comment, do you think?
Either not knowing, believing the myth, or not wanting the truth to be known.
Thank you.
Senator Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Colonel. I've got a couple questions on the Board of Supervisors during one of their hearings had said that the text for this equipment, that's, by the way, the county doesn't own this equipment. It's leased by Dominion and Smartmatic. But is it irregular? Is it SOP for the tech reps to be there during the election process?
Yeah, that's been something we observed in Michigan and Pennsylvania, whether they're full-time Dominion employees or contractors. There are Dominion employees that are there to run the equipment.
Because at the Board of Supervisors hearing they'd actually made comments that they actually provided them an office space in the county for them to handle this stuff. My question is, a couple weeks ago they did a test to show that how the system was secure. So they did it before and mid and then after tests, so everybody could see that the Board of Supervisors and the county elections that see this cannot. So what you're hearing is false. Obviously, or is it during that test? Can they find the anomalies in there during that basically what I always call a dog and pony show? Would that show up in one of these tests?
In a forensics examination?
No, just see, come here and look at this is how we certify the machines, calibrate the machine, whatever, zero it out, this and that. Obviously, these anomalies would not be showing up during that moment, correct?
Correct, and it's our understanding that Dominion had a software update at least in a couple states. I'm not sure about Maricopa County, but like the day before the election.
Representative Bartow, any questions?
I did have one question. Thank you, Colonel. Excellent information. You described web traffic increase during the election as opposed to how do you measure the increase?
Are you talking just on the Dominion server network?
Yes.
They just look at volume of data that's moving through the pipes. And I'm not our hacker team they're the experts. I just kind of the big picture know how to dance it, but they do measure volume traffic. Matter of fact, on the Frankfurt server on election day, there was a German cybersecurity professor that was noting that the increase in traffic was, and he related it back to COVID and said, we haven't even hit our indoors winter season yet, and we've hit the highest traffic. And he specifically noted that one of the reasons was the American elections.
Was it an exponential increase?
I don't think it's an exponential, but I think it went from 7 point something terabytes a second to 10 terabytes. So it went to a lot of, a pretty big increase, not an exponential though.
Okay, to my unqualified mind, I don't know exactly what that means, but it sounds big.
The volume jumped up pretty significantly on November 3rd and 4th to that particular server in the pipes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Colonel Waldron, so essentially about 33, 34, 35% increase?
I would have to go back and look at the numbers, but
from 7 to 10?
Ballpark, yeah.
Yeah, that's big.
I can't remember the exact numbers.
All right, very good. Senator Gowan, you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel, you talking about the SGO system, and that was, you said Hugo Chavez, he was partial owner in that. Now, that's the beginning of Dominion?
SGO was a separate company, but Dominion acquired Sequoia Systems that was spun off of SGO. And they also acquired Premier, which was spun off of Diebold, but they all have the common core of the common code really goes back to SGO. And that one org chart that I put up there kind of showed the licensing agreements that go back and forth between SGO and Dominion. So it's the licensing for the software and the code.
So it still stems from the SGO system?
That's correct.
So, and then you're stating Dominion owns the data. So does that mean when they see the vote count that they own that, not the The counties, the state?
They process it, they retain it. It's in their backup servers.
So they have the votes themselves as well, when that's supposed to be property of the state.
They've got the data. They've got the voter data, voter registrations.
And then you said Dominion sits on the board of Mr. Krabs, is that right?
That was on the CISA website.
When you say the board, what is the board?
It was their Election Security Advisory Council.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's see. Representative Roberts, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel Walton, earlier you were talking about the methods via internet and internal methods as far as, I think you used the term, I forgot exactly how you said it. There was basically methods from the internet and then also internally that there could be manipulation of votes. So my question is do you have any knowledge of were the machines in Arizona connected to the internet at any point in time? And if not, or if so, are there logs internally in these machines that if we were to be able to subpoena these machines and demand them so they could be examined, could we see all of those changes that were made?
So when you watch CBS, CNN, any of the mainstream media where they've got the live vote updates, that data is passed live. I mean, it's as the votes are updated. So it's, nobody's getting in a plane and flying the hard drive to New York. I mean, it's uploaded and it's connected. So it is connected to the internet. And whether it's locally, I mean, they can move votes with the cards, the voter cards. Those can be preloaded in laptops with the software that could be interdicted and upload fake votes, as in the allegation from Pima County, in batches of 1,000. They can scan blank ballots, and then the administrator can allocate that batch of blank ballots to one candidate or another, either in 100% or any percentages that they allocate in the according to the user's manual.
So to that point, just indulge me just a moment. Would you say that is what we saw in the 2018 election with Governor Bevin, where we actually saw on television, real time, the movement of some 500 votes from one candidate to another? I mean, it was so stark. You saw them go down on one and up on the other on the exact number. Would that be a manifestation of what you're talking about?
So the working hypothesis from our counterparts on that, because they worked at and watched it, and they actually went to Kentucky to assist the team there, was that was a server level interdiction. So they went up to the server, downloaded a CSV file, changed the votes, and re-uploaded it.
All right, thank you. Representative Roberts.
So just to kind of tack on to what we were just discussing, it's my understanding, because there was an article here in Arizona from the Arizona Daily Independent, there was a quote-unquote whistleblower that was talking about issues that they had observed. And so one of the things they were talking about was that the data from the machines was being moved via the hard drive. So what you just described as far as the real-time data being uploaded and all that stuff, just for the layman, that same type of manipulation, whether you plug in an Ethernet cable or what have you, or you're doing it on a user interface, that same type of malfeasance could be accomplished in that method as well.
And I think in looking at these systems, we identified almost a dozen ways that you could inject or interdict to manipulate votes.
On that note, you said earlier that pretty much all of these machines have vulnerabilities. So is there any system out there that you're aware of that is worth exploring, or do we just need to go back to the paper ballot?
There is MIT developed a system with some capital infusion. It's a system called VOTES, VOATZ, and it's a blockchain type system. Again, it's when I first became aware of this, I went and talked to some friends of mine who were bank presidents, and I said, okay, why can't we apply banking principles? Because if you want anything done right, you go talk to the money people. That's who protects their stuff. And he said, oh yeah, this is, and it's an app. You can do it as an app with tie it in with real ID and a blockchain type solution, or the next generation solution. But there are systems, and I believe the votes system is deployed right now. I believe and I know West Virginia is one that I remember reading on their website.
Thank you. Sir, Senator Allen, any questions?
Yes. Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chair.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. Thank you, Colonel, so much for being here today. I'd like to go back to the Board of Supervisors letter where they talk about certifying the Maricopa County election. And they have 5 points that they make for the reason why they call this a reliable election. And my concern is, of course, over the Dominion tabulation equipment. They said it was vetted by a bipartisan Equipment Certification Advisory Committee before the contract was finalized. And as required by law, the committee tested the functionality and accuracy of tabulation equipment before it was used in any Arizona election. Well, after listening to your testimony, that does not give me any confidence, because the machines, of course, can perform very accurately. It's after the fact, after the election starts, after the ballot is starting to be put into the machine, that these problems start arising. So is that accurate to say that this should not give us confidence about this being a reliable election?
Ma'am, anything that is software based can be manipulated and changed with a click of a button. Or, you got 2 USB drives, plug one in and you get one algorithm, you pull it out, you plug another one in, you get a different algorithm. And we also believe on the connectedness, these can be pushed down from the top and shifted down. So think of it like a casino or a state lotto. Whoever owns the eye in the sky, you can control the margins. And that's really, I think, what we're looking at.
Well, certainly from your testimony, I can see that. And I have one more question, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
I believe Senator Borelli has it to that point.
All right, go ahead.
All right, please proceed.
Well, I was going to switch down to the 1% early ballots that they did, and I had a question about that. So, Sonny, if you have something to what I said before, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Colonel, so basically what you're saying, for example, since the techs are already there on site during the process, so if a machine jams up and naturally they call the tech over there to go fix the unjam, they could literally, without anybody noticing, because they're the techie people, they could stick a thumb drive in there and upload, change the numbers, manipulate, whatever.
There was an affidavit in Pennsylvania from, I think it was last week. A gentleman supervisor had a Ziploc bags full of USB drives, and they noted that he was inserting the USB drives into the machines at a much higher rate than would be necessary or that they had seen in the past. So, yes, it's very, very.
So now I have it to that point. Forgive me, but what I think you're saying is that they have just created an electronic footprint, either in the data download that you're seeing real time, that you'd be seeing some kind of a spike, or is there something that's captured on the machine that itself, like a memory card that is resident on the machine, not that is actually talking to the hard drive?
The machines, for the most part, the voting machines are just run by, removable software and data cards, the cards that actually hold the votes. The backup servers is really where the true story would reside, as far as the uploads, downloads, the change, the error warnings for the mismatch errors.
So would you be able to show with specificity a machine in Maricopa County going all the way across the pond, inserting data into a server? Or would it be an aggregate of all the machines that were in Maricopa County, for example? Is it by individual tabulator, or is it by the server here that collects? Can you help me understand that piece?
Let me, I'll...
That probably goes back to your headache graph, I'm thinking.
Yeah, a schematic that sort of shows that.
The reason I asked the question is we're still looking for evidence, and if that is in the evidence package, that's certainly something that we would want to know about. If we don't have it today, something that could be forwarded to the body would be great.
Let me see if I can make this bigger. So this is Dominion voting, the high level. It's a block diagram of how everything's connected, and I can print this off and provide it to you, or whoever would do your audits. But it's kind of hard to see when it's blown up. But you've got ballot boxes, ballots taken out, and this tracks all the way through the image cast central to ballot images, and this is really what's voted. The ballots are scanned into these image casters, and there's an electronic image created. It goes into results files, and then it goes into validation, adjudication, auditing, reporting, and publishing, and then to Democracy Suite EMS, the Democracy Suite servers, the database servers, the document management servers, and it kind of shows you how this all goes out to the world from this whole system. Election data, this is kind of the top feed to all these servers, but this is really, it's a network. I mean, it's a computer company. It's all networked. It has to be.
So let me reframe the question. We probably would not be able to identify any specific tabulation machine showing up on the server because it's all aggregated.
Yeah, it's these tabulation machines go through this process, but the results files. So if you work it backwards from the server, you would be able to go back to a ballot image, an electronic ballot image.
All right, thank you. Senator Allen, you
Yes.
had another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other thing in this letter by the Board of Supervisors was they commented, again, of what made this a reliable election, that the election day ballots from 2% of vote centers and 1% of early ballots is required by Arizona law, and it yielded a 100% match to the results produced by the tabulation equipment. So that should give us, and all the counties do this. They do this hand count, this little audit of a small percent of the votes to see how it matches up to the machine. So could you explain how we shouldn't have confidence in that particular, how can they make that match up to the machine then when they just arbitrarily pick out 1%? If there's vote dumps that are happening and things that are happening throughout the process.
I would just say it's something we learned a long time ago, garbage in, garbage out. If you've got 1.9 million votes that the signatures aren't verified, and they're just reading bubbled in, ballot cards, then yes, the ballot cards, when they run 1,000 ballot cards through, are going to come out with 1,000. So that, that small batch would represent what those particular ballots say, but that's why there's chain of custody requirements. That's why there's verification requirements at each step along the way. So if one of those steps is broken, then the validity of the whole process is in question. You just don't know.
Right. Thank you. I think we're definitely, sir, in a new day when it comes to what is taking place across this country with voting, and we're going to have to probably really look at that. Thank you.
Representative Townsend, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Colonel, I just have a quick follow-up to some of the stuff we've been talking about as far as the security of the machines themselves. And as we know, like whether or not something happened or didn't happen, I'm most concerned with voter confidence. And if there's all these holes, then we're going to really deflate or collapse voter confidence. So I would like you to reassure me on one particular item in the tabulation room at the MCTEC here in Phoenix. In years past, you had to have a special badge, and only people that were certified to be in that room with the machines and the tabulation and all that were allowed in there. This year, teams of 25 adjudicators in that room in the tabulation room with these machines. Would it have been possible for someone in that scenario to wander over to the machine and have a conversation and put in this thumb drive you're talking about, or is it deeper than that, or something that's happened from remotely, or how secure are these machines? Because we know that there's no chain of custody on the hard drives, and the machines we saw in the video left alone for almost a week in one of the voting centers, untended, unsecure. How could somebody, a regular person with nefarious intentions, walk up and change this whole election by putting in a thumb drive and changing algorithms? That's something that could have happened where we don't have to worry about that.
Either an individual that has knowledge of the systems and how to, operate in the system could have an impact again from the server. They could be sitting in Nigeria, and as long as they've got an internet connection, they can get to that particular server. If they had access to, the data from the malware that's on the server, they could get the login and password from, a Pima County operator or a Maricopa County operator. So there are just so many places that they can be interdicted or penetrated. There's just too many to describe. But there's a lot of ways it could be interdicted.
Mr. Chair and Colonel, so what I'm hearing you say is I can't be confident that a volunteer of a political party that, the entire recorder's office and the elections director, everyone could have been on the up and up, and this is the most secure election ever. But if one random volunteer with the right information were to be in the tabulation room, could have then breached the security of the machine.
Correct.
And therefore, we cannot stand here and say we are confident with that kind of access to these machines left in buildings for a week. We cannot say with certainty that this is a secure election, and we have 100% confidence that nothing went wrong.
And you just brought up the chain of custody issue, and that's a critical vulnerability path. So that if the chain of custody was broken, then you really don't know. You can't say with confidence that it was a fair
Thank
election.
you. And Mr. Chair and Colonel, last point. If you were in charge, would you want a recount? Would you want an audit? Would you want a do-over? What would you do?
A forensic audit will tell you what was processed, but to the mayor's point earlier, as soon as those mail-in ballots, which were 1.9 million requested, and I think a good percentage return, if those signatures weren't verified, then you can count the same things over and over again, but you're starting with flawed results already. An audit, a full audit, would be able to tell you if those were bad ballots or pre-printed ballots. You could do a full forensic audit on the actual ballots, but once the envelopes are separated from the ballots on that many mail-in ballots, it's almost impossible to go back without doing a forensic analysis of each ballot and the paper and the ink.
Okay, and Mr. Chair and Colonel, do you have any information about potential shipments of ballots to Arizona and other places from North Korea or something like? Do you have any information like that?
There were several affidavits that were provided to the legal teams. I don't have those affidavits with me now, but there were affidavits and suggestions, and I think more of those are in process to obtain more affidavits on those processes.
Mr. Mayor, can you tell us whether or not you have got, I don't know if you heard the question, or do you have affidavits that counterfeit ballots were somehow shipped into Arizona?
I'd have to look.
All right, thank you.
I would have to look.
Representative Cook, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'll make it brief. But I do have some stuff that I'd like to say is that, Colonel, when I ran for office in 2016, I got a phone call one day that one of our county recorder's office information had been breached, and all of the voter information was for sale on the dark web. That was my first instance of becoming representative about this hacking and computer stuff and what's out there. I just went through my third election as the top vote getter, and I would like to say that I continuously have been tried to be hacked on my personal or ledge account or whatever is out there on the internet. I later learned from people, Colonel, that the reason why this is done out of the country, and according to your graph, is that it is harder for us to track these people down and prosecute them when these computer anomalies and things happen from outside the country, inside our country and state. Would that be true?
We would not have the legal jurisdiction to go seize or search a server outside of the U.S.
Thank you, Colonel. And would this make sense that if you had a simple phone number and then you went on the internet and then researched that phone number of where you received a text message and it was from Ukraine, would that not be a red flag that your phone or information was trying to be attacked or infiltrated?
Correct, it would be.
Okay, so moving on to that, Colonel, what I've noticed is that about these voting machines and these plugged-in USB drives, when in fact, when we watch across this great country of ours, in many states, we have very few amount of counties compared to other states in here. You got to target 2 counties. If you notice that rural Arizona and rural Arizona legislators are up here, we're ready to go to work today. Our constituents demand it, and we demand it as their representatives to work for them to solve these problems. But what happens, Colonel, is that the same thing when we look at this country on a map and counties that vote for President Trump versus counties that don't, it's the population and the masses. So I'm going to get to my point about Maricopa and Pima County. Okay, in rural Arizona, we call it the great state of Maricopa because Maricopa County has more legislators at the legislature than rural Arizona does. If we add all of ours up, we still don't have the numbers to be an equal voice at the state legislature, but we have to work harder, which we can. So if we look at Maricopa and Pima County, if I was going to, now we're going to get down to vote centers, okay, targeted vote centers, Colonel. I wouldn't have to have a USB drive or to infiltrate every voting machine in every vote center in Maricopa and Pima County, would I? Or would I just need to target those individual voting centers in those 2 massive counties in the state to do what you are saying, to take votes and shift them over in those numbers? Do you understand what I'm asking?
I've seen analyses that boiled down national elections to zip codes, to just zip codes.
Mr. Chairman, I get fired up when I get into this stuff because I read and hear everything that these people have said. It has happened to me. And I just thank you again for your information, confirmation. But when I go back to the 2016 hacking, what I see as a pattern, Colonel, is that there is a plan. There's a larger plan, and it's not a conspiracy theory, and I'm not nuts. But if I wanted to engage in a plan in 2016, Colonel, would I not start hacking and getting the voter databases and information of projecting of why do we have, what is the number, 2,000 or 1,200 voters, I believe, in Maricopa County registered that I believe have voted at a vacant lot? I mean, if I really wanted to go down the road, isn't that the way you would target it?
Yeah, and again, it's you can interdict this in multiple levels and multiple methods, and I think that's what's happened. there's so much out there, and it's to your point, you're not a conspiracy theorist, but it's really hard. They've made it so hard for the public to understand it, and we call that in deception operations ambiguity increasing. And
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Colonel, I have the last question and what concerns me over what I've read and seen is that could the data that you say could be traced back only to the scanned ballot at this point, so it can't go back to the individual voting machines, could that be bleach bits or whatever that stuff is? Could the tracks, the longer we take to actually get the machines and check these things out, could there be time to erase that information and cover up if there was a crime or misdealings?
There could, but now the batch files will go back to the precinct and the machines on the tapes. So you can track it all the way back to the machines and the precincts by the tapes, and it's what we showed in the Antrim County, those printouts on the precinct level. So that you can go back, but really all that's necessary to do, there's not really a bleach bit. It's just pulling the USB drive out of the voter machine and the tabulators. So the machines themselves, other than the servers, really don't have a lot of resident information. The tabulation machines, they can have some stored images, but where you retain these, the federal election requirements require, and I can't remember the U.S. Code Title 46 rings a bell, but the 22-month retention of federal elections records. It would be done in those the ballot images and electronic backups. So the data is retained, and there you can do forensics on it as long as it's the actual servers and the actual machines.
Colonel, thank you for your time, your patriotism, and Mr. Chairman, I yield any remaining time I may have.
Thank you. I believe Senator Gowan has one more question, and I just need to remind the panel, time grows short. I think Mayor Giuliani has significant more witnesses and evidence that he'd like to have heard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Colonel, I just want to get on, come back to the Dominion situation here. Where are the backup servers?
I'm sorry?
Where are the backup servers?
I am not exactly sure. I can try to get that information provided to you.
And this company, I think the mayor said they were a foreigner company. The Canadian, is that what it is?
So we know there are sites in Toronto. Their offices are in Canada. So we know that there were data there. They also have servers in Serbia and other countries, but as far as knowing for sure where the data from Maricopa County went and resides, we don't know that, but they've got backup servers.
So an audit, because we talked about that a little earlier, first off, would that find where the server is and where the information would be?
Tracing the flow of the information, yes, sir.
The audit would do that.
Correct.
But it also tell us whether or not it's true or not that the 1.9 million signatures were or were not verified, right? So we would have an absolute
So
knowledge
that would
of
be
that.
Colonel, could you get a little bit closer to the microphone? I'm getting a lot of people who are
Sorry.
saying, I can't hear the guy talk.
Okay. So the adjudication of the signatures on the ballots, that would be totally separate. It wouldn't be necessarily a digital forensic process, but that audit would be, have to be conducted at the county level on all the envelopes.
So if we did an audit, if we were able to do that, tell me the things that could come out of that.
Well, if the signatures on the envelopes were invalid, you could necessarily get a percentage of the votes that would be disqualified. But again, when the ballots are separated from the envelopes, you can't tell which ballot came from which envelope. So really all that would tell you is a percentage of that, the percentage of those mail-in or absentee ballots that were not legitimate.
So what could the server tell us?
The server will basically tell you all of the electronics. So once the ballots are processed, the batches and the images, that'll tell you where all those goes, and it'll also tell you any changes to the software, any updates, algorithms that were in place, and that's all present at the code level. And that's really what these companies have balked at, providing access to the code, because they say that that's their intellectual property, and it's they've been successful at preventing folks from analyzing the code.
So they're utilizing their system for our elections, but it's their property.
And counties and states have signed up for that.
Thank you.
Senator Borelli, final question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Colonel, just for clarity, not only can these machines be manipulated with a thumb drive and everything else, it can be changed remotely outside the voting center.
That's correct, and there are references in the user's manual that show how they can do that.
Thank you.
Mayor Giuliani, anything else with your witness here?
No, I think.
All right.
I think we covered everything.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Colonel.
Do you have a next witness? I'm looking at the clock, and I know that we've got a time management issue with one of our witnesses.
Yes, I think we should call Anna Orth.
Okay.
Because she has an appointment, and we'll call her first.
Okay. And then after that, Senator Pat Colbeck. We need to make sure that we have
Yes,
him
sir.
at the airport by 1 o'clock. All right. Thank you very much. Anna Horth.
Is Anna Orth here?
Anna Horth. Anna Horth.
O-R-T-H.
Anna Horth.
All right, we'll check on her. And let's go then to...
All right. Senator Pat Colbeck. Just so folks know that we've got folks in a separate room, just so that we can bring them out and have some kind of order here. Senator Colbeck. Thank you, sir. If you would, could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is former Michigan State Senator Patrick Colbeck. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you, Mr. Chair, and esteemed panel members. For 8 years, I was sitting on the other side of this testimony. I was where you were sitting, and hopefully I'll be able to provide kind of a unique perspective on what to look out for in this election. If you excuse me, I'm going to try to get my presentation up here and get that going. Pick it up.
Yeah, technology's great until you want to use it.
It's more difficult when you can't see. Nice job on the resolution of the screen here, by the way. Okay. And just for background purposes, as we're looking for it to recognize my USB flash drive. There we go. Much better. Et voila. Okay.
Well, we still don't have it on the screen yet. Ah, there we go.
All right.
And if you would, please put it in play mode so we can see it. All right. Please proceed.
All right. Thank you very much. It was a perfect compliment, I think, to Colonel Waldron's testimony here because kind of got a unique experience regarding this whole election process. First of all, I am a former Michigan State Senator. I served on the Michigan Senate Elections and Government Reform Committee. I took those duties very seriously to the point of diagramming out all of our election processes, so I had a pretty good understanding of how elections were supposed to work from a book perspective. But I have another perspective that's useful to this discussion, is that something that I couldn't do while I was running for office is actually I served as a poll challenger in Detroit at the AV Counting Board for the election day from 5 p.m. through the next day into the evening of the following day on November 4th. So I was actually at the Detroit AV Counting Board, heard about all the things that happened there, all the cardboard up on the windows. Yes, I was there. I was one of the people blocked from returning back into the Detroit AV Counting Board, so I could resume my duties as poll challenger. I was up training our next batch of poll challengers as to what they need to look out for and what we had been seeing. And coincidentally, by the way, that was when they were counting the military ballots, which, just so you guys know, that's when they duplicate the ballots, because the military ballots come in a format that's different from those that can be read by these tabulators. And if you don't have a Republican and a Democrat watching that, it's ripe for malfeasance, if you will, and that's exactly what happened. So along with that background, I'm actually a certified Microsoft small business specialist. In addition to being that, I actually did cabling design in the International Space Station, so I have no problem working with technology. So it's kind of a unique background, and just so happened that I was right there on the Detroit AV Counting Board on the night of the election. So I'm going to focus in on just highlight 3 areas of the diagram that Colonel Waldron just showed you, because that's important for everybody to understand. For people on the ground, these are the key pieces of technology. He talked about ImageCast Central. That's the equipment that I witnessed out at the Detroit AV Counting Board. It features a high-speed scanner and a workstation associated with it. These were networked in turn with adjudicator machines, which anything that was rejected by the high-speed scanner would go over to this adjudicator machine. That was part of the absentee ballot counting suite, if you will, for Dominion. In addition, they had something that was called local data center, where all the election officials would work from a central computer workstation with a series of laptops, et cetera, that were connected to the rest of these computers. We'll get into that in a little bit later here. But that ImageCast Central area is one of the key pieces of, or key systems, if you will, that are on the ground for the absentee ballots in particular. If you're at an in-person polling location, you'll have the ImageCast precinct set up, and that's on the right-hand side of this diagram. Up on the top is kind of the local data center and the kind of the eye in the sky, the overarching look at what's going on with the election. And we'll get into that in a little bit more detail later. And as you guys know, Dominion voting systems was used here in Arizona in Maricopa County, and they were using some of the same equipment we were just talking about in regards to ImageCast Precinct and also ImageCast Central, the scanner there. So I said that I was in your position before, right? So if I were in your position, these are kind of some of the key questions I would be asking in regards to all that we're hearing about this testimony regarding this election. Number one, was the chain of custody for the election artifacts broken? And thank you very much, Senator-elect Townsend, for bringing that up. That is a key term for everybody to understand, chain of custody. And we're going to go over a little diagram on specifically where some of my comments are going to focus in on in that chain of custody. All right, and the key is to hit the right arrow. All right, and was there evidence of election fraud? There can be fraud that happens that may not even violate statute, but you know that the intent is there to defraud the election, and they take advantage of loopholes that we have in the law. For example, in Detroit, we know that there was an ability for people to vote both at the polls and absentee. So some people's votes were more important than others. Was there evidence that election statutes were violated? Yeah. In Michigan, we have evidence to suggest that's exactly what happened. Was there evidence of foreign agents with the ability to manipulate the election data and third parties getting access to that data? We believe that we've seen evidence of that as well. But the other thing we need to ask is, well, all right, what are we going to do about it if we see all this happening? And what options do you have as legislators? All right, so let's go to this chain of custody. And I could go into a lot more detail on this chain of custody, but I like to simplify it into just 4 key artifacts. Qualified voter file, i.e. who's registered to go off and vote in your state. Number 2, poll book. That's a precinct-specific extract of the data from your qualified voter file. The ballot itself, pretty important artifact, right? But then, in the spirit of the old Stalin quote, it's not he who votes that counts, it's the one who counts the vote that counts. You got to look at the ballot tabulator and how the votes are tallied. And that was my focus when I went to the Detroit AV Counting Board. I was one of those folks that was not specifically assigned to any particular counting station. I was looking at the big picture. And we'll go over what I found here in a sec. First of all, everybody hopefully has seen the idea that there's been a lot of voter anomalies. This is our first clue that something's happened. When you're on the ground, you can see all the things that are happening, you know, onesie twosie style. And you say, hey, wait a minute, that envelope was backdated, or you can see that they adjudicated something in favor of the Democrat instead of the Republican or something like that. That's easy to go off and see, but it's very difficult to see the big picture. That comes out afterwards with experts like Colonel Waldron. And in this case, we first started seeing issues when people were talking about Benford's law being violated. That's actually used in criminal court cases to determine whether or not fraud existed. So that was the first indicator that some of the analyses we've seen flagged that. That's not proof. I mean, it's getting it's telling you that it's you've got something off here that you got to investigate. Then we've seen linear regression analyses that there's a lot of noise in, but it seemed to indicate a pattern of vote distribution that indicated some data manipulation. Then, most recently, we have actually seen folks who believe that they've identified specifically what the algorithm that was used to switch some of the data. So, some other things that were kind of odd, and you don't see while you're necessarily on the ground, but in retrospect, you'll be able to get access to it. This is actually documented as part of the affidavit that was submitted in a lawsuit that's put in Michigan by Sidney Powell and in other states. And you guys have voted quite a bit. You guys are, most of you have already served in office, right? Do you remember any of your votes being tabulated with a decimal point on the back of them? I don't remember any. My 8 years serving in the Michigan Senate, any times where I actually had a decimal point after a vote tally.
So that would suggest that a partial person was voting?
Well, sometimes, you know, there were people that tried to make you feel like a partial person when you serve, but no, that wasn't the case here. And so you guys have probably all heard about what I call the little switch, the Antrim County. We've heard testimony on that already today and some of the things that could possibly happen. Getting into the possible technical reasons for that is maybe you have an internal ballot barcode switch on it where they have one barcode style or ballot style that's flagged, and then when they associate a specific scan of a vote, they flip it over to a different barcode style that may have the voters or the candidates flipped in it. Something else is something called a ranked choice voting algorithm. It's one of the modules inside of the Dominion suite. And this is where you might see evidence of, this is the only place that I know of at least that can start putting in fractions into your vote. Because if you meet a certain vote threshold, it'll go off and switch that, it'll prioritize the votes for the second choice, if you will, and give them 10% of the first choice of whoever or 10% or whatever number you specify. It'll actually get into the point of allocating percentages of votes to one of the candidates. Another thing is data manipulation via remote access. And another thing to look at as you guys investigate what happened here or didn't happen inside Arizona is take a look at your public accuracy tests. And there are people that, this is usually in Michigan at least, it's specified what the standards are for that by the Secretary of State. And if you don't run all the possible permutations of votes that might happen on a given ballot, you may leave gaps that can be exploited. And I would submit, we're going to show one of the examples of where we believe one of those gaps is that you could maybe flip a vote from a certain candidate to a write-in candidate and preload this with write-in candidates, and we think we have evidence of that happening in Detroit. So, if you want to go off and check into this, one of the things you're going to need to do, is look into compact flashcards, event logs, and paper vote tallies. So these tabulator data cards, that's where the compact, that's where a lot of the election data we've been wanting to look at is going to be located, so please make sure you get your hands on that. Then we talk about the big switch. I'm not going to get any detail on this. Suffice it to say, in Michigan, you know, our current vote deficit for President Trump is being projected as 154,188 votes. We got more than that we can tie back to potential fraud. So in the state of Michigan, I know a lot of people have written us off in this context, but I tell you, Michigan's in play because of what the level of fraud we've seen. So here's what our Detroit AV Counting Board looked like. And essentially it was set up so there's 503 precincts in the city of Detroit. They put in 134 of these ImageCast central stations all the way around. And that's where the poll books were located. There are about 2 to 5 precincts per ImageCast central unit. We had 5 poll workers per station. Overall, I would submit there was probably less than 10 Republican workers at that whole night sitting at those, and by law, we're supposed to have a Republican and a Democrat adjudicating ballots. Here's what I said, that I was looking at the big picture when I got in there. I was looking at the big picture. First question I asked was one of these chief election officials, his name was Chris Thomas, I said, who I worked with when I was serving in the Senate. I said, how are you going to protect the chain of custody around the tallies of the individual tabulators and your report outs to the county and all points beyond that? So we talked about the idea that this is getting reported out to New York Times. You can see it on CNN and all that kind of stuff. Show me how that chain of custody is protected. And this election official, who was state elections director in Michigan for 2 decades, said, I don't know. Now, this is kind of an important data point, don't you think? And I was badgering him the rest of the night. I said, you know what? He finally acquiesced and said, tell you what, I'll let you know. And then finally, the last statement he had on it, because I was pretty persistent, was saying, you know what, I'm not going to tell you till after tomorrow. And I go, well, you know what the primary duty of a poll challenger is? To make sure that the election process are executed effectively and efficiently and accurately and transparent manner. He did not allow that to be done. Now, I can see physical transfer of data. I can watch when somebody moves a flash drive from a tabulator to a central station, and I can go off and verify vote counts at that handoff. I can't get inside wires to go off and trace electrons through the Ethernet cables that I saw position, and that's the next point I want to highlight. And this is something important for you to understand here, is how these were connected. A lot of these election officials will swear up and down that none of these machines were connected to the internet. And that's based on propaganda being pushed by companies like Dominion Voting Systems. They will say that they have an air gap. They will say that they have firewalls in place. They have encryption in place. And I hope to demonstrate here that that doesn't mean a heck of a lot. Any hacker worth their salt knows that if one computer is connected to the internet, they're all connected to the internet, firewall or not. And so here's a diagram that I put together based on, this is literally midnight the next night, before I forgot everything. I wanted to make sure I document everything that was there. I went through and physically traced all the cables from all the tabulators and adjudicators to the local data center at the top. So it's that local data center that we have election officials that did confirm that that was connected to the internet, but they said none of the tabulators or anything else were connected to the internet. I can show physical connection between those tabulator machines via Ethernet cables, 2 routers or managed switch. It's tough to tell from 12 feet away. But it's a router type of device connected to all the other devices on this network. And as Colonel Waldron pointed out, it's designed to work as a network. And so all these tabulators were connected to one another, all the adjudicators were connected to one another, the local data center that they acknowledged was connected to the internet were connected to these tabulators and adjudicators. So, so if that wasn't enough, we went around to all the different computers and observed in the bottom right-hand corner of all the computers, and I can't do this because it defaults into a certain slide presentation mode, but if you have laptops that are window-enabled and you're connected to the internet, you roll over that, and you got a Windows 10 device, roll your mouse cursor over in that bottom right-hand corner, and you'll see a LAN internet connection icon. And you roll over it, it's going to pop up and say, connected to the internet. They wouldn't do that test for me to go off and demonstrate that. Yeah. So, guys, it's serious stuff, and I also wanted to highlight, I took a snapshot of what the Wi-Fi connections were at that point in time, and one of them is called AV_connect. I wonder what that was connecting. Part of their spec that they have in the contract with the state of Michigan that are supposed to be connected via Ethernet cables, and they even have cellular-based modems that they can plug into a lot of these items to transfer the data over the internet. They've got a Dominion Tech support manual that says connect it to the Ethernet. There's no denying that this was network connected. And by the way, even if they say it wasn't connected to the internet, in the Detroit AV County Board, I can trace a physical connection that says that the system that was used to tabulate 172,000 plus votes in the state of Michigan was all networked together. So even if it wasn't some guy sitting in an ice shanty in Antarctica connected to the internet, that one guy in the city of Detroit that had access to all that information could modify the votes locally there. And so why does it matter? Well, we already talked about these man-in-the-middle attacks. We talked about there in the Sidney Powell lawsuit that's out there. There's additional exhibits that highlight that these passwords are available on the internet. And when you have a man-in-the-middle attack, you think you're getting the right data. You think you're talking to the right person, but you ain't. You're talking to an in-between guy. We also got NAIST that left a key under the mat. What do I mean by that? All the specs on what files to look for, what their file size is, everything else for the voting system is left up on the internet for everybody to go off and I went there myself. I could download this file, took that extract from it. You can find out everything you need to go off and manipulate as a hacker. And we've got Challenger observations on the ground that attest to each and every one of these. And I just want to highlight one of them, the poll worker observation, that he actually observed the fact that the printout of the tape said that there were write-in candidates on it, yet when you actually, he will test in his affidavit that there were no write-in ballots submitted.
Senator Colbeck,
Yep.
we're out of time.
Yep.
So thank you very much for your testimony. We also appreciate the slide deck that you presented, and if you are willing, would you please distribute that to the members of this panel, and I'm sure Mayor Giuliani would like to have it as well.
I will leave a copy for everybody.
Any questions for this gentleman, Mayor?
No, I think
Or would you like to move on to Anna Orth?
we can move on to
All right.
Ms. Orth. She's here
Thank
now.
you very much, Senator. Anna Orth, would you please come up to the witness stand? I guess it's a table, not a stand. I was just corrected. The witness sit. Thank you for coming, Anna.
Thank you for having me.
Would you please give your name, and Mayor, the floor is yours.
My name is Anna, and I'm a resident and registered voter in Pima County. I volunteered as a poll observer.
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphone,
Sure,
please?
of course.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Anna, and I'm a resident and registered voter in Pima County. I volunteered as a poll observer on October 16th, and then I signed up to work as a poll worker on November 3rd in a neighboring precinct. Would you like me to just give you an overview? Is that what
Yes,
I'm
please
doing?
do.
Okay. Well, I wrote in because I was aware of some irregularities that happened while I was a poll observer and some different activity that I just felt uncomfortable with on Election Day. So I'll go ahead and start with what happened on the day that I was an observer. I was certified prior to that to be able to watch the two people that would be correcting the problematic ballots, which I guess are called, they were duplicates. When I walked into the room, they said, "I'm sorry, you can't be in here. You're going to go into another room." So I had to walk back to the front desk. I was escorted from that area back to the one area where the ballots were being separated from their envelope. And there were 30 to 32 people doing this, and there were probably 14 to 17 tables where there sat two people, and it was supposed to be a Democrat and a Republican. But not every table had a Democrat, but not every table had a Republican. So many of those tables had either a Libertarian or someone. There was one table with someone from the Green Party, and then there were 3 or 4 tables that had a Pima County worker at each of those tables. And they worked there at the elections office because when people came in from the building, they talked to them, and their conversations led me to believe things like, "Oh, did you leave your lunch? Did you bring lunch?" And they said, "No, it's over in my office. I'm going to go get it later." And she was back in 5 minutes. So similar situation conversations that went on with people who came in with those workers. I found it difficult for me to be able to oversee 32 people and what they were doing. I was able to catch a few of the things that were mistakes, or where ballots were just, they were taking them out of the envelopes and putting them on in a pile. And their job in this particular room was to watch, to make sure that the ballots were in one direction, and then they would double check the count of the ballot to the envelope, I imagine, to check it against the envelopes that came in. Each table was given a bin to put these in, and these bins would then go to another area where they were being stacked up to be tabulated starting on October 22nd. Many of these had mistakes, or they were written in pencil, and the workers, as I went around, had questions on, is this a good ballot, is this not? I was told by the gentleman that ushered me out of the place where I was supposed to be and said, you aren't supposed to talk to anyone. You do not communicate with them. If you have an issue or you see an issue, you need to go to the supervisor, which is at the front of the table, front of the room. So as I saw things, as I went around to each table, I would go to the supervisor and I let her know, they don't know what to do with this ballot. It's in pencil or blah, blah, blah. And she'd say, no, it's fine, it's fine. So as I went back to the tables where I saw these issues, under my breath, I said, you need to go tell her. You need to go talk to them about this. And so many of them said, what do I do with this ballot? It's in pencil. Oh, it's fine, it'll go through. Or some people wrote over their ballot, over the little oval circle where they were supposed to mark, and those were put into a separate pile that would be called duplicates. Those duplicates then went to another table and were then taken to the room where I had been ushered out of. And there was one person, there was supposed to be a second person, and I said, is there a Republican at that table? Because I said, is there a Democrat and a Republican? And he said, well, we hope so. They have to, if they get here, but it'll just be, me, and hopefully a second person. So as I saw these ballots along this area that they marked as dupe, which I understood to stand for duplicates that were going to be fixed, they would then be taken to the table, to the room where I could see a glass, it was a glassed wall between us, and they were taken around to the other side to be dealt with. I didn't get to see that at that point. So when I left and the other person took over for me at 1 o'clock, I was there for 5 hours, I shared with her, I said, there's a lot of mistakes that are happening. They're not putting them in the order that they need to be in. So when they get folded, they become a duplicate because they can't be counted. The machine wasn't going to accept them, so it had to be then taken out of the pile and put into a duplicate. So when I left, the man who had ushered me out of the room, the first room, came to get me at 1 o'clock and walked me straight over to the front desk. And he said, I hope everything went well. And I said, well, my concern is not necessarily where I was. It was hard for me to watch 32 people by myself. But more concerning is when these ballots were opened in the other room. And so to give you kind of a sense of how it worked is the ballots, however they were collected, were brought into an initial area of the Office of the Elections in Pima County. And in that room, the envelopes were then opened up and the signatures were checked. So then they would go through a double door where they were then sent to the room that I was in, where there were as many people as I explained before, trying to put them in an order not necessarily of where they were from, but how they came in. So let's just say there were maybe 200, 250 per box, I'm not sure, but they came from different zip codes, different areas. It was whatever was mailed in. And then those were then put aside to be counted after the 22nd. My concern was the amount of ballots that were considered to be problematic that were then leaving the area that I was in, going to a room where there were only supposed to be 2 people, and yet not even sure there was 2 people. So that was my experience as an observer that I shared. I thought that was concerning. The other thing is when I came back to drop off my ballot, I had to drop it off outside, and there was no longer a police officer, and we found out that it was because our mayor, I live in Oro Valley, but the Tucson mayor wasn't allowing a police officer in front of the office anymore because it was upsetting to people to come and vote. And so I asked the man, I have to put my ballot out here. And he said, yes. So I said, how can I be sure someone isn't going to come and take this big box? And he said, no, we're watching it. And I said, who's you? And it was him and an elderly woman who was about 85. I don't know, and I'm sorry, meaning that she looked fragile, and I don't know how that could be protected. But I was a little concerned about that. It did make it in because when I checked my ballot, it was counted. But another question is how do we know who we voted for? That's a separate issue, but my point is that I don't know if my ballot actually has the people that I voted for. And, as I said, that's something separate from what I experienced there as an observer. As a poll worker, I was assigned to be a provisional ballot clerk, and that was on Election Day. And on that day, I had worked the primary in August, so I had an idea of who would come by, what the issues were. But this time, we had so many more people who needed a provisional ballot than we had been allotted to have in this one precinct. So that was concerning. But the people that came to me I had so many people who said, I didn't ask for a mail-in ballot. My wife isn't listed as an early ballot person, but I am. And those are the kind of people that we had a lot of. But secondly, I had people who had just moved here from other states, and most of them were from 2 apartment complexes. It was concerning because as we counted them, we probably had over 40 people who were in one apartment complex with one address who had moved here from other states that I began to turn away. I'd say, I don't know, within the hour, we were so busy that I took a break and went outside. And a gentleman with a yellow shirt said, hi, I'm with the Democratic Party. I'm here from California, and I'm here at this precinct specifically. I came from a Phoenix in Maricopa County, a precinct there, and we're here to help turn Arizona blue. And I don't know if just looking at me, he decided that he felt safe saying that to me. Maybe he assumed that I would be okay with that. I was shocked, and I said, oh, so what? He said, oh, I said, so what is your plan? What are you doing? And he said, well, I have lawyers on call to contact immediately if they don't allow them to vote, people to vote. And I said, well, there was a cutoff date. And he said, nope, every vote should count. So that made me nervous, of course, because I didn't know the law specifically, and I didn't want to do something that would cause a problem. So I thought, and he said, oh, I've only had to turn away, just a couple people were turned away, and I was able to help one person go back in. Well, that was probably sent to me because I was the provisional ballot clerk. So, of course, that was somebody that I had to take care of. So I went back in and thought, well, this is unusual. I'm concerned that somebody outside is going to be calling an attorney on something that I did because I said no. I sent somebody away and said, I'm sorry. I mean, if you don't have any proof that you've lived here or proof of having registered, I can't give you a ballot. So I called the recorder's office and explained this, and she said, well, you have to let them, all votes will count, but it's on a case-by-case basis. So at that point then, I had to call in to the recorder's office at every single ballot. And you have to understand, we ran out of spaces. So, I mean, we were at like 200. I'm sure you can check on this to be sure, but we were over the amount of ballots we had. But every time I called the recorder's office, they would ask me for their name and their date of birth. And when they would look that up, the person on the phone would say, okay, well, you can go ahead and let them vote. And so I was trying to find a constant that I could go by so that we could speed up the process. I mean, is it if they've moved here and they have this, and if they've moved here at a certain date, what is it? And they would not give me any constant. They just said, you just have to call for every case is different. So my concern and why I wrote in was that I had two people right after having a slew of people who came in from other states wanting to vote without having been registered and allowed to vote per the recorder's office. I then had someone come in from Maricopa County and one from Pinal County. It just happened right after. And each of them, when I called in, they said, nope, you're going to have them go back to Maricopa County, and the other one will have to go back to Pinal. And I said, well, how is that this person from Wisconsin and this person from Michigan and this person from Kentucky was able to do that? And she put me on hold for a second and then came back and said, well, it's just that we have their records more accurately than we have for Maricopa. We just can't, we're not able to process a Maricopa County ballot. So I had to send them away. But then as other people were coming through, it made me question why that was happening. So I asked them, do you have information that will prove that you are a resident, that I can verify that you are registered to vote here? And they would pull out their card, and it very clearly said that they were Republican. They had a voter card. So to test this theory out, I called the recorder's office and asked them, and they were denied. I had to deny them. And so I was in a frenzy trying to take care of all of these people, but I found that the discrepancy between every vote counts and only those that the recorder's office would allow was indicative of how they chose who they wanted to allow to vote. And there was a consistency in the voter preference that they chose. And that concerned me because by the end of the night, which was at 8:15, after we counted all of the votes and they got put in the box and we were waiting for someone to come get them, I'm in the car and the election was already counted for Arizona, which I found appalling, first of all, after working 15 and a half hours taking in votes. But the experience really led me to believe that it was not, there should have been a system that we could have followed, because I understood that registered voters ended on a certain date and you couldn't come in and vote, but I was having to allow people to vote that literally had just moved here. within 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And they were all from two different, not all of them, I take that back. There was a large majority, a large percentage of people who had addresses from 2 apartment complexes. And the last thing is that I had a homeless man who came in with a registration. And the reason I know he's homeless is because I said, "Where do you live?" And he said, he didn't speak English, and he said, "I don't have a home, but when I was at a shelter, they registered me at the recorder's office." So when I called about it, and they said, "Well, he was probably registered to be in this precinct." I said, "But he doesn't live here." And they go, "Well, it's anybody who was registered downtown can vote." And so I found that to be odd. And last week, for work, I was on the other side of town, and I saw this gentleman on the south side of Tucson with his shopping cart. And I swung into the parking space and called him and just said, "Hi, can I talk to you?" And when he saw me, he ran out, for who knows why. But my point is these are the kind of people that had apparently permission to vote in a precinct that was literally 25 miles away because they had a voting card that was given to them from downtown. That it was a downtown precinct that allowed him to vote here. So my point is that if somebody from Pinell County and Maricopa County can't vote, how is it that in this precinct, how is it that a homeless man from another area of the town and also people from other states were able to get permission to vote? And that was concerning to me, and that's why I'm here.
Ms. Orr, thank you very much. Mr. Giuliani, do you have any questions specific to this witness?
Sure.
Please proceed.
A couple. I'll try to clarify.
Just to give you a marker on time, it's 12:02.
Okay. So you were there for 16 and a half hours, Ms. Orth?
On Election Day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. And you were supposed to work with the ballots that were being examined?
I was working with the voters, the ballots of voters who were not able to walk into the precinct to vote normally on a ballot. So some of them came to me saying, "It says that I got an early ballot and I never got it." Others said, "It doesn't even say that I'm on there. It says that I've already voted, or I'm not allowed to vote here." Those were the kind of...
So these were ballots that had difficulties?
Yes.
And there were 28 or 30 to 35 people that were looking at those ballots that you had to observe?
No, that was... Okay, I just described to you my experience as a poll worker
Right.
on Election Day. Those 30 people that I mentioned earlier were when I was a poll observer on the 16th of October at the elections office in Pima
Right.
County.
And you were unable to see what they were doing?
It was a room as big as almost maybe half the size of this banquet room, and I was an observer watching 30...
As far away as we are?
I could walk behind them. But I couldn't walk behind 35 people at the same time.
And what were they doing?
They were taking them out of the envelope. They had been brought in from the recorder's office where the ballot had been opened. The envelope had been opened, and according to what I was told, the signature had already been checked in another room.
But you didn't see the signature check?
No, I didn't get to see that. They would take these out, and they would take...
Did you ask to see it?
Yes, and I was not allowed...
And were you refused?
Yes. So they said, and I wasn't allowed to talk to anybody, but as I said before, I could talk to the supervisor. These people who sat at each of these tables, who were representative of mostly one party, with the Democrat Party, and they would take them out of the envelope and then put them in a pile, and then separate the inside envelope. In Arizona, we have an outside envelope, then the inside envelope,
Right.
and then the ballot, right?
Right.
So the ballot was then collected from the bin. So each table would get a bin, and they would separate them, put the ballots in a pile, put the envelopes in a rubber band, put them to the side, and then mark that they had such and such amount of regular ballots and such and such amount of duplicates, problematic ballots, that then had to be taken to a table, and they would separate those, take the duplicates, mark them, put them at a table, which were then taken to the original room where I had been ushered out of. Not that I was not to help them.
In a room that you were excluded from, they examined the signatures.
Yes. No, they started examining the signatures, then were moved to this room. And then from this room, they were then piled to then be tabulated later.
Did they do a further examination of the signatures?
No, not in this room. The
So
only room that was done in this...
You observed no examination of signatures, and they refused to let you do that.
Right. I was only allowed to watch these people put these in piles. So when I was ushered back
So
out...
how many ballots do you think, just a rough estimate, how many ballots? 1,000, 100, 2,000?
I would say each box had between 200 and 250 ballots. And I was there for 5 hours. And during that time that I was there, each table went through 6 to 7 to 8, depending on how fast they were and how many mistakes they made, because many times the ballots weren't straight and they had to recount them, or I would hear them say...
So how do we do that arithmetic?
All right, well, let's see, 250 times 8. Somebody who's not nervous maybe can say...
2,000.
That's per table. And there were about 16 to 17 tables of 2 people doing this at the same time.
So as I best understand this, there were 2,000 ballots times 17 tables.
Yes.
That you or anyone else that
By
you knew
myself.
of got a chance. No Republican got a chance to observe that, as far as you know.
Well, I was the only observer allowed in at one time. So a gal took over for me at 1 o'clock when I left, and I told her, I'm exhausted. I don't know how you can watch all 17, but stand behind one of the tables, and you'll see that this particular table keeps folding them and tearing them, and once that happens, it has to become a duplicate. And when this becomes a duplicate, it goes to that table, and it goes to the room where we don't get to see what happens to that. So you can't talk to them, but you can do this and tell them, look, that's folded or that's crooked. Or and I said, if you see one again that has a pencil on it, the supervisor is saying that yes, she told me specifically that it could go through. I mean, told me that it couldn't, but told them that it could. So I said, there's some discrepancy in what she's telling me and what she's telling them. So just do your best to try to keep an eye on this particular table is doing this, that particular table when I walk by is doing that. That one over there has a Pima County worker on it, and she works here with them, and there's no Republican at that table, so it's very concerning. And so
it sure
that
is.
was so when I was ushered out, they came specifically twice to me and said, please don't talk to anybody, and you cannot leave on your own. Make sure that when it's time, what time do you have to leave so we can walk you out? When they walked me out, the gentleman said, I hope everything went well. And I said, well, I'm concerned because here they were, my only concern is the handling of the ballots, which makes them ineligible to go through the machine correctly. But it's the room before me and the room after me it's a concern. I don't get to see.
Well, let me ask you about that. So a certain number of ballots were now put aside as duplicates.
Yes.
Duplicates means that they had a problem.
Yes, that they have to be duplicated.
Right.
So
it didn't mean there were 2 ballots.
Right. That's what
Duplicates
they called
can
them.
sound like 2 ballots. What
Right.
it meant was there's something wrong with it, and therefore we may have to duplicate it.
Yes, and that's the room that I was originally
And they were put aside.
put aside,
And they
taken
were brought
out.
into another room,
There was
and
2 people.
you were not allowed to go in there.
No, I was not allowed to go back there.
So you were cut off from that also.
Yes, I was specifically
You were cut off from
taken
observing
out.
the problem ballots.
Yes, I was specifically taken out of that room, ushered out, and brought into this room, which really was just the room, as I explained.
And how many could you estimate that is?
Each table would have an average of, I would say maybe 1/16 of the pile. So, let's say an average of maybe 10 to 20 ballots, but by the time I left, these bins were filled. They would fill them, they would go correct them or whatever it is that they did and brought them back.
Best estimate.
I would say my guess would be close to the day that I was there, just in 5 hours, maybe 2,000 ballots.
Okay.
Yeah. But.
And you had a sense that when there was problems with ballots or whether someone should vote or not, the choices that were being made were to allow people that appeared to be voting for Biden and the Democrats to vote and declining those who appeared to be people who might be voting for Trump or the Republicans.
Well, yes. I began to get that sense after I saw that people from other states who weren't even registered in the state of Arizona were being allowed to vote. I was given direction that I had to give them a provisional ballot because as they walked out, there was a gentleman out there who told me he was specifically there to make sure that every voter who wanted to vote could vote. And so that was on election day, though, Mr. Giuliani. That's not on the day I observed. Okay.
I got it.
And on that day, that was happening. And then when I would get a voter who was from another county and had some indication, sometimes they had a shirt that either said Trump on it or they showed me their voter card and said they gave me some indication that they were a Trump voter, and I had to call on them like I did for every single person that came in to the recorder's office, and I was told to send them away. And so it was at that point that I started to see that this can't be right. This can't be right. So I tested this and
No,
asked her,
right.
and then especially as I said,
glad you recognize that.
yeah. And so when I said you all live at this apartment complex, and you all live at this other one, and they said, well, yeah, we're all coming in to vote, and so I said, well, are you how long have you lived here? Or is your other precinct here? Well, I've lived here, or I've lived there, and they still were allowed to vote. Many of them were not residents for more than a month. Other people said they were registered in another state, but that they were here. And then, as I said, I think the nail in the coffin for me was when this poor little old homeless man, and I speak Spanish, so I spoke to him and said, how are you here? And he said, I was told to come vote. I want to vote. And I said, okay. Well, where do you live? And he goes, well, I lived in a shelter downtown. Well, downtown is 15 miles from where I live. So
Right.
I'm sure that's not his precinct. He should be voting there.
So you thought there were about 2,000 like this, roughly?
I would say easily, just in the 5 hours that I was
Okay.
there, on one specific day, and that was on a Friday, they were going to be counted. They were being collected to be tabulated.
One last question. The gentleman who said he was there to turn Arizona blue.
Yes, that was a guy.
What was he? What was his official position?
He had a sign.
Was he an inspector of some kind?
No, he was a poll observer that was from California. He was from L.A. And on a break, I walked out there and I said hello and just walking, and he said hi. And I said, what are you doing? And he said, well, I'm a poll observer for the Democratic Party, and I'm here. I said, oh. And he goes, the weather's hot here. It's not as hot as it is at home. And I said, well, where are you from? And he said, I'm from California. And I said, what are you doing here? And he said, well, I'm here specifically to help turn this precinct blue. This is one of our problem ones. And I said, oh. And as I said to the panel over here, I don't know why he felt comfortable telling me that, but he said, I said, you came all the way from LA? He goes, no, actually, I came from another precinct in Maricopa where it was another one that we were focusing on, and now I'm here.
What was he doing Was he campaigning? Was he encouraging people to vote for Biden? What activities did he take part in to turn Arizona blue?
Well, as I understood, because I was inside working, his job was to make sure that anybody who was turned away to vote, that he would have people he could call, attorneys in his words. He goes, I have a couple attorneys that I'm connected to right now that if anybody's not allowed to vote, I can make sure that they're represented. And so anybody who was not allowed to vote in that polling place, I was the one that they would be talking to. So of course, that was somewhat directed at me, since I'm the one who would say, no, you can't vote.
I see.
So I don't know what else he was doing, but he said there was a group of them that were coming in.
And they sent him there sometime after you began doing that?
He was there, well, we started at 5 o'clock in the morning just getting ready. So when I went out for a break, it was maybe around 10 o'clock, and he had been there. And I'm sorry, I don't remember what he had on his shirt, but they were very clear that they had T-shirts, they said, that they matched. Another person came in to take over for him, and it was a yellow shirt with something written on the front.
Well, thank you very much for your service and for your courage and testifying. I just make one point, Mr. Chairman. Her testimony alone, and I see no reason why she isn't telling the truth. By the way, she is under oath in the sense that she submitted an affidavit under penalties of perjury to what she just testified to.
Thank you, sir.
And 34,000 votes unobserved would change the nature of the election. Just her testimony.
Indeed it would.
One witness.
Sir, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for
Members,
having me.
I know everybody wants to ask a question. We need it. Well, everybody has one. It is now 12:15. I expect this hearing, at the rate that we're going, we will be here until late into the night. Please be brief with your question, and I would appreciate it if there's no follow-ups, just so that we can have a lunch break and kind of set the expectation for the folks who are here and get back at it.
And we'll try to make the witnesses focus a little bit more.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Leo Biasucci, I'm sorry, Representative Biasucci, you're first, and then Mr. Burley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Anna, for being here. Just a quick question about the voters that you said were coming in that were from out of town, or they just moved there, whatever their reasoning was. Did they have an Arizona ID with an address or anything to show you? Were they on the voter rolls, or were these?
No, they were not on the voter rolls. They had out-of-state driver's licenses, but had either an electric bill or some kind of a bill that they showed me on their phone, showed me that they lived in this particular precinct. With that, I would call the recorder's office.
And you would verify through them that they were indeed legal to vote?
Right. And so then when I'd say, well, when did you move here? Well, I moved here on such and such a date. But you had to have registered, I think, in Arizona by the 15th. And then it was extended to the 22nd or the 23rd. Right. So it was just questionable that they were still allowed to vote, but sure. I had a longtime voter who wasn't allowed to vote from another precinct, right. And yet someone could vote from another state.
Perfect. Thank you.
Senator Burley.
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. When the votes that needed to be duplicated, the ones that needed to be corrected, when they went to the end of the room, did you notice anybody in there that was actually overseeing that correction, a Republican or a Democrat?
No, as I mentioned before, that's the first room I went into, and he explained to me that this is the room where that would happen, but that I was not allowed to be in there.
When you were in there before they sent you somewhere else, did you see a Republican and a Democrat?
No, he was alone. It was just one person.
Do you know how he was registered? Do you know if he's a registered Republican or Democrat?
I don't know, but I have an idea, but that wouldn't be...
Well, bottom line is...
We'd appreciate no speculation. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a violation of the law anyway, because you're supposed to have both.
Right.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Members, one question, and then we're going to break for lunch. Representative Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Anna, I just have a really quick question. We had our county recorder in Maricopa County instruct voters to cross out mistakes on their ballots for the November election. And then we later had a judge say, no, that was likely breaking the law. You can't do that. We've also heard from adjudicators saying that they had seen a full Republican ballot all the way down, but that President Trump's name was crossed out and the other candidates was circled in. Is it possible, in your opinion, in that other room that you weren't allowed to be in when there wasn't a second person watching the adjudication, were there pins allowed? Would someone be able to cross out one candidate and vote for someone else?
Well, again, I wasn't in there to be able to say this accurately, but there's only, can make an assumption. If a room requires two people and an observer, that a person by themselves, it's possible. Of course it's possible that that's what happened. But those are the kind of ballots that I'd see. Because I was able to see them as they came through in this room. They were either all for GOP or all for the Democratic Party. But one of the president little oval had been marked off, or not marked, crossed, which makes it a problematic ballot. So that would have to go into the other room that you're asking me about. And again, I wasn't in there to be able to speak accurately about what this person could have done or didn't do. And that to me was the problem in this whole issue. I'm useless to be able to watch people just putting them in order. We should have had an observer watching these corrected ballots.
All right. Ms. Orr, thank you very much for your testimony.
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, here's how we're going to manage the lunch break. As you leave, please wait a minute before you walk out the door or you won't get back in. As you're walking out the door, you'll be given an armband, and in order to come back in, you'll have to show that armband. We are going to break. It's now 12:22. We will be back here at 1 o'clock. It's going to be a short break. Thank you.
Which mail-in ballots were rejected was 0.2%. Now think of it. In this election, you have had more mail-in ballots than in any other election in the history of the country. It's a logistical nightmare. And you're telling me that in the span of 4 years, mail-in ballots have increased exponentially, but yet the fraud has decreased by more than 30 times? This is ridiculous. Nobody believes this. So this is why we are calling on our state legislators to do the right thing. It's simple. Discard the results of this fraudulent election right now. And reclaim your constitutional authority to appoint electors yourselves. Arizona Republicans, send 11 electors to Washington, D.C. to vote for President Trump for 4 more years. 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years, 4 more years. 4 more years! 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 And at this point, we're not asking, are we? No! We are demanding that they do what is right. And if we don't get 4 more years of President Trump, we will be looking to 22 and 24. But not so that we can get back control of the House or keep up the political games. We'll be looking to 22 and 24 to primary every last Republican that did not stand with our president. The GOP, if they cannot protect our president, then they are useless and they must be cast aside. Because I don't know about you, but I am sick and tired of being insulted and betrayed and stepped on and abused by the system and the people that purport to represent us. President Donald Trump alone was the only one who would stand up for us and stand up for the American people and stand up for our country. Insofar as President Trump is the only one who will protect us and our interests, my allegiance is not to the GOP, my allegiance is to Donald Trump. We want Trump! 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 And know this, Mitch McConnell, the thousands of people that are gathered here today and the thousands of people gathered in Atlanta and Harrisburg, we are no longer Republicans. We are Trump supporters. America first! 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 So Mitch McConnell better think long and hard about his next steps in the coming months, because we will remember what he did for us in this time when it comes time for his candidates to go up for their primary and general elections in the years to come. We'll remember. And I've looked back at the past 5 years, and I think about our President Donald Trump. This man is a billionaire. He was one of them. He was a celebrity who lived at the top of a skyscraper in New York City in a golden palace. He stood up and fought 16 idiot Republicans in the 2016 primary. He stood up and he defeated the most corrupt candidate in the history of the United States, Hillary Clinton. He fought through a fake Russia investigation. He fought through a fake impeachment. He fought through fake news and fake polls. And now the system thinks that they can defeat him with fake ballots. We're not going to let that happen. President Trump fought through all of that. He had his reputation destroyed. He was lied about and slandered. They tried to put him in jail. He fought through all of that for us, the American people. And now, the American people are going to fight for you, President Trump. We are going to fight for our president. President Trump had it all. He had a great life. He could have stayed at the top of his penthouse on Fifth Avenue in New York City, far away from this screwed up country and all of its problems. But he didn't. He took a stand, and he should inspire each and every last one of you to take the same stand for your people and your country. Some Republicans are telling us that we just have to focus on this Senate runoff in Georgia. And by the way, this was Ronna McDaniel, the chair of the Republican Party. She said that we have to wait to deal with election fraud after the Senate runoff. after the Senate runoff. The Senate runoff is in January. It'll be too late after that. There is only right now. And the stakes could not be greater. Because in truth, if the Democrats get away with stealing this election, there is no limit to what they will get away with. If they were able to steal no fewer than 7 swing states with hundreds of thousands or millions of ballots, there is no limit to what they will be able to steal in every election in the future. If they get away with it now, they will never not get away with it ever again. So there is no 22, there is no 24 or 26 or 28. If we don't stop this election fraud right here and right now. What's more is think about Joe Biden's first day in office. On day one, if Joe Biden is inaugurated, you can be sure that 30 million criminal illegal aliens will get amnesty. Don't believe the media. They tell us for 30 years there's 11 million illegals. Really? Take a drive around this city. I think you'll change your mind pretty quickly. 30 million illegal aliens that will vote in elections, that will go to your public schools on your dime, that will use your hospitals on your dime. 30 million illegal aliens that will take your jobs and the jobs of your children, all given amnesty thanks to Joe Biden. If that is allowed, Republicans will never win another election ever again just because of that. We have to have President Trump for 4 more years so he can finish the border wall. Build the wall, 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 build the wall. And President Trump is the only one that can do it. We need to take every single last illegal alien in this country and send them back over the border. Send them back, 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 send them back. Pack your bags, because it's going to be only America first from now on. America first, America first, America first, America first, America first, America first, America first. On day one, if Joe Biden is inaugurated, you can be sure that this fake coronavirus lockdown will never end. And you know what's at stake here. This coronavirus lockdown is not meant to stop the spread. It's not meant to eliminate this disease. The point of the coronavirus is to destroy the economic base of power of the middle class. They're destroying your small businesses. They're taking your jobs. And it's all going, all of that wealth is going to Amazon. They want to eliminate all private property. They want to eliminate entrepreneurship. They want to eliminate commerce so that they can make us completely dependent on the government. I'm sure you've heard about it before. It's called the Global Great Reset. And it's very real. The point of this lockdown is to wipe out Western civilization and build it back up under the totalitarian control of global governments and giant corporations. If Joe Biden is inaugurated, he will be a puppet for every global special interest to loot this country for everything that it's worth. And that is why it is imperative that we stop him from getting in office. Because this is not another Democratic administration. If they are allowed to get away with this, it will be the end of this United States of America. So we're out here and we're asking our representatives very simply, in the hour of action, maybe the most important political moment in this century, to simply do their jobs, represent us the people, and finish and complete the rightful election of President Trump from November 3rd, 2020. If, whether or not President Trump is in office, in my opinion, everything that has been done in the past 5 years will have been in vain. If we do not create a political realignment in this country. What I mean by this is simple. For too long, the GOP, our supposed party, has represented the interests of the donor class and of the global special interests. No matter what the outcome of this contest is, there must be a real great reset in the Republican Party. Yeah! And that real great reset should take the donors and take the global special interests out of the GOP, and in its place should be us, the American people. The new Republican Party must be America first. 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 America first means finally an end to these Middle Eastern wars that do not benefit us. America first means an end to this mass immigration, this invasion of our country by foreigners. America first means an end to these disastrous trade deals that are looting the wealth of this country and its people. As President Trump said in his inaugural address, from this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first. 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 And what's more is this. This is not simply a political struggle, as I'm sure all of you know, and I love to see your beautiful cross. The real struggle is not some battle between Republicans and Democrats. The real struggle is between good and evil. This is a spiritual war. It is a spiritual war between the devil and the children of Jesus Christ. Christ is king. 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 It is not the billionaires. It is not the planners. It is not the global special interests in charge. It is Jesus Christ that is sovereign over everything. And if you want a little bit of a glimpse into the future, it will be people saying his name once again. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but for decades, politicians will make these very vague and very generic appeals to religion. They'll talk about God, and maybe they'll throw in some scripture. I've never heard them say his name. I've never heard them say, Jesus Christ is Lord. Well, let me tell you something. America is a Christian nation. And Americans are a Christian people.
And we are finally going to have Christian leadership in this country. If you look back at 1776, the odds that were stacked against the Americans were nearly impossible to overcome. We were fighting the greatest empire in the history of the world, the British Empire. And we would not have won in the beginning if it were not for God's help in the revolution. God created this country because this country is good. And in the same way that God created this country in 1776, looking at all the odds stacked against us in this year between the social media and the regular media and Wall Street and big tech and Hollywood and academia, fighting against these impossible odds, God will help us in our fight this time too, because we are with God. And I hear somebody over there shouting, "Save the babies." Save the babies and save the children in this country. This is something that is not talked about often enough. The Democrats are not simply waging a war on our freedom. They're not simply waging a war on our sovereignty. But if you pay attention, they are waging a war against our children. They are aborting our babies. They are looking at our children and they're brainwashing them in public schools. They are trafficking our children across the globe. Remember Barack Obama and his $65,000 hot dogs and pizza from Chicago? We know that our elites are Satanists and pedophiles. That's what it is. The point is simple. If your babies are not being aborted, they're being brainwashed in public schools. If they're not brainwashed in public schools, they're being put on drugs by their therapist. It's called SSRIs. If they're not being put on drugs by their therapist, they're being put on drugs by the streets or by their friends. If they make it all the way through middle and high school, they'll be debt slaves to the federal government because they have to get a college degree to get a job. At every step of the way of our children's lives, they face a full-on assault by the powers that rule this world. We have to save our children. That's ultimately what this is all about. Save the kids, 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 save the kids. We want this country to become decent and cohesive and orderly and Christ-like and traditional once again. America is rapidly becoming a country where strong traditional marriages are not happening anymore. America is becoming a country where you cannot raise your children in a traditional and in a decent and virtuous way anymore. A country that does not allow for marriages and the virtuous rearing of children, there is nothing worth preserving in a country like this. And I'll tell you that it does not have to be this way. This is the United States of America. This is a great country, and we are a great people. USA! 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 What is happening right now is being done to us. What is happening right now is being perpetrated against us by these global special interests. America does not have to be a third world country. You walk around every city in this country and you see homeless people, you see filth, you see decay, you see indecency, you see things that offend God. And we have to put a stop to all of this. It is within our power, but it is up to the good and patriotic men of this country to stand up and lead. And this is what you see right here today. The globalists had prepared for every contingency in rigging this election. They prepared the Antifa shock troops to storm the cities. They prepared the media to suppress the president's press conferences. They prepared big tech to censor anybody that didn't go along with it. But there is one thing that they did not count on, and that is the American people rising up and taking to the streets. And we're not finished. This is only the beginning. Because what the global special interests need to be reminded of is that we are the people that run this country. It is us that are your truck drivers. It is us that are your police and your firefighters. We are the producers in this country. And if we, the producers, decide that we are not going to go along with this fraudulent election, then it is we, the people that make this country run, that will shut it right down. We are not going to take this sitting forever. Pretty soon you're going to see, I think, major strikes, trucker strikes and farmer strikes. This is what must happen. Well, we cannot allow this to continue. And there's no reason to, because ultimately we are in control. I saw a poll today that said that 47% of Americans believe that this election was stolen. If a fraction of the 74 million people that voted for Trump, or a fraction of those 47% of people that believe this election was stolen, if they rise up and say that we will not go along with it, then they will not get away with this. Rise up, 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 rise up. And you know, one thing that I like about Ali is that when he organizes these protests, he doesn't get permits. We are done asking for permission. We are going to rise up, and we are going to take this country back. Black Lives Matter does it, Antifa does it, and they do it in ways that are just despicable. Black Lives Matter is perhaps the worst organization in the history of the United States of America. BLM sucks. 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 And not for nothing, they say Black Lives Matter. Has anybody in the past 20 years ever been under the illusion that black lives don't matter? All we hear in the media is Black Lives Matter, black is beautiful, affirmative action, and all of this. Who is telling our children that their lives matter?
The parents! You are not.
The media says Black Lives Matter. Our lives matter.
Our lives matter! Our lives matter! Our lives matter!
Our lives matter. Our lives matter. Our lives matter. Our lives matter. Our lives matter.
All lives matter!
It is our children that are coming up in public schools, and they're being taught that they should hate who they are.
Yep.
Our children are being brought up in public schools. Our children are brought up in public schools, and they're being taught that it is them and their ancestors alone that are responsible for slavery and colonialism and racism and everything under the sun. I look at the children of generational Americans. I look at the children of the Americans that built this country, that settled this country and explored it and fought for it and built its industry. And I look at those children and I tell them, your lives matter too. Yeah. But back to the original point. It is leftists for the past 6 months that have filled our streets and destroyed them. Now, we do not aim to destroy, but we will continue to fill these streets and demand a rightful election of our President Donald Trump. So we will be out here. We will be out here for the rest of the day as long as this public hearing is going on. And we will be out here in every single state capital until Donald Trump is inaugurated on January 20th, 2021. What is amazing and what actually fills me with so much confidence is that I know that President Trump...
That they said, we cannot condone this. We are clawing our electoral college votes back. We will not release them. That's what I'm calling on our colleagues in both the House and Senate to do. Exercise our plenary authority under the U.S. Constitution. There is a legal brief out there that says we are not tethered to state statute when it comes to this one question. A simple majority can call the House and Senate back, and in a day can pass a resolution and cause those electors to basically be held. And it is binding. I'll see y'all in court.
All right, they have to be down in 3 minutes. Maybe name and affiliation one more time. Name and district.
I'm Sonny Borelli, State Senator. I'm also the Senate Majority Whip, Legislative District 5.
Yep, and State Representative Leo Biasucci, also District 5, Mojave-La Paz County.
U.S. Congressman Paul Gosar from Arizona, 4th District.
Representative Mark Fincham from Legislative District 11, serving Pima and Pinal counties. Thank you very much, and I appreciate getting the word out.
Probably somebody asked that. Where we go from here? What's our next step with gentlemen?
Well, we finished the hearing today,
right,
and we hope to have a work product out within the next 24 to 48 hours. That is a resolution,
right,
calling on our colleagues to act.
And is there a shower of doubt from, I'm listening as well as a citizen, not as a media person.
Yes, sir.
And I saw a shower of doubt almost immediately, and we believe in the Constitution. So do you think that's where I'm going, it's the right thing right now? I see like admissible, like all this information that they have already, they should stop what they're doing and stop recertification.
You think they should, but there'll be testimony this afternoon that doesn't even deal with the voting booths. It basically looks at choreographing and correlating between voter logs and voters that shouldn't have voted. And there's plenty of numbers that they have there that actually should throw that to the Supreme Court to take up.
So there's the mathematical case.
Because I heard you say about time, and time is the essence, right?
Time is of the essence.
This is the time to
so this is the time to do it, man.
Yes.
So we have the statistical case, we have the actual case,
right,
and then we have the proofs that show not only do we have ballots that are improper, but we have an election system that's been hacked.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So all of those things combined, in my mind, so far, I'm leaning towards holding back our electoral college votes, because the problem is once you commingle those legitimate ballots with illegitimate ballots,
yes,
the election by definition, by very definition, is a fraud. All right, we got to go downstairs. Thank you very much.
But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Not getting lunch, man.
Paul, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Get some lunch. Yes, gentlemen, thank you so much. That was great. But I needed that. That was great to get it out. Yeah, thank you. I hope you guys use it, this meeting. Started.
And guess what? In 1776, when we declared our freedom from the British, we didn't stop there. They continued to fight till 1783 because they knew what was at stake. We're not going to stop. And just how they continue to fight, when Donald Trump gets back in office, we are going to continue to fight, and we are going to continue to drain that swamp. George Washington was a fantastic president. When George Washington became and was elected president, the first president of the United States, he didn't want power. He didn't want praise. He didn't even want to live in the White House. It wasn't kind of built in, but still. He didn't want all this attention because he knew how much big government sucks. He knew how much corruption and communism and socialism sucked. George Washington believed in a free people where the people rule the country, not the government. They don't take anything from us. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, secure blessings of liberties to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. The Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, are the greatest documents in history. And as Jake said, it is true. I love my Constitution. It's an hour audio, and I listen to it every single night. I love my history. History is fantastic. We have to preserve it. Abraham Lincoln stated that those who abuse freedom deserve it not for themselves. Abraham Lincoln, after the Civil War, still continued to push, fight, and pursue the American dream. Many men fought for this American dream they never got to see come alive. The Declaration is wonderful. It was signed by 56 men. And if you really think about it, that is not a lot of people. 56 is probably this small group, I don't know, section over here. Yes, they were. But they believed in a strong America, and they didn't care that the number was bigger. They didn't care who the British Army was. They still fought for it. 9 men signed it. But look what a small army did. The British. They won for America. I refuse to be silent. I refuse. We need to run for stuff. We need to drain the swamp like Trump is. I sent in my application, and I hope for precinct committee. I am running for precinct committee. America will never be a socialist country. And I think half of these so-called do-nothing Democrats need to read the 22nd Amendment, because that's got a lot of power in it. Same thing with the 25th Amendment. The Constitution must be preserved, protected, and upheld at all costs. I will gladly spill my blood for this country. I come from a large military family. I was raised by lucky parents that taught me to love. My dad's a colonel, and he's over in Afghanistan right now. He is a colonel in the Marines. Hoorah! And they won't let him come home because of this pandemic. It's nothing but political of what this was for. You guys, I hope every one of you realize that they are trying to down and stupidify the American people. They are taking away your rights to go ahead and, like, oh, you have to wear a mask. Oh, you have to go ahead and do this. It's not right. It is not right. You can't stand for that. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. And George Washington said that. So stand up, continue to fight. We love Trump. We love Trump. He signed a 1776 Act to bring back patriotic teaching, you guys. We will always stand for America. This is the land of the free because of the brave. I say, give me liberty or give me death.
Well, today's rally is very important to make sure that we are not forgotten, that this election was rigged. We now have the proof that we're going to put out today. And then we want to make sure that the actions are taken to preserve the very pristine aspect of one vote, one legal vote for one legal citizen. Very important, because we want to show that Arizona, being very, very close, a little over 10,000 votes, there was definitely issues that was coordinated, and that this president, who rightly won Arizona, was denied that. And now we sit with the governor possibly certifying that election. So maybe looking at the courts intervening from that standpoint. But the information is overwhelming in the number of people that were registered to vote, who voted in this election, the high percentage of turnout, particularly like the Navajo Nation, and in special districts where state Senate candidates outperformed the president by 10,000 and 7,000 votes, which doesn't make sense. I expect us now, and knowing some of the testimony coming forward, not even dealing with the machine issue, but the issues of these ballots coming from people who weren't legally able to vote where they did. And I think it's going to come to the forefront where the American people can start to see this. In Arizona, you know, we rejected federal oversight with their federal judges. That's why we were kicked back for a stay from statehood. So we're being the leaders. We're making sure that we are being heard and that justice is served. Their trust is a series of promises kept. And where has the voter gotten trust from the federal government? Not. Same thing with our state government. And so what a beautiful exercise it would have been to have a forensic audit, to compare those ballots and the names on those ballots to the ticker tape particularly in Maricopa County, of the Dominion software, which in a Senate subcommittee last year said was 100% corruptible. 100% corruptible. That seems to me like you'd want to investigate to clear the air. An exercise, if there's something wrong, you can correct it. And if nothing was wrong, then you can celebrate it. Well, today's a big day. Follow your heart. Say a prayer. Our republic needs it.
Patriots, I'm Elizabeth Taylor. I was born and raised here in Phoenix, Arizona 50 years ago, and I'm grateful to be here today. I have a little prayer cross in my pocket that I carry with me that says, "Do not be afraid, for I am with you always." It's from Isaiah. And that is definitely my motto: do not fear. The enemy wants you to fear. He wants you to stay quiet. He wants you to shudder. But you know what? Be that shining light that God created all of us to be. We are all made uniquely individual and divine. And just celebrate who you are, your uniqueness, because you are all beautiful and you all matter. I've been coming out here since the first rally 4 weeks ago, every day down the polling station. I've been here, I've been present, and I'm thankful so much for all of you for being here as well. So with that, I will say a quick prayer.
Hats off! Hats off! Hats off!
Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this opportunity this morning to be gathered here with all my brothers and sisters in Jesus Christ. This is a Christian foundation. We will not be living in fear. We will not be accepting tyrant behavior. We will not go without our voices being heard. You say when two or more are gathered, you are truly present. Well, two or more are clearly gathered. You be that shining light. You smile when they yell at you and call you names. You know the truth, and you will speak the truth in Jesus' name. Heavenly Father, I ask that you bless everyone and give them the strength to take this back to their neighborhoods, to take this back to their jobs, to be the light in their family when their family has turned against them and they know the darkness. Don't let that darkness creep in. Turn off the news, turn off the madness on the radios. Put on good music, put on Christian music. Listen to the voice of God and that still voice within you that says this fight is not over. Heavenly Father, please quiet us in the times when we need to be still. We can go and go and go, but sometimes we need to retreat and just be with you, Lord. Just to hear you speak to us, to say, I am with you, and I am there for you, and I will never leave you, and I will never forsake you. So please give us the strength, the patriots of Arizona, the patriots of the USA, for all those around the world who are pulling for us as well. I know people in Guam are praying for us. I know people in Australia are praying for us because they tell me when I post pictures. Please help us to continue to rise above the lies of the devil, the lies of darkness, to be children of the light, to be good, loving neighbors, to accept those who are different from us, don't judge, don't perceive, but to love our neighbor like ourselves, to keep holy the Sabbath day, to respect and do the 10 Commandments, and just to find a loving presence and to have a relationship with him each and every day is a gift. You guys treat it as one, for one day it will be our last. And I pray for all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen.
All right, we're going to give the mic back to Mike. What's up, Arizona? Are you guys ready to keep this fight up? Are you guys ready to defend the Constitution? Are you guys ready to light the fire and stop the steal? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being out here on such short notice. 48 hours and we can put this together. Imagine if we have a week. The one thing they're scared of, the one thing power is scared of is people. People in masses. So we will not go silently. We will not stay silent. We will fight until our last breath for this country. You know what's crazy? I'm getting banned from Twitter left and right. I got a nice big base on there. I'm very happy with it. I put a lot of work in to do it. And Twitter is shit. Everybody knows this. Right before a big event, every time with Stop the Steal, I get banned on a 7-day ban. They always don't want the voices to be heard. They don't want people to organize. And you know what I say to Jack Dorsey and Twitter? Go to hell! You are outnumbered! This movement is not about me. It's not about Stop the Steal. It's not even about Rudy. It's not even about anything. It's about our country and making sure that our freedoms are protected. The day we give them an inch, the day we give them a foot, is the day they take a mile and the day they take this country. Are we going to let that happen? Hold the line. 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 We've got one chance in this country, and I said it before and I'll say it again. This is the most important election of our lifetime. If we let them take this from us, do you think there's going to be a fair election in 2024? Never. Do you think there's going to be a fair election in 28? No. They steal it once, they will always steal it. And at that point, we will live under tyranny. Are we going to let that happen? Our Constitution is being attacked. Our free speech is being attacked. Our right to assembly is being attacked. And to those who attack us, I have one thing to say. You are outnumbered! Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for coming out. We got a good program and a good agenda, so stick around, keep the fight, and stay high energy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Stop the steal! 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 Stop the steal!
Next, I'm going to introduce someone who's been a big part of the rallies here in Arizona. You guys all heard about the election fraud rallies that are happening at the election center. This is one of the event hosts, a really great speaker. Give it up to Adele.
God bless the Patriots. Good morning, you beautiful Patriots. Good morning. Louder, let them hear us in Washington. God, I love seeing all your faces. Because I tell you what, it's about time the silent majority is not so silent. We've had these conversations over and over with a lot of the legislators and people in charge and from the top down. But let me tell you guys something. It's actually the bottom up and how it starts. It's we the people that make change in the United States of America. It's we the people that hold our legislators to the truth. It's we the people that will defend this constitutional republic, and it's we the people that are going to win this election. Guys, we're at a time in our country where evil is testing us. This isn't just about this person doesn't like us, this view and that view. This is purely evil versus good. This is the time that God spoke and God said you're going to fight versus evil, where evil is going to become good and good's going to become evil. And we're at that point. We're at that point. When we have people from around the country, from around the world that are messaging us. I've had messages from Venezuela, Brazil, Romania, Russia, North Korea, South Korea, Israel. Everywhere around the world is messaging me saying, please hold the line. Because, hey, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. Hold the line, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. You know, I tell you, we're the last line of defense before this country were to fall. If it were to fall, and I'll tell you what, we're not going to fall. When our president, one of my proudest moments was when our president not too long ago said, I am not leaving the White House until they prove to us it wasn't a fraudulent election. Now, I want them to hear us in Washington, but President Trump, we got your back. Mr. President, what they feel to call you, Mr. President, because you are my president. When you fight for the children that are being sex trafficked, when you fight against Big Pharma, when you fight to protect our rights, when you fight to keep God in our schools and in our country, Mr. President, I'm going to stand and fight with you. Guys, we're at a time where history is going to look back at this. Our children, our children's children are going to ask, were you a part of holding the line? They're going to ask that. And I hope, and I know all of us will be able to, but I hope you share this with people, that we need to make sure we share this with everybody, because we cannot let this go. We need to make sure in history we have done the right thing. Because we're at a time, guys, where if we let this go, everybody says 2022, 2024. It will never happen. Let me tell you something. If they were able to corrupt this election, and God forbid they find their way in, when they run the NSA, the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, CIA, FBI, DOJ, good luck in 2022 and 2024. And that's where we're at, guys. We're at that historic moment where I tell you, go to your friends, go to your family. I call people out. They're always like, Adele, good job being out there. There's people out here, and I want to acknowledge them. We've been out here for 3 weeks straight. Every day. Those people, raise your hand. Everybody give them a round of applause. Because God bless you guys. I have friends that say, Adele, great job. And I'm like, listen, man, oh, you're on the news, you're on the news. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit if I was on the news. First off, it's fake news, most of the things you're seeing. So I really don't give a shit. But what I care about is how my kid's gonna grow up in this country. What I care about is the American dream. What I care about is the fact that if I want to work hard, I'm gonna get that reward. I'm gonna reap that reward. That's what America is. And when I work hard, that allows me to donate. That allows me to help people. And that's what America is, because America is not America just for America. America is the big brother to every country in the world. Because when they call us, we come running. Guys, join me in a quick prayer before I keep going on, because I feel at this time we need to pray. So please take off your hats and bow your heads with me. We have people from all different religions and faiths here. To whatever God you believe in God, pray, because we need to come united. We are the party of the people. I'm tired of people saying we're divided and we're this and we're that. We don't accept. No, we accept everybody in this party, because we are the party of the people. We are the party of America. God, it's to you who has given us strength to be here today. Please continue to give us the strength to fight. Please, Lord, rid the evil of this country. Get rid of the corruption that's happening in this country. Lord, you're the Almighty and the All-Knowing, and I know you see what's going on. And you're trying to teach us a lesson right now. There's a lesson you're trying to teach us, and we understand that. Lord, we have walked away from you. We have allowed people to push you out of this country. But Lord, as we come closer to you, please come closer to us. We know that it takes you to make this country great again. And we ask you, Lord, to be with us, to stand and fight against these evils, these people that are hurting our children, our elderly, stunning our millennials' development, and just really taking away from what America is. And Lord, the country you've given us, humble us, make us appreciate it, because we've gotten away from that. And Lord, teach us the lesson you want us to be taught. And Lord, we ask you to bestow the blessings you've given us before back on us, and allow us to be that big brother to everybody around the world, and to give and to be that role model, because we know you've blessed us with that. Lord, we ask you to protect our freedom so we can continue to fight for you. We fight with you, Lord, and we stand with President Donald J. Trump. And Lord, we ask you in this time, please keep President Donald J. Trump in the office for 4 more years. In God's name, we will always pray. Amen. 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Let them hear you inside. Come on. They need to hear us inside.
4 more years. 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 4 more years.
So, guys, where we're at right now, I'll tell you, and I know a lot of people are frustrated. I got a call from my mom the other day. Poor thing, she calls me concerned. She's like, honey, did President Trump concede? Can I get a hell no?
Hell no!
She was, did President Trump concede? I said, no, Mom, where'd you hear that? She said, well, because we own some restaurants. She goes, no, some customers came in and they're like, President Trump conceded. No. This fake news media, they want to keep pushing it. Let me tell you why. They want to keep your morale down. They want you to feel like we're losing. I read something yesterday from DC Drano. I don't know if you guys follow him. Great patriot. He said Barack Obama gave up his Senate. He resigned on November 16th, 2008. But Kamala Harris has yet to resign her Senate seat. Do you wonder why? I don't wonder. Joe, we did it, Joe, we did it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And guys, here's the thing. As we stand here together, I want you to think of this. There's a lot of whistleblowers. There's a lot of patriots coming out. There's a lot of people that are putting their lives on the line. And unfortunately, and I hate to say this, I've heard way too many threats that are happening to people. And that's what that side is doing. That's what not just the Democrats, guys, the deep state. Because trust me when I tell you the deep state's relevant on both sides. Okay? When I had Cindy McCain say that what we're doing against child sex trafficking is wrong, and the Arizona Republic called me saying, hey, she said what you're doing is wrong. I said, why did it get bigger under her and her husband continuously? I asked Cindy McCain, I said, hey, Cindy, my question, well, I asked her, Arizona Republic, he said, hey, do you think people higher up are involved in sex trafficking? I said, well, let me ask you something. If you and I don't pay our taxes, do they show up at our door? Hell yeah, they do. They want to know why. So my question, the guy said, if they do that, why aren't they showing up on the doorstep of a $150 billion industry? And you're telling me somebody higher up isn't involved? It's about time this corruption gets brought up. It's about time we stand for this. And this is their last attempt before their party falls. Before they know their values and their morals aren't working. And this is their last attempt to take this country because they didn't expect President Trump to win in 2016. They didn't expect him to win. But guess what? God won. And I tell you, if you don't believe that God has his hand in this, then you're missing out. Because RGB passing away 45 days before the election so that we could put a beautiful Amy Coney Barrett in there. I don't know what to tell you. So patriots, as we stand here and fight, I ask you one thing. Get on your social media. Get loud. Don't be scared. Don't fall to the mob. Stand for your country. Call out your brothers and sisters that said they have voted for President Trump and say you need to be here. I'm tired of seeing we're censored on social media or we're this or that. Get out here and make a change. Get out here and put pressure on the legislators. When you're on Instagram and on Facebook, tag as many people as possible. Don't just push it. Tag people.
No, if he's going to be here in just a moment. Mr. Brainerd. Okay. My apologies for logistics being a bit of an issue here. Would you be Matt Brainerd? Hot diggity, we can get on their way. Mr. Brainerd is the next one on the list.
If you're not, you are now.
Yeah, you're going to be at that table, sir, right there. Yep. Looks like you're going to have a minute to get set up. Is that maybe not so? So?
I think so.
All right. And I presume you want to have what you have to show us on the screen as well? All right. Our AV guys will take care of that. While you're doing that, Mr. Brainerd, will you be able to accomplish what you've got to say in 30 minutes? That would be a blessing. Thank you very much. And as soon as we got you on the screen, while we're waiting on that, would you please give your name and your credentials and just 10 seconds on what you expect to show?
Sure. My name is Matt Brainerd. I'm the leader of the Voter Integrity Project, looking into anomalies and potential illegal ballots cast in this election in the 6 pivotal states, including Arizona. I have a background working in voter data going back over 20 years with the Republican National Committee, with President Trump's campaign, with election administration and redistricting firm Election Data Services. So this is an area where I have a lot of experience and expertise. So, are you ready for me to start?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Proceed. Thank you.
A couple days after the election, just a second. I and a team of dedicated individuals with experience similar to my own in the field of voter data and analysis decided to engage in an experiment of sorts to detect potentially illegal ballots without any preconceived notions about what we might find, what we would want to find, just to try to determine the truth using a couple of different analytical methods. Fortunately, despite the great expense of this experiment, we were able to fundraise through crowdsourcing in a very short order. We've raised over $600,000 from almost 9,000 different donors all over the country who are interested in finding the truth. And we entered this with although many of us have political biases, personally, we brought none of those biases to our analysis. We just decided we wanted to try to find the truth using methods we believe to be reliable. Our findings were across the country. We found a tremendous number of anomalies. And Arizona is at the forefront of many of the anomalies we found. Now, unlike many other states that we evaluated, there were some unique limitations to our analysis in Arizona. In general, we were only able to get data for early and absentee voters in all of the 6 states we targeted. In Arizona, we were only able to get early and absentee voters for the county of Maricopa. So all the numbers I'm sharing with you, all of the analysis is based solely on Maricopa. Now, as the other counties make their data available, we'll certainly try to update these reports and these numbers. But just looking at Maricopa, we found some interesting results. So I'm going to open up a PowerPoint that kind of covers the country, but I'm really just going to speak about Arizona, which is, I know what you're interested in. So. Okay, so we ran 5 or 6 different experiments on each of these states. One experiment that we ran where we isolated a universe of voters according to the state who had been sent an absentee ballot but did not return that ballot. And we asked them 2 questions. One, we asked them, by reaching out to them via phone, because we were operating 3 different call centers to try to reach these people to confirm whether or not they had ever requested that absentee ballot and whether or not they returned it. So in Arizona, we were able to reach 2,044 people who had been identified as having requested an absentee ballot and not returned it, according to the state. Of those, 44% of them said they never requested that ballot. Then, among the individuals who did say they did request it, we asked, well, did you send it back? And among those, of the overall universe, we had 354 of them say, yeah, I actually mailed it back, despite the state not recording having received it back. Now, I've got a little bit of audio-visual for you because our call centers were recording phone calls. Now, none of this is speculative. I know that some people have, other analysts in some of the court cases I've been involved in have taken our numbers and then projected them. Say, for example, projecting that 44% of the did not request of our sample out to the entire universe of about 500,000 unreturned, and saying these are the number of ballots that it seems or appears possible that somebody else requested those ballots other than the voter of record. But I'm not doing that myself. Others are welcome to make that analysis. I don't have a background as a statistician. But what I do have is I'd like to share with you some of the audio recordings of at least 2 of the individuals we spoke to who said that they did not get a ballot. They did not request the ballot despite being sent them. Now, these audio recordings have been modified to cut out like their last names because we don't want to inadvertently dox anybody here. But if somebody privately, as you are in positions of authority in the legislature, wants photo recordings, we're more than happy to share that with you. More than happy to give you the names, addresses, phone numbers of everybody we've identified in these categories. Okay? So I'm going to play the one audio recording of an individual. Bear with me as I make some adjustments.
We recognize that technology is great until you actually need to have it work.
Yeah, but we can find a workaround if we need to. So I'm just going to hold the mic to the computer speaker.
Can't hear it.
Can we get it out of this speaker? Okay, we'll try it again. Okay.
Hello, this is Mary Kemper with Voter Integrity Fund. May I please speak to Charles?
This is, who are you with?
Voter Integrity Fund. Charles Mart's in the state of Arizona and is having requested an absentee ballot. Did you request an absentee ballot?
Absolutely did not.
No. Okay, and did you? Okay, no. Okay, somebody from our team will follow up with you, and can you please give us the best phone number? Is it this?
So I'll play for you the second example.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi, is this Zofa?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Taj. I'm with the Voter Integrity Fund. In the state of Arizona, it said that you requested the absentee ballot. I'm just making sure that you requested that ballot.
No, I did not request an absentee ballot.
Okay, somebody from our team will follow up with you. Is this a good number to follow back up with you on?
Yes.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time, and you have a good day.
Okay.
Excuse me, Matt, before you go too much further, can you tell me what counties were those calls made to?
The only county that's released data for us is Maricopa.
All right, thank you.
Sure. I'm going to proceed. So we, with some of the other experiments we ran, one of them was, again, no one's ever kind of tried to do this after an election before. Nobody's had the interest or the funds to do so. To really think about, if people were trying to cast illegal ballots, either as part of an organized voter fraud effort or just somebody just deciding I'm going to cast a ballot I shouldn't, maybe a ballot that's not for my name, just one individual deciding, I got an absentee ballot request to this address, my address, this person doesn't live in here anymore, but maybe I should fill it out and see if I can cast it, or, potential clerical errors. No one's ever really done this before, so we tried some stuff that just kind of that made us curious, things that we thought we might find things. So in Arizona, we actually pulled a universe of people who had never voted before, except they've showed up and voted this election. And just call them and say, hey, did you actually cast that ballot? It's very hard. Any of you who've, I'm sure in your maybe races for office, have operated phone centers or conducted public polling, when you start out with a universe that's pretty big, once you start trying to dial that and get responses, that universe shrinks a lot and shrinks very quickly. Because you have a broad universe, then you have to try to pen phone numbers to it, and you get maybe half of them or so. And then people who the numbers are correct, or they don't go to voicemail, or some other problem, and people who actually pick up the phone and then start answering questions, that universe shrinks a lot. So we did this experiment in Arizona with some again, voters who'd never voted before, again, and asked them if they had cast that ballot. Now, about 1% of them told us that they didn't. But remember, those are people willing to talk to us and admit that they did not cast a ballot. And many of the people we reached, we had to leave voice messages for. We just couldn't get a hold of. But one person in particular, I want to play a video for you guys, who we left him a voicemail, but he never talked to us, so he's not included in these numbers. So I want to share just a clip, if I can, from a program. Let me adjust the volume here.
Maricopa County, Arizona, to Tennessee about 5 months ago so he could train for the Olympics. So you can imagine his surprise when he got a message from something called the Voter Integrity Fund.
The state of Arizona is reporting that a ballot was cast in the name of Nishan Garrett in the general election on Tuesday. If Nishan Garrett did not cast this ballot, please call us back.
Well, that doesn't sound fishy at all, right? Well, Nishan didn't think so either. So he went to the state of Arizona's voting website only to discover that his ballot had been accepted. And Maricopa County's voter portal said his ballot was signature verified and counted. The only problem is he'd already voted in Tennessee. He didn't vote in Arizona. Nishan Garrett joins me now. Nishan, great to see you. Now, you never received an Arizona absentee ballot or an application for mail-in ballot, so who the heck cast your ballot in Arizona?
That is an excellent question. That is an excellent question. I have no idea, and that's the reason why I'm on here with you tonight.
So I'm going to stop the video there.
What does it make you think about this?
But I think you get the drift of that. I'm actually going to play for you another recording here, which actually this one was particularly interesting to me.
Hi, my name is Thomas with the Voter Integrity Fund. May I please speak with Riley?
Yep, speaking to him.
All right, hi. Can you confirm whether or not you cast a ballot in the state of Arizona?
I'm a felon, so I can't vote.
All right. Let me see here. According to the state of Arizona, somebody cast a ballot in your name, and you may be a victim of voter fraud. Can you please give us the best number to reach you?
I mean, probably the one you're calling me at.
So I cut the video because, whenever we reach somebody like this, we want to ask them a couple questions. Is the best number to reach you at? Would you be willing to sign a declaration or something like that so we could pass that off to attorneys? I think those are two, and we've got hundreds of them of different categories. So we'll, as you've heard, we have recordings of everyone we spoke to, of the 900 or so that didn't request, of the 354 that said they did request but mailed it back, and somehow the state never got their vote. I want to talk about one of the other experiments we ran. We, at great expense, obtained a national voter file, and we used it to determine people who may have been registered here, moved to another state, registered to vote there, I believe invalidating their residency or inability to vote here, and then cast a ballot back here because we all have anecdotes, right? We've all heard crazy stories. I've had people, since this project has started, emailing me stories about the sister-in-law or brother-in-law they suspect they may have cast two ballots. They want me to look into it and giving me their full addresses and dates of birth. Or I've also received, though, screenshots of social media profiles saying this person, they live in New York City. They've lived here a long time, but they figured their vote wouldn't really matter in New York City, but it would matter back in Arizona. So there's anecdotes, right? I don't think it's ever possible to maybe get enough of those anecdotes to have a meaningful number. But what we did is we took our national voter file and looked at registration dates there. And then we looked at the registration dates of people we matched it to in Arizona, where they moved from Arizona to California, for example, registered to vote there, and then decided they shopped their ballot, potentially, or they had the ballot cast in their name, and decided, you know what, my vote might count more in Arizona than it does in California, swing state. So we were able to identify these individuals who had a subsequent registration out of state but cast their early absentee here. Again, just Maricopa County and just early absentee, no election day. We also did an NCOA analysis, And when people move from one state to another, the Postal Service sort of tracks that. Often people fill out an NCOA card saying, I've moved here, please forward my mail. It's a pretty good indicator. They've established residency somewhere else. And we found among this population a substantial number who NCOA to another state, but cast their ballot here. Now, I've kind of earned the reputation lately as kind of a data guy, but I work as a general consultant. I do all kinds of work around the country for candidates, everything from speeches to fundraising to designing literature. I've knocked on over 1,000 doors myself this cycle in states all over the country. And I can tell you that a lot of times, you know, people are, they move and they're very careful about where they can vote, where they can make potentially cast their vote, where they think if they have options, they make a choice, and sometimes they don't always make the right choice. So just in my experience of that, you know, it's not that uncommon. So people move, but they can still vote here. They get an absentee request forwarded to them, and they cast the ballot. They shouldn't. When we combine those numbers together for your state, and we merge, and we take out some that we estimate to have been military moves, which they don't actually lose their ability to vote in the state, we came up with a total of about 5,700 or so, and just Maricopa, just early absentees. We also identified a population of double voters. Now, what's unique about this is that, again, we're not looking at people who maybe voted in person in California and voted by mail here. We're only able, because of limited data in many states, to compare early absentee voters to early absentee voters in other states. So if they voted early absentee in Arizona and voted early absentee, for example, in California, they'd show up here. But if and when we get access to Election Day voter lists, we'll be able to, these numbers will inevitably go up. And also, we've got a lot of limitations on our ability to match. One of those limitations is the availability of full and accurate dates of birth from states on their voter lists. In a lot of cases, states will suppress that. And that prevents us from being able to get a successful match on somebody who moved out of state with a subsequent registration. Because for us, for our project, we can't be the voter integrity project without integrity, and that requires a very tight match. So we're sure it's not just somebody with the same name, or even somebody with the same name born in the same year, but it's got to be day, month, year exact as best we can. And we actually try to match on cell phones too when we're able to do that. So that kind of concludes the initial findings that I wanted to share with you about your state in particular. And I'd be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to ask this gentleman some questions?
You go ahead.
No? All right. Matt, I really appreciate you coming in. I know that you flew in, I think, late last night to make a short and succinct presentation. Can you tell me, relative to the work that you've done, with certainty, how many votes were cast that should not have been? Just a high-level number, because obviously, for example, the Trump campaign would like to see 10,457 votes overturned. But, not to be exact, but are we there based on the work that you've done? Because as we look at your work and the work of other people, we're starting to chip away at that number in a pretty serious way.
I would say there's two levels of confidence I have, okay? The first level of confidence is very. And I'm very confident that we get very close to that number when we take the residency issues and then apply it to the other counties for which we weren't able to obtain data. The second level of confidence is where you take a number of projection. We go back out to low activity analysis and NCO analysis, which I'm not going to get in the weeds, but these are basically people telling us that they had votes, that they didn't cast votes that were cast in their name. If you're comfortable projecting these numbers to the population that we were trying to reach via phone that we just couldn't, I think then you reach another level of certainty that you're able to bridge that gap. So I think that I have a high degree of confidence that the number of ballots that were cast that should not have been cast, illegal ballots, surpasses the margin of victory as it stands right now.
Thank you very much. Representative Biasucci, you're the first to ask questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, second, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you, Matt, very much for your presentation. I just had a couple questions. For the 44% that you said did not request an early ballot but got one, how many people did you poll to get that 44%?
Well, we started off, as you can see in the chart, or maybe you can't see, with a large number of unreturned ballots in your state in Maricopa. And then we reached out. We were able to get a phone match to maybe 250,000 of those. The number we were able to reach via phone is 2,044. The number who said they did not request that ballot was 902. Now, when your colleague asked me the question about how many, what's the margin of illegally cast ballots, my estimate, I don't apply any of this, but this does raise a lot of questions. And should a ballot be counted if somebody themselves did not actually request it?
Right. That's a very good, and that's why I'm asking that question, absolutely. And then the 1%, was it the same?
That was this is among our shot in the dark, calling people on the phone to ask them, did you actually cast the ballot? Because their voting history suggested that they hadn't voted very often, if at all. So that's this universe that we decide to reach out to, and we pulled a data load in the state of in case of your state, of about 35,000.
The 1% of 35,000.
Right, but that universe could potentially have been much larger. I just wanted to give our phone center an amount to sort of chew on, and the numbers. Again, we saw the video of Mr. Garrett. We never spoke to him. He doesn't show up in these numbers. He just got the voice message, and I got to tell you the tremendous amount of courage for someone to do what he did, because when you become public, come forward in a situation like this, willing to say that you may have been a victim of voter fraud, you're all in the public spotlight, right? You're used to this. But if you're just some guy who seems to be the victim of voter fraud, all the things that have to go through your mind are, you're going to have a target in your back. You're going to have potential media trying to trash you, dox you.
Sure.
You have to talk to your wife about it first. What impact can it have on your occupation, on your family? So the willingness of him to actually go on television, I think there's got to be so many more people that just, not that they didn't have his courage, but just their life conditions would not allow them to come forward as publicly as he did.
Yeah, and I think, I don't care if it's one voter that this happened to. I mean, it's illegal. Right, and this is the problem, and the fact that even 1% of your 35,000, that should scare everybody. That's even happening. So, I appreciate you getting the data. Thank you,
Senator Borelli. Representative Bartow, any questions?
Just real quickly, I was wondering. You mentioned Arizona has more anomalies than other states. Were we the only ones that had this kind of anomaly compared to other states with the unrequested absentees?
That actually was a universal problem to all 6 states, to some degree, but I don't think any had it quite to the same degree as you did. I'll just consult my chart, but that was my recollection. Yeah, it was far more substantial in Arizona. And looking at all these different states, they actually all have their own unique things that kind of make them stand out a little bit, and this is something that was unique to Arizona that made it sick. Because in other states they had serious problems in areas where you didn't have problems, but this was a problem that seemed to be more prominent here than we found it elsewhere.
Would you think that's a feature of, absentee balloting is very popular here in our state? I mean, we've had it for years and it's growing, and voter confidence in the system had been growing until really there was more information about the vulnerabilities that have been coming to light, and the questions about that. Do we compare? How do we compare with those other states?
Well, I think you have a stronger history of absentee ballot voting here than the other states do. But I think what's important is that, I've got a phone center, I've got data analysts, I can request things from different commercial vendors in your state, Secretary of State, I can do it. But what I can't do is round up a posse and go around and find out, well, who requested this ballot if this person didn't? How did that happen? I can't, it was done electronically, I can't track the IP addresses, I can't find the envelopes and that arrived in and dust it for fingerprint. That's something that's got to either be up to you guys or the law enforcement of your state or some other law enforcement agency. But getting the question in terms of who cast Nashawn Garrett's ballot, how did that happen? Was it clerical error, maybe, or signature verified? It wasn't just a cast; it was signature verified. Something went wrong here, and I don't have the power to find that out, I can just present it to you guys and to others who have similar authority. But I'd really like to know the answer to that question. I don't think I'm alone.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mayor Giuliani, you had a couple questions?
Yes, I do, sir. Just a few things that maybe I don't quite understand, but might be very helpful. The governor and the Secretary of State, I believe here today, certified the vote. It would seem to me that the one thing that you can be sure of, whether there are enough votes to overturn the election or not, or that the vote count is inaccurate, the one that presently exists. Is that right?
I believe that unless the questions that I raise get answered, you can't be confident of what the vote count actually is, and no one can.
But the present one is very questionable.
It is extremely questionable.
Not subject to a declaration under perjury that it's true and correct.
I agree.
Would you sign a declaration that it was true and correct in a statement to the federal government? I
absolutely would not. I would probably I would put myself at risk of going to prison.
And if I were your lawyer, I would tell you not to do it. Could you, based on your expertise, if in fact they hadn't been so hasty, or the legislature were to take the responsibility, could you conduct an audit in which you could come to a reasonable degree of certainty on how many illegal aliens voted?
It's good you asked that question. The federal government actually makes available a database of people, not necessarily who are citizens, but the opposite, people who are illegal aliens or green card holders, etc. And I actually have the document that a state would use to request that, to have that check done. And it's my intent, subsequent to this, because we've got other things flying around, but to pressure every state in the country to make this request of the federal government. And that request has to come from the Secretary of State's office. Now, what I don't know is, has the Secretary of State of this state ever made that request to balance their voter list up against that to see who maybe is not qualified to cast a ballot? But that's an excellent question. That's what I think they should do.
Want to make a bet?
I'm not a gambling man.
Betting outside of the casinos here is illegal, sir.
Let's go across to Nevada, and we can do that. But seriously, with the number of illegal aliens in Arizona, in the millions, it's almost beyond doubt that some voted. And the margin is so small, 10 million. Wouldn't you be duty-bound to conduct that study before you certified a winner in this election?
I would agree, and it's so many things we can talk about that we shouldn't be happening at this hour. This is the kind of thing that the state should have done before Election Day, before a single ballot was cast. So remove the risk of contamination, and what's just as dangerous, I think, is the suspicion of contamination.
Right. Well, there's one study that was done that said 236,000 illegal aliens voted. I have no idea what their methodology was or how they produced it, but if you had time to do it, could that be done with a degree of certainty with regard to the number, even if it were an estimate?
Well, to figure out the precise number is difficult, but to hold your voter list against what this federal government will provide and match, you'd be able to subtract a substantial number of the illegal immigrants, or not just illegal immigrants casting ballots, but I think as prominent, which may increase your numbers, are people who are green card holders.
Yeah, non-citizens.
Other visas where they are here legally, but
it's a bigger universe, non-citizens.
It's a non-citizens who are permitted to vote. Yeah, it's a much bigger universe, and I could certainly do that analysis, but I could not do it without the signature of the Secretary of State on that letter to the federal government requesting access to that database, because as you know, as many of these people know, it's very hard to figure out who actually is a citizen and who is not, or who's entitled to vote and who is not.
And how about the number of felons who voted that were not entitled to vote? That's been estimated at over 200,000 also. Would an audit of the voting list be able to assist in determining an approximate number?
The mechanics, the technical mechanics of an audit are easy. Getting the data of all the felons who would be ineligible, and not just complete data, not just that data, but you need to have full names, dates of birth at least, and then have the reciprocal data from the state, which they should have, and if they don't, that's a huge problem, because we've encountered many cases where the state on their voter list, they've got like a blank, or they'll mark somebody as the default, like born on January 1st, the year 1900 or something. So to be able to conduct that analysis is easy, but to get the resources of the data behind it to conduct it may be challenging, but the state has a better capability of doing it than anyone else, and if you want to retain me to do that, I'd be happy to send you an invoice.
And how about people from out of the state voting?
That's an analysis we did run, but again, our numbers on extremely low side because we needed to have a high degree of confidence. The state itself could probably do a much better job of doing that analysis, and other states would be able to find more people who we couldn't discover having moved to other states based on real estate records, claiming the homestead tax exemption, which I think also established residency in another state, and just being able to do a much more vigorous match on voter lists, because again, we only got what the state gave us. We don't have what the state itself has.
There was a poll that was published that said that non-citizens broke 80-20 for Biden. How would someone do a poll like that?
You know, I would have to see what the sample size is.
At least they made an attempt to find out who are the non-citizens. It seems like the governor and the Secretary of State just don't want the facts.
I've actually worked for many pollsters. I actually used to work for Frank Luntz, and I think figuring out how to do a poll of non-citizens in an election they shouldn't be able to vote in that's got a very high degree of difficulty. But Biden's doing really well with that group. I don't know why.
But that sounds like a pretty sensible breakdown.
Yeah.
So, just to sum up, in addition to all the hundreds of thousands of ballots where Republicans were not allowed to observe while the Democrats dealt with them secretly, there are also the clear fact that non-citizens voted. The question is how many. There's the clear fact that felons not entitled to vote voted. We just don't know how many. And that people from outside of Arizona voted. We just don't know how many. And in each case, the governor and the Secretary of State put their names on the certification that the results were true and accurate, and never bothered to make a single effort to find out about these obvious areas that would change the numbers.
In a municipal election this same year, I was working for the candidate, and one of my responsibilities was as poll watcher. And when it came time to open up the absentee ballots, I was sitting in the room, and I made sure I could hear and see everything. And in one case, a name came up, and I had my list, and I raised my hand. I said, I object. That person doesn't live here. Doesn't live in this city, shouldn't be able to vote here. They took his ballot out. They examined it. We had a conversation about whether he should or not, and they actually that vote was invalidated. It was spoiled.
You must have been in a state that follows the law.
I was, in fact, but if you do not have the ability to do that, it undermines the credibility of any election result.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brenner. I appreciate it.
Members on the panel, any other questions for Mr. Bernard? Representative Cook.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask you about the votes that you were talking about, that you could go in and you could find that stuff out, and I think we heard some misinformation. It wasn't 10 million, it's only 10,000 and some. And keep in mind, we don't need to find 10,000 votes, and I'm not saying we're for one person or versus the other, but 5,500 votes would change an election. So when you look at the numbers that you have presented just right here, right, and you call in question of, I won by 10,000 votes, let's say, well, 5,500 votes would change the election. And so it's very alarming when I see your information up here and the voicemails that you've had, but thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir.
Point.
Representative Townsend.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to that point,
There wasn't just one election here in Arizona. There was many, and we lost one seat in the Senate by a very slim margin. So I think it's important to remember that we're not just looking at this for one person's election, and Arizonans have a right to have representation on a clean, fair election. And your information is quite shocking. That would have changed the outcome of several elections here in the state. So I think an audit is warranted.
Thank you.
Mr. Brainerd, I've been trying to refrain from commenting, but I'm going to tell you that you have just shown a light on something that confirms, I think, for all of us that this is not an illusory issue. We have seen, this is hard. You know, somebody asked, where's the smoking gun? And I want to see the blood splatter. There it is. All right. So thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your testimony. So our next witness is Dr. Shiva, and we're going to see what we can do to bring this in by way of Zoom. And I'm going to turn over the screen to Dr. Shiva. Oops, no, don't want to share that. And I think you need to unmute yourself, Dr. Shiva.
Yes, I'm unmuted. What I do need is I need the ability to share.
The ability to share. You are getting way above my ability to run Zoom. Let's see, screen. Oh, wait a minute.
Is there anybody here?
Multiple
under 30?
participants can share simultaneously. That's probably it. How about now?
Great.
Please proceed, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Shiva Ayadure. One of my expertise is in the field called pattern recognition and mathematical analysis, so I'll try to keep it brief. But the objectives of this study were pretty focused to essentially perform an initial analysis on Maricopa County and to identify any anomalies and to provide an explanation for those anomalies. So that's what this today's discussion is focused on. At a very high level, many people probably know these numbers. If you look at the about 2.6 million people are registered to vote in Maricopa County. In this election, 80.5% of them cast ballots, as you can see there. And this is not showing the data for, let's say, the independent or green parties, but 49.8% went to Biden and 47.6% to President Trump. So that was the reported results from the Secretary of State. The other important thing to note is that just to get it, one of the important features that you can look at in a election is a distribution of votes by party affiliation. So in this case, there was 35.3% of Republicans who voted, 31.3% of Democrats, 32.3% of independents, a small percentage of libertarians. That gives a total distribution. We'll come back to this, why this is important in this analysis. So what I want to first begin by having people put their attention on this chart. What this is we're literally taking all the data provided by the Secretary of State across the 743 precincts in Maricopa County, and we're literally recreating the election. And there are two curves here. One is the curve for President Trump, which is a red curve, and the blue curve is the curve for Mr. Biden. And as we move from left to right, what we're doing is we're starting with precincts which have low number of votes to precincts which have high number of votes, and we're literally counting the vote totals and summing them up together. When you get to the end here, you get the actual election results. So 49% for Mr. Biden and 47.6% for Mr. Trump. So these curves in many ways show the dynamic of the election as you move from the precincts from low vote counts to high, and you're essentially adding them up. So when you look at this curve in pattern recognition and pattern analysis, one of the things you try to understand is anomalies and the normal condition. So this is what we're calling the normal condition. In science, we'd call it the control. And we're literally looking at two important features. There's a shape of this curve, and there's the sequence and how this curve is developed. So in the analysis here, what we wanted to do was we wanted to see if we can reproduce the curve for President Trump and the curve for Mr. Biden by looking at the demographic of voters based on party affiliation, because that's one of the most easily accessible, or one of the most prominent features in an election. So towards this, we initially did a initial analysis of looking at voter turnout in a precinct, percent voter turnout. So every dot here represents a particular precinct, and you're looking at the percent voter turnout in a precinct along the y-axis, and along the x-axis simply the percent registered Republicans in a precinct. And what's interesting is you see a positive correlation. The more percentage of Republicans in a precinct, in fact, voter turnout is going up. Alternatively, when we looked at the percentage voter turnout in a precinct by percent registered Democrats in a precinct, you see a negative relationship. As a percentage of Democrats in a precinct increases, each blue dot is a precinct, you see a negative correlation with voter turnout. And similarly, we see the same behavior in the registered independents in a precinct. Voter turnout, and you see the negative correlation. So in summary, for Republicans, where the percent turnout positively correlates with percentage registered Republicans in a precinct, for Democrats and independents, the percent turnout negatively correlates with percent registered Democrats and percent registered independents in precincts. So that's just giving you the feature of what was taking place in Maricopa County. Now, getting back to this, we have the capability, the computer affords us the opportunity to do what we call scenario testing. What are the potential scenarios of distribution of Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Libertarians, and Greens, that if you were to look at the potential infinite possibility spaces, we haven't done all of them, but in the time that we have, what are the percentages of distributions of voters that would give rise to produce President Trump's curve here, and what are the percentages that would give rise of those allocations of Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Greens, and Libertarians to give rise to Mr. Biden's percentage. And the reason we want to do this is to look at the plausibility of these results. Is it plausible that you could have some reasonable distribution of Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Green to generate this very particular slope and these curves to get this net result? And remember, again, we're going from precincts from left to right. We're accumulating votes. So this is really 743 different data points. So what we first did, just to give you an idea, this is one of the potential scenarios where we're looking at, in the case of Democrats, we're looking at a split of votes between Mr. Biden and Trump of 20% to 80%, of Republicans between 80% to 20%, and of the Independents 70-30, Libertarians 0-100, and Green 100 zeros. This is one of the computer simulations. Like this, a computer can do far better than I could do sitting here. And what you see is the green line is trying to match Mr. Biden's blue line, and you can see it's way off. And the purple line is trying to match the red line. So obviously these aren't matching because, again, we wanted to see if we can overlay on those. So here's another potential scenario. In this case, we're looking at Biden-Trump voter distribution of Democrats by 80-20, Republican 20-80, the Independents 30-60, Libertarians 10-90, 100-0. And in this case, the blue line here, the purple line here, is at least nearer the red line, and the green line is getting closer to Mr. Biden. So again, the green and the purple are the simulated versions. Then we do another example. Well, this is getting a little bit closer. We see 100% Democrat, 0% Trump for Democrat distribution relative to Republicans, 20-80 split, 36%, 58% on the Independents, and so on. But it's still not matching, even though it's getting close here. You notice the slopes aren't matching. Well, we try a different case, 100% Democrat, 0% Biden-Trump, Republican 0-100, and so on. Still doesn't match. This iteration process, again, with the computer was done, and the only one that we were able to come close to matching was this. And I want everyone to look at this carefully. So out of all the potential universe, which we've done, and we're going to continue doing this, by no means is this done, we find that the interesting possibility we find here is when the Democrat percentage is 130% Mr. Biden and negative 30% Mr. Trump, and the Republican percentage is 0, 100, the Independent is 30%, 58%, Libertarian 0, 60, 60, 0. But what's extraordinary about this graph, again, we went through many, many, many iterations. It matches perfectly, near perfectly. The slopes match, the curves match, the shape match. So what this tells us is that this demographic distribution of allocation of party affiliations is what can generate this. And I find it highly implausible because this means that Mr. Biden got 130% of Democrat voters and negative 30%, and President Trump got negative 30%. So how is this possible? So how is this quote-unquote result possible? Well, one possibility could be there's a demographic within the independent voters, which is this group here, okay, this 58% not visible in our model who voted for Biden. Again, we would need to get more access to data, which is, by the way, very difficult to get access to. Another possibility is that Mr. Biden's actual votes were multiplied by 1.3, which is 130%, meaning each single vote Mr. Biden received, each single vote he actually received became 1.3 reported votes. Sort of there was an increase in a weighting of a vote that was given to Mr. Biden, and President Trump's votes are reduced by that 0.3 or 30% gained by Mr. Biden. Simply put, you could call this vote swapping, or there could be a combination of both. So that's what we have discovered today. But this combination, out of all the possibilities to match this curve perfectly, is the only one we found so far. And the demographic distribution that it asserts seems highly implausible. But again, we need to do more research. One is, again, as I mentioned, that there could be certain groups of independent voters that are not visible in the model, or it could be vote swapping, or all three. And I'll end on that note.
All right, Dr. Shiva. I'm looking at Mr. Giuliani, and I see he's been scratching some things out here. I'm pretty sure you have a question or two.
I do, sir.
Please, sir.
Doctor? It's Rudy Giuliani. How are you?
How are you, Mayor Giuliani?
Can I just ask you, how did you get to that calculation where Trump received minus 30% of the Democrat vote? Can you explain to us in a way that we can understand how you got to that calculation?
Sure. So let me go back to it, if I can go back to it. So think of this, Mayor Giuliani, as if you think about this, this is a curve that represents the actual vote, what's called the cumulative vote count for Mr. Biden and President Trump. Okay, so this is the control. This is what actually occurred on election night. Does that make sense? And what we're attempting to do in mathematics, using mathematics, you can do what's called curve fitting, where you can change certain variables to attempt to fit this curve. The variables we are changing here, which cannot be done, manually, but the computer is essentially changing the possibilities of different levers, a percentage of Democrats who voted for President Trump, the percent of Democrats who voted for Mr. Biden, the percent of Republicans who voted for Biden, the percent of Republicans who voted for Trump, the percent of independents who voted for Biden, the percent of independents who voted for Trump, and so on. So it's a solving where, remember in algebra where you could multiply variables by different equations, and you're trying to match this curve. So the computer is doing this, Mayor Giuliani, and so that's why I'm showing you these different possibilities. Now there's hundreds of thousands that the computer is running through to figure out what possible, as you can see here, what possible combination of these would lead to this. And the only one we were able to find was this. I hope that explains it. We're looking at the computer trying to find combinations of these vote allocations that could perfectly reproduce this result.
So a vote for Biden would actually be 1 1/3 vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, 1 3/10, right. So
1 3/10.
So when Biden got one vote,
1 3/10, and a vote for Trump would be what?
A vote for Trump would be whatever the president got, if he got 100 votes, reduced by 30% of what Mr. Biden got. Basically, the president's vote is linked to the vote that Mr. Biden got. So if Biden got 100 votes and his went up by 1.3, which means it took 30% of the votes were reduced that would go to President Trump. So basically, votes are being eaten from President Trump and handed over to Mr. Biden. That's the only way to one possibility of explaining
Did you discuss this at all with Colonel Waldron?
I received a text message from this earlier, and in preparation for this, I wasn't able to get to him, but I'm willing to discuss that with him.
Well, he reached a very similar conclusion in a different way, that the votes for Biden were valued within the computer algorithm as higher than the votes for Trump. Could you accomplish that within a computer that you had gotten control of?
Well, one of the important things to recognize is that what we do know is, starting in 2002, Mayor Giuliani, that these voting vendors, it was brought out in one of the Diebold manuals, have a feature called the weighted race feature. The weighted race feature, it's a documented feature. And the weighted race feature basically says that the feature in the software, which the secretaries of state have certified, knowingly or maybe unconsciously, but they must have certified these electronic voting system software, has a feature called the weighted race feature, which allows a voter's vote to be, or a candidate's votes to be multiplied. So what that means is the central principle that Justice Earl Warren ruled on in 1964, one person, one vote, or clarified that, can be violated. It can be one person, not one vote. And that is one explanation of this. But the important feature I think people in the public need to understand is these software systems, the electronic voting software systems, have a documented feature called the weighted race feature. So the implementation of this is very possible. In fact, it's a documented feature starting as early as 2002.
Is there any reason for that? Any legitimate reason? Don't you want to count every? Don't you want to count every vote as one?
Every vote should be counted as one vote, but the fact that a weighted race feature exists should be a serious concern to all of America, because it basically means that all of us have been going, we're going back to Dred Scott, where it means that all of us, in some ways, the ubiquity of unfairness, where at that time it was 3/5 of a vote, where we could all become 1/3 of a vote. In this case, the people who voted for President Trump approximately were becoming 7/10 of a vote.
Do you know if the Dominion machines have that weighted vote feature?
As I understand, they do have this feature. And remember, the more important thing to also understand is our votes are stored not as whole integer numbers, but as decimal fractions, which means when you get a vote, if a candidate gets 100 votes, it's not stored as 100, it's 100.0215, which is also quite alarming, which means if the fact that the votes are stored as decimal fractions means you could have external programs intersect, communicate with those programs and alter them using external software programs, which could also do weighted race features. But the important element here is that there's documented features of the weighted race feature as early as 2002, and our votes are stored as decimal numbers.
Would I be overly simplistic if I concluded the only reason you would want a machine with a weighted vote feature is in order to cheat?
It's enabling cheating. It's an enabling of one person, not one vote.
I mean, this is not a poll.
That's what the feature enables.
This is not a poll. This is an absolute vote. And the only reason to have that feature would be if you're going to distort the vote.
Exactly.
Wow. Do you know what a Monte Carlo is?
Excuse me, Mayor Giuliani?
Did you do a Monte Carlo where you can do millions of possibilities in a minute to find a good match?
Yes, so that's what this is doing. There are many different techniques. The solver technique here, there are many different numerical methods, but essentially it's doing one of those kinds of approaches to find that fit. Exactly.
And that's how you arrived at the one that you felt was the closest?
Yes.
And could you say with a degree of professional certainty that there's no question that this vote count in Arizona is faulty, false, not accurate, whatever words are comfortable?
Well, I think what I can say is that the plausibility of that, the cumulative vote count as we see it progress is highly implausible. The caveat being we don't have certain data on the, what percentage of demographics of independent voters, but from everything we've run and the simulations we've run, it's highly implausible the pattern of voting we saw that was reported by the Secretary of State of Arizona in Maricopa County.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Members, any questions for Dr. Shiva? Any questions? Representative Cook, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question for the doctor. So earlier we had heard from a state senator, I believe, and in his presentation, when it had the vote totals, it had a decimal point and then numbers after. And so this perfectly makes sense if what you're saying is one vote is one vote, two votes is two votes. But if there's some way there's something added to it electronically to have a weighted vote as a 1.25, so every vote for this person is a 1.25, would that be the way those decimal points got there?
Well, yeah. I mean, the issue is why are our votes being stored not as whole integers versus what we're called floating point variables in computer science or in math, right? So when a developer writes a program, it should be very important. I've been programming for many, many years. And the first thing you learn is when you are writing a software program, you have to be extremely conscious on how you're declaring variables, right? This variable is an integer, which means it can only be, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This variable is going to be a decimal, which is also called a float or a double, which means it can be 1.1, 1.3, so on. So the fact that the vote count is stored as a decimal, to me, when I first learned about this in my own Senate race here in Massachusetts, it was quite disconcerting, because this means that consciously people are putting into the software a capability to have fractional voting. And that's what this leads to. And why is there such a feature or capability, and why are our votes even being stored as fractions or decimals? And I think this is probably the central question of our time, probably going back to the 3/5 compromise of 1787. Do we have one person, one vote, or do we have one person, not one vote? And in the era of electronic software systems, I think the courts need to step in and re-clarify one person, one vote, going back to 1964, the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot of ground to cover here, so I appreciate your passion, but can we just keep the applause to let's wait until we're done. Senator Borelli, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'm not surprised. It's pretty much the modus operandi of the Democrat history anyway, to have a poll tax and actually tax the Republican to that vote goes to a Democrat. So that's what they did. They took that 30% or 0.3, whatever, tax the Republican vote and send it over to the Democrats. So I'm not surprised that the Democrats would want to tax the vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Members, any other questions?
I wasn't finished.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't finished, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please proceed, Mr. Cook. I thought you were done.
Thank you. I just wanted to finish up with what we're going to talk about. So now that we understand with the two witnesses that we've heard here today, how those decimal points gets in there, and Doctor's done a wonderful job. The question I have, Mr. Chairman, is when did you find this information about where the lines transected? At what point in time were you made aware of it? That's the first part of the question. And the second part of the question is, who have you made aware of this? Have you made the Secretary of State of Arizona aware of this, or the Governor's Office or Attorney General's aware of this? Or has it just been the privileged information of the Trump team until now, just about the state of Arizona, so we keep it short?
No, this was discovered about 24 hours to 48 hours ago. You're the first ones to actually see these graphs presented today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time.
Yeah. Representative Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question built off of a comment. Sidney Powell had mentioned some conflicts of interest with Dominion and these systems. She had said her words were governors and secretaries of states and other politicians have a vested interest in this system. I read from last year an article where Nancy Pelosi's former chief of staff sat on the board of the lobbying firm that represents Dominion. If what you're telling us is true, and there is some kind of interest by certain politicians to invest in this kind of a system, and I find it ironic that today is Cyber Monday and we're talking about this type of issue. Have you looked at that, of any kind of a nefarious background when you're looking at these weighted votes? Do you have any indication or any suspicion, or is this just a mistake or a fluke in data? Does this lend to her claim that there might be some nefarious motives behind this system?
It's a very, very good question you bring up. Let me give you from my own actual experience in this. I ran for U.S. Senate in the Republican primary in Massachusetts, and I was deeply shocked when I found out that this weighted race feature existed. And pursuant to that, we issued FOIAs to actually get access to some very important data which helps us connect to validate whether the weighted race feature was on. And that is called the ballot images, the cast vote records, and it's called the list vote records. Now, what are those things? When you put a ballot into a machine, a paper ballot, and that machine is scanned, that machine creates what's called an image, a photograph. And when tabulation takes place, guess what's tabulated? Not the paper. In the electronic voting machines, the actual images. Does that make sense? So the images are tabulated. So when you get a result, if you want to validate the integrity of that result, the output, we must have access to the ballot images, and because the ballot images are used to generate the cast vote records and the list vote records, which are the actual counts of votes that were gotten. So when, in Massachusetts, for example, I applied for a FOIA to get this, the secretaries of state of Massachusetts, and I believe this may be true in many secretaries of state across the country, they responded back to me saying they deleted the ballot images. In fact, they destroy them, that they don't have to save them by state law. And it is my understanding, pursuant to USC 20701 and 20702, for federal elections, those ballot images must be saved in order to validate the integrity of the election. Well, in my case, when I started sharing this on Twitter on September 25th, the Secretary of State of Massachusetts contacted Twitter and shut me down for 21 days left in my election. And what came out in testimony in Massachusetts with a federal judge here was that the Secretary of State of Massachusetts has a special partnership with Twitter where they were able to brand what I was sharing, that ballot images were destroyed, as election misinformation. And in addition, they called the National Association of State Election Directors, NASED, which is the association of all the state election directors, and they too got involved in contacting Twitter to shut down my tweets where I was exposing that ballot images which were destroyed, which would be the evidence showing that the weighted race feature was on. It was quite extraordinary. Well, the NASED is the group of all state election directors. So why was my tweet, when Twitter had not shut me off when I was talking about election fraud, but the state of Massachusetts Secretary of State and the state election directors found it threatening, because what I was essentially stating was that the state election directors of a number of these states are concealing the actual evidence which directly correlates which can expose whether weighted race feature was on. So yes, I do believe it's nefarious. And if you go look at the National Association of State Election Directors, which is a nonprofit, they are funded and that they're an entity of Democracy Works. Democracy Works is funded by Rockefeller Brothers. It is also funded by the Murdochs, Catherine Murdoch, and you can look at who is actually controlling the state election directors, or what community are they part of. Now, why is this important? Because the state election directors and the secretaries of state are the ones who certify electronic voting systems, which means, are they certifying electronic voting systems knowingly with the weighted race feature? And in my view, I know in Massachusetts that's what was done. And knowingly telling the vendors to delete ballot images, which are the evidence that interconnect the weighted race features being on and the ballot images. So in Massachusetts, the factory settings of these electronic voting machines, the default factory setting is to save all ballot images. What we discovered in Massachusetts is they tell the vendors to set that to off, which means delete, destroy all ballot images. And I believe that many of these secretaries of state are involved in this. So yes, I believe it is nefarious.
Thank you. And I, just as a follow-up, I believe, and I was told recently that in Maricopa County with the machines and the Dominion, that in the RFP request for the procurement, that it says you are able to, this allows you to publish the images, and that we were requesting that those be published, and we have been denied that. So I'm in communication with the Board of Supervisors to see, is it possible to go ahead and put that up? So I would recommend the public also get involved in demanding to be able to see those, because, apparently we have leaders in the state elbow bumping today in celebration of the certification of this election. And clearly what you're saying, we should be doing anything but. It's abhorrent, it's a shameful thing. That's a sad day in Arizona that we're celebrating the certification of this election.
Mr. Giuliani, do you have any follow-up questions you'd like to ask?
I would just like the doctor to state his credentials.
Dr. Shiva, would you please state your credentials?
Sure. My name is Dr. Shiva Ayyadurai. I hold 4 degrees from MIT. My undergraduate is in electrical engineering and computer science. I have 2 other masters. One is in scientific visualization from the MIT Media Lab, my master's. I also hold another master's from MIT in mechanical engineering, and my PhD is in a field called computational systems biology. And when I was 14 years old, I created the first email system while working as a full-time research fellow at Rutgers Medical School. And at that time, I began trying to understand sleep patterns in babies, why babies were dying in their sleep, and looking at patterns of signals to detect the anomalous signal and a normal signal. So the common thread throughout my entire life from the age of 14 till today has been pattern analysis, applying it to detect sleep patterns, handwriting recognition, speech recognition, face analysis, understanding the analysis of signals to detect flaws in aircraft wings of airplanes or bridges. But pattern recognition is my field of expertise. And so what I just shared with people today is using that expertise to understand an anomalous situation, a implausible situation relative to normal situations. But in addition to my academic training, my industry background across the 7 companies I've done is starting companies and running companies which focus on pattern analysis and pattern recognition, a whole host of industries. But that's my background, Mayor Giuliani.
Quite impressive.
Thank you, Dr. Shiva. And frankly, this is just an observation so far. We have heard a couple of terms thrown around, and I think rather carelessly, and I think you've put a very fine point on it. One is, these machines are supposed to tabulate. They're not supposed to calculate. They're just supposed to count one for one. And I think you've put a very fine point on the notion that these aren't tabulation machines. These are machines that calculate and were built to do so. So I just want to thank you very much for making yourself available to us. And,
You're welcome.
And we appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Be well.
I think we've lost Dr. Shiva. Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Bobby Pitton. If you would, please, Mr. Pitton, come up to the table here, announce your name, who you're with, give like just a 10 seconds of what you're going to show us, and if you can, we are running short on time, so brevity is our friend. Thank you very much.
I'll try to go as quickly as possible. First of all, thank you very much for taking the time to hold this hearing, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak. So thank you very much. I'd like to start by saying, just quoting something from the Federalist Papers, which was written over 200 years ago. It was item number 68. Nothing was more to be desired than that every practical obstacle should be opposed to cabal, intrigue, and corruption. These most deadly adversaries of Republican government might naturally have been expected to make their approaches from more than one quarter, but chiefly from the desire in foreign powers to gain an improper ascendant in our councils. In my humble opinion, upon reviewing all the data that I'm going to go over and reading countless articles, clips, and videos over the past week, I think this is the biggest fraud in the history of our constitutional republic is taking place right before our eyes. The corrupt mainstream media and tech oligarchs are colluding in an attempt to assassinate the American public's true legal vote for our President Donald J. Trump through corrupt government officials across countless precincts and corrupt state officials and courts. The evidence will show that President Trump surpassed both FDR and Reagan in the percentage of legal votes, topping 60% when this crime is unveiled. So much of this process has been tainted that it will likely end up before the Supreme Court and allow one electoral vote per state cast. And hopefully Arizona does its part. And eventually the 35 of the 50 states will probably vote Republican, which will probably match his popular vote totals. So with that said, so basically what I've identified is that there's between 120,000 and 306,000 fake people. And I did this by looking at the data, and I'm not going to go over this sheet just yet. I want to kind of just highlight the bigger picture so that, because, you know, numbers can be, I love numbers, but they could be a little boring. So I want to kind of tell the story to the numbers. But basically, what I did is I took a completely different approach than what's been presented up to this point, based on the little that I've heard here. There's approximately 1,500 precincts in Arizona, and there's 3 classifications for male, female, and then you. I guess maybe that's the undecided classification. And then there's 5 different types of voters. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hard Republican, moderate, swing, moderate Democrat, hard Democrat. So there's 5 categories. And what I did is I looked through the age rolls, so 18 to 100, and I basically created a unique bucket, so to speak, for each of those classifications. So it turns out there's about 980,000 plus unique Arizona voters. And the way what I did is I didn't look at the total, I looked at the number of registered voters in the state. Because if the core data set is flawed, everything else that happens afterwards is irrelevant, in my opinion. Because, you know, so I kind of took an approach of how is the thing constructed. It's a very tedious process to organize all this. But then, once I got that organized, I broke out all of the male 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes. So I want you to think about, like, okay, there's 5 classifications of male voters in the state of Arizona. I summed up and looked at how many of those votes by age, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, across all those different categories. And then I did the same thing for females. And then I did the same thing for the U's. And this is, it was absolutely mind-boggling what popped out as a result of this incredibly tedious process. The correlation of men that voted in Arizona, so the first category, 1, you know, the number 1 voter versus 2, 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, 1 versus 5, and then, making sure that all possible combinations of male voters was accounted for. The average of those correlations for male voters is approximately 63.83%. That makes sense because, people as they age, they're kind of random. They may fall into, maybe they're liberal one time, maybe they're conservative the other time. They kind of bounce around. And the variation, the standard deviation, is very high, as it should. People's life cycle changes. It's about 30%. So then I did the same thing for females. Now, I can ask a silly question, but I said no. My wife told me no jokes. But, I'll get to the punchline. Are women more predictable than men when it comes to voting? Are they more independent? Now, people's first answer seems to be, they'll do more of what, their correlation should be higher. And actually the opposite is true. They're at about 58%. So about 6 points higher, 6 points lower in terms of the correlation doing the same analysis. And that makes sense because most women don't want to tell you what they're doing when they go in the voting booth. So that's the joke. But anyways, so then what I did is I did the same thing for the U's. Now keep in mind, there's a total...
Bobby, excuse me. When you say U's, you're talking about undisclosed, not Utes, as in younger...
Yeah,
okay.
I like that from my cousin Vinny. Hey, there you go.
I'm glad you got the joke, Mr.
The two Utes. So what is a Ute? But so basically, once I did that, there's 463,660 classified that I found under this category. I did that same analysis. Now keep in mind, the standard deviation for men was about 32.8%. For women, it was 35.77%. That there would be a lot of randomness through time across the aging process of human beings. With regards to the U, when I did that same analysis, 94% plus correlation. Let me say that again. 94% correlation. And I was like, this is insane. Like, this is like fictitious. It's like this. And now keep in mind, I came up with this by going through all 1,500 precincts and unbundling all the data age by age across their sexual, the M, F, and U, and then also what type of voter were they. So this is, and I happen to love data, so this was fun for me because I'm like, I have an idea of how they're cheating. I think they're cheating. So I'm going to test this theory out, and I'm more than happy to provide this to Mayor Giuliani. And so it was 94%. So then the next thing I did, I was like, I want to see if something's wrong with the data. What should I do to make sure that I'm not wrong with this? Because I don't want to embarrass myself. So what I did is I took the buckets and I computed what does the distribution look like per age. So like, okay, how many? When I look at, hold on a second here. When I look at the buckets, how many U's are there in the first type of voter, second, third, fourth, fifth? And what I found is there's about 14,000 across time, 14,225, and on the type 1 Republicans. There's 122,203 type 2s, but what's fascinating is it's almost symmetrical on the type 4s. So 120,000. And I asked my son, I'm like, hey, what do you think in terms of the U's? If you're conservative, are you more likely to go unclassified or just throw that in or fill it out based on your sex? He's like, you fill it out based on your sex. So it's like, so then I looked at that data and I found that it's a bell-shaped curve. So if you looked at the ages and you went from 100 down to 18, the curve of the data is a nice bell shape. In the middle is 186,202 swing voters. The wings are 122,000 type 2, 120,000 type 4, and 14,000 type 1, and 20,000 type 5. But here's the kicker. When I'm like, okay, let's unpack each year. So the 18-year-olds, the 19-year-olds, what's that look like when I do that? And I ran a max function. So it's like, obviously 0 is the min. And then what's the maximum number of U votes in any given precinct in Arizona? So fair enough. I trade in the markets. I like to see what's the min-max, what's the range. I run that number, and then I ran the correlation of the maxes versus the, hold on a second, versus what the average number of votes per age group took place, and I ran that correlation. And would you believe it? It's over 97%. So it's like, holy cow, I think I reverse engineered the algorithm that they're using to do these damn votes. But unless you're willing to create 980,000 buckets, you're going to have a hard time seeing it. Because everybody's used to doing the data, bundle it up. Only look at the type 1, look at the type 2, and this algorithm, basically what the data is showing, I think, frankly, this is a call out to our President Trump. Please, please, please do this for the entire country. I think we deserve an audit of every county in America after seeing this. And so basically, so now I'd like to go, before I even started this minutia project, that's what I call it, the minutia project. This took me over 25 hours to do. I decided, I like to look at metadata. So metadata, you guys should look into it if you don't know what it is. I don't want to get into a philosophical discussion about it, but metadata is, I said, okay, if I landed in Arizona, I want to understand what's been going on in Arizona before I say anything. And I pulled back, on your website, you have 22 years of election results, going back to 1998. So this is what's up here. And what I did is, I think I'm using this. Is that me? Okay. So basically, what I did is I went to the census, and I pulled the census data on Arizona by each county. So I looked at 2000, I looked at 2010, I looked at the estimate for 2019, and then you can see I calculated what the annualized growth rate of each county was, and then what the growth rate was from 2000 to 2010, which is column B. And then I looked at column C, which is, what was it from 2010 to 2019, and I extrapolated the data for one more year because we don't have the 2020 results. So I kind of went through this whole process, and I did that before the minutia, and I wanted to see, okay, well, what does the census say with regards to how many people are of voting age? So if I scroll down, you could see over here, right now, for example, 27% of Apache is under the age of 18. This is, once again, I didn't use any of my own data. I used government data. So if there's a problem, take it up with the government. So basically, I computed what is the number of voters per year. Now, keep in mind, since the census doesn't come out every year, I had to fill in based on the annualized growth rate between each census and kind of adjust it accordingly, because I don't want to just spitball it. I wanted it to be tied to the math and make sure that each year filled out. So then from there, I went in and physically typed in all of the reported eligible voters each year. Because I got to tell you, Arizona does not make it easy to standardize, to pull down the data in each county. Anyways, I had to go physically do this, which is time consuming, but I thought it was extremely important for what I was asked to do. So I did that, and then I did the reported ballots cast, and then I did that each year for each of the 2-year cycles. And then I typed in the number of precincts that were reported. And then as I kind of do that, I came up with reported eligible voters as a percentage of total population. Once I did that, registered eligible voters as a percentage of voting age population. So here's where it gets interesting. So I kind of did that, and I'm like, okay, I concur with Dr. Shiva that I think voting fraud has been happening in this state and possibly nationwide much longer than the past 4 years. I'm looking at the data, and it looks as though it's going back to at least 2008.
What are you guys going to do about it?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's above my pay grade. So
if we have any more of that, we'll ask to have you removed from the room. I've asked several times. Please hold your comments. We've been okay with some applause, but the purpose of this hearing is to gather information. Let me be really clear about that. Mr. Penn, if you can, I need to have you wrap this up within the next couple of minutes, okay?
I will. I'll wrap it up right now. Can I grab one of these waters now? Is that all right?
Beg pardon?
Is that?
Yeah, help
Thank
yourself.
you. So basically, what I did is I looked at the 2000 presidential election, 2004, 2008, and I looked at all the eligible voters, and that's in column S here. And I said, okay, how many eligible voters showed up to vote in those 3 presidential cycles? Then I tied it to 2008, 12, 16 as a pivot. And I said, wow, it went from 79% in Apache to 86.93%. But then the change from the average of 2008, 12, 16 presidential cycle went from 87% to 99% of all eligible voters in Apache voted in 2020 is what the data is. You know, that's how many registered voters there are. It's like, what? 99%. So since I'm in a little bit of a rush, I went through and did that for each of the counties and showed what the results look like in each respective presidential year, the 3 years, and then the off years to compare those two numbers. And the correlation, once again, the difference between those 2 years, if it's a presidential cycle versus a regular cycle, there's about an 88% correlation. That should give you some idea of how meaningful that 94% was. And so I went through and did that.
Same thing with the ballots cast as a percentage of the total population, and ballots cast as a percentage of Arizona population, and a couple of things I want to highlight since I'm running out of time. The population of Arizona has gone up by about 1% per year in the past decade. The number of people voting per year has gone up by about 7% per year. Now, that may not seem like a big deal.
It may not seem like a big deal. But if you had $100,000 and you invested it at 1% after a decade, you'd have $111,000.
But if you had $100,000
and you invested it at 7% per decade, you'd have $195,000.
Wait a second.
So it's like, wait a second. How is it that you have 95,000 versus 11,000? So when you look at the differential growth rates, that's how meaningful it is. That this has been occurring going back a decade. It's almost somebody was maybe cheating a little bit somewhere, and then they needed to cheat a little bit more, and then they needed to cheat a little bit more. And the reason why I say this is, being in the financial markets my whole career, Sarbanes-Oxley, remember that? Everybody remember WorldCom and Enron? They had to sign. The CFO and the CEO have to sign the financials, the 10K and 10Q, which is enforced since the 1933 and 1934 Securities Act. Guess who was exempted from that act? Counties and states. Maybe they should be not exempted anymore. If you're going to sign something when billions of dollars are on the line, we should believe in the data. We have the CEOs get clawed back. We get the CFOs jail time. So if you cheat, there should be repercussions. And the laws are on the books for this. All we have to do is, here, I'll give you an example. If you're a CEO of a company and it's worth $20 billion and there's a fraud internally and somebody steals $1 billion, if you don't prosecute them and you don't uncover it and investigate it, you're violating your fiduciary responsibility, you're going to get fired, you're going to get sued, and the investors are going to take you through the ringer. But for some reason in politics, that doesn't happen, which is mind-boggling, because this country's worth $100 trillion. This election about controlling $100 trillion of wealth in the United States is very serious business. And so this is one of the reasons, so I'm kind of wrapping it up here because I know you asked me to cut it short.
Mr. Vitten, can we do 60 seconds?
60 seconds.
I think 60 Mr. Giuliani may have a question for you.
So the population of Arizona has gone up by 40% since 2000. The number of voters in 1998 in Arizona was 1.1 million. It's 3.2 million today. So it's like tripled, but the population's up 40%. Something's off.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Giuliani?
If you could just tell us in your, in the simplest way possible, as an expert, what is your opinion as to the validity of the numbers that were certified today by the Secretary of State and the governor about this election?
If I was an executive at a publicly traded company, I would never sign that because I risked jail time and having all my money taken from me in lawsuits. So to answer your question, I would never, ever have certified. I'd rather resign than have certified those results.
So your professional opinion is that the numbers are fraudulent?
I believe they're fraudulent based on the data. And my sister asked me a simple question this morning. She goes, how sure are you? And my sister's a pretty stubborn person like me. And I said, I'd be willing to put my life on it. I'm that sure about the analysis, assuming that the data that I got from the state and everything else was accurate. So, if you're giving me all inaccurate data from everywhere, then, that's my only caveat.
And could you tell us your professional background, please?
I'm a portfolio manager. I have my CFA since I was 23. I got my MBA from Kellogg in organizational design and strategy. I'm working on a financial engineering degree at the moment. I like math for fun. I believe math is the language of the universe.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Very helpful.
Mr. Pidden, would you be willing to furnish that file? I mean, I get the math.
Oh, absolutely.
You've given me a headache, though, but would you be willing to furnish that to this committee and Jump Drive or whatever? I just want to make sure that it's not protected by copyright or anything like that. And if at the same time, I believe Mr. Giuliani would probably like to have that.
This is the drive right here. You can have it. With this data here.
We'd rather copy it, but thank you very much.
That's fine. You can have the drive.
Very good. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
We would too, sir.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Marissa Hamilton and Elizabeth Harris. Are you in here yet? Great. If you would please come to the table, have a seat, give your name, and just a very brief 10 seconds what you intend to show. And if you would, the hour grows late. We're at 3 o'clock already. So if you can keep it to no more than 10 minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, 7 minutes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Liz Harris. And what I intend to show is I actually am the one who brought Bobby Piton into this, and I only brought him into this on Friday. So if you can imagine what he can do with a week's worth of time, it would be amazing. And I really hope that someone looks at hiring him, or he might volunteer his services, I don't know, at looking at all the challenged states and all the states in the United States of America to see what states were affected. Okay, thank you very much. Again, my name is Liz Harris. I reside in Chandler, Arizona, which is in Maricopa County. I am the owner of a small business, a real estate brokerage. In December 2019, I was asked to consider a run for AZ State House of Representatives. At that time, I knew politics was divisive, and I gladly took on the challenge and ran an extremely clean campaign. I lost by a very small margin. When I went to vote on Friday, October 30th, 2020, everything seemed to be safe and secure, and I was told that my vote would be picked up the following day at noon. I even did a Facebook Live to ensure the residents of Arizona that we have a safe and secure voting system. However, with what I personally witnessed, the testimony we're hearing today, and the research I have buried myself in since the election day, I heavily doubt that Arizona has a secure system. When I question the events, I am frequently told there is nothing we can do about it except fix the legislation over the next 2 years to remedy these issues. I believe that is what we were told in 2018. On election day, I visited 8 voting centers. Each voting center had approximately 2 people in blue shirts marked poll observers. They were all uniformed and all Democrat. Interestingly, when I and others spoke to them, the majority was from California. Some were even admitted attorneys. Gee, California, wasn't that the same state that injected much of the $1.8 million in attack ads against my running mates and me, which is unprecedented for a state election. The observers remained in close proximity to the 75-foot line and were sure to tell volunteer Republicans when they felt they were violating the 75-foot rule. At one location, a poll observer quickly left his station to bring out the election inspector, who accused me of yelling at voters. When I told him I believed he was mistaken, he went to harass 2 young Republican college students who were handing out voter guides outside the 75-foot markings. The election inspector then continued to tell these young gentlemen that they were harassing voters. I came to their defense as a witness that they were doing no such thing. This confrontation lasted well over 5 minutes. It honestly felt like the entire event was orchestrated just to intimidate. At another polling station, undisclosed location, someone deliberately removed over a dozen of my signs and my 2 running mates' signs and left them down so they were not in the voters' line of sight. No big deal. Nearly 60 other signs were perfectly positioned. My running mate and I reinstalled the signs. I then learned that this polling center was also the receiving station on election night. This meant that many voting centers within my legislative district sent a day and a half worth of ballots to a polling station that was clearly biased against us. It was an odd location to centralize ballots. Access was not easy, and the lighting was extremely poor. Knowing the bias against us, the faith that I had in the Arizona system began to diminish. While I was visiting the polls, I can testify to 3 polling locations that basically broke down in the middle of people voting. And what happened was those lines of people were sent home, not sent home, but sent to other locations to go vote elsewhere. That was all questionable. All sorts of stories, they ran out of ink, they ran out of nothing made sense. Learning that we did indeed use Dominion software in Arizona, and that Eric Coomer sold it in October of 2019 and was involved in the training process, I further lost confidence in the integrity of our election. Eric Coomer clearly identifies as an anti-Trump Antifa apologist, as seen on his social media pages dating back to 2015. All of these pages have since been removed. Considering that on my campaign trail, I was heavily attacked by Antifa, including a really bad death threat, which I had a nightmare about last night. Once again, I have little confidence in the state's discernment of who they select to do business with. Several days after the election, I asked the AZ GOP for a sample of voters over the age of 90. Using a nationally known background checker, I found a 3rd deceased, a 3rd where I could not find a record of the person existing or a social security number tied to the person, and then a 3rd who were alive and well. This led me to ask for a larger sample size. I got a really large sample size of 30,600. Fellow concerned citizens performed these checks with me and found not only deceased voters at a rate of 0.1%. Now realize that number is going to go down, and I don't think deceased voters is our issue in Arizona, but we did 3 audits, and actually on some we did a quadruple audit. And what we did is we made sure before we classified a person as dead, we looked for the obituary. We did everything except visit the tombstone. This was thorough. But more importantly than the dead voters was the voter whose identity we could not verify or find a record of. And that consistently ran at 10%. Now, if you take that 10% and you look at 3.3 million voters, that is right in line with what Bobby Piton just presented to you. Multiple cases of voters who voted twice. Again, that number is not that large. 22,903 ballots that have receipt dates prior to the ballots being sent out. Now, I just want to say, very often we hear, oh, those are the military ballots. But then we have an additional 4,854 ballots that were received 10/7 and 10/8. Now, we all know the ballots mailed on 10/7. My household received 1 on 10/8 and 2 on 10/9. And we have 2,000 votes, which uses an address that is a vacant lot. When we examined that address, it turned out to be an area of Phoenix where homeless tents are erected. However, it was not 2,000 tents. Of course, the homeless have every right to vote, but the numbers are overwhelming. This leads me to question, was the state of Arizona in any way negligent when they assured the Arizona residents that we have a next to perfect mail-in ballot system because we have been at it for over 2 decades? I requested that a friend, Bobby, look at the data to help me decipher exactly where, if any, of the abnormalities were occurring, and he had much to report. That 30,000 was a lot to go through. You can imagine what it would be to go through 3.3 million. With Bobby's report, he has now identified for me 450,000, and our auditing team is more than happy to start going through those 450,000 voter registrations and people who voted to decipher which of these ballots is fraudulent. For us to certify this election at 11 a.m. this morning and allow our electors to pass the Arizona vote to Biden based on all the information presented here today is an absolute travesty without a solid investigation. Thank you very much.
Ms. Harris, I've got one question for you, and we're going to move on to the next witness. You have got a workforce that is committed to doing this. What is your estimation on how long it would take to work through a sample of, shall we say, 30% of your highest number?
It's got to get done before December 14th.
I'm very aware of that, but...
So to verify that a voter doesn't exist, you actually have to go to the residence and basically, in my opinion, get a recording from the person who resides there stating that they are not alive or that that person has never lived there. You need proof that there's a murder, you need a murder weapon, and you need a witness to the murder. So we can do this in 7 days.
That's the answer I was looking for. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. God bless America.
Would you please see to it that Mayor Giuliani has your information? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have Jan Bryant. All right. Jan, would you please come to the table and have a seat, give your name, and we'll move forward. And just so we can keep this going, we also have Greg, I'm going to kill your name, man, Wadniski on deck. Thank you, Jan. If you don't mind, could you give your name and briefly why you're here? And you've got about 5 minutes to explain, okay?
So my full name is Janice Bryant, but I go by Jan. It's easier.
Thank you.
I am a retired Maricopa resident for 6 years since I retired. Before I retired, I was a senior manager at a fairly major utility, running a lot of big multi-million-dollar technology projects. So I have some experience. I have an MBA, so I'm not just an old retired lady. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background. And this is my first election I ever volunteered for. So I'm a huge volunteer for a lot of things, but this is the first time here in any election. And some things happened. I worked at a couple of polling centers, but mostly I was at the Maricopa County Ballot Tabulation Center. And that's the stories that I want to share today that I found some issues with. And I'll tell you the biggest thing. I have no idea how this happened, but on November 10th, we were on a night shift. It was about 9:30, and I actually was watching the people doing the duplication ballots, and so they were hand entering military and overseas ballots. That happened behind a wall, so if there are any camera people shooting through the glass window, you could not see those people who were hand entering ballots. So all of that work went on behind a wall. So you walk around behind the wall. We were allowed to go back there and watch, and I did. But it just would be random if you happened to go by and something weird happened. This first incident that I had, they had a duplicate ballot, and these are printed off at a company called Runbeck, I believe, and then they bring them over and they're hand entered, and they call it the duplication process. Anyway, ballot numbers were identical. The system does not allow for a duplicate ballot entry, so it kicked it out. I didn't really think any issue of it. I thought it was weird. There was 2 copies of the identical ballot in this stack of ballots that one Republican and one Democrat employee were entering. But I didn't record that. But then later that evening, and I said that was about 9:30, I did record this one. there was a ballot with a red vote for president, a red pen, and these are copies. There should be no red ink on any of these ballots. And so the two ladies that were entering the ballots stopped and said, "This is weird. We have there's no red marks." It was the only mark for president. It happened to be for Biden, but it didn't matter. It was an anomaly. And so why was that red ink on that ballot? I don't know. I never did find out. So that was weird. They called Scott Jarrett over, and he actually said, apparently there's a committee that reviews any ballots that can't be determined in the room at the time. So Scott said, put it aside. Well, and he walked away, and I stood there for another minute, and luckily, because the next two ballots were duplicate copies, but not red ink, just black, same mark, same vote, and the same ballot number. And so we called, I don't know why. So we called Scott back, and he took all those ballots and put them in a manila folder, so I couldn't get a ballot number or any other information, and set it aside and said, this will go to the committee tomorrow. And I did bring that up with the person that I was reporting to and said, we need to find out what happened to these ballots because this is something really unusual. So that was a very specific incident. I want to say there were a lot of small incidents, but nothing that I could say this really made me very nervous to see that happen. And then back to my opening where I wanted to tell you that I do have a pretty strong project management technology background. This is not, I would say, everybody raves about how well run and how tight this room is that we were working in. I was in the tabulation center, the glass and the servers in a glass room, and all the computers are on a single cable that you can see. None of that matters because two things. One, Dominion employees were the only ones that were running any of that equipment. So and I was in the tabulation center 6 different days, day and night shifts. And no county employees, no IT people, no one else was touching any of the software. They did all the training for the adjudicators. They ran all the reports. And so, and I brought that up on my very first day in the room. I said, this doesn't seem right. As a person with my background, never in a million years would I turn my company's most important thing over to someone else, and there's only 2 guys, and they had the whole control of everything. I also participated in the random ballot selection for hand audit, picking the ballots, determining which bin we were going to select, and even that Dominion ran the reports for. So no one, they knew exactly what was in the hand audit boxes. That made me nervous also. And they also knew when we pulled the last box, which was probably 8 days before they quit counting ballots. So I don't know. That's all I can tell you is what I observed. I can't tell you that there was anything wrong. I just can tell you what I observed. And as a senior manager over big projects, never in a million years would I have allowed some of the stuff that I saw going on there. The other thing that I wanted to make sure, the final week that they were counting ballots, I came in, I think, on a Tuesday. When I had left the Friday before, I did not notice there was a laptop in the room behind the wall that John, one of the Dominion employees, was working on. And when I came in on that Tuesday and walked around where they were doing the hand entry of ballots, I also noticed that laptop sitting there, and John was working on it. And it's not a secure room. If you're bringing a laptop in and out of a room, who knows what happened there. And every one of the 50, potentially, desktops that were in there had a row of USB ports on the side of it. So I get very angry when I hear some of our leaders here saying, oh, it's secure, nothing can get in or out. That's not true. So I will tell you that is probably the biggest issue that I had. I will also say there were 3 rows of adjudicators. So, and you may have heard this before or seen it, 1 Republican, 1 Democrat, sitting at they call them boards, but it's a monitor, and adjudicating any issue ballots that kick out that can't be tabulated automatically. And those rows, the first few days I was in there, we were allowed to walk between the rows so we could get fairly close. They were very close together, so with COVID and everything else, it was awkward anyway, but we could walk between them, and we were all wearing masks, by the way. But anyway, when I came back in I can't tell you the day, but they were placing stickers on the floor to keep us away, so we could only see the back row of monitors and get close enough to see anything that was happening. So I would say that the reason they gave was that one of the observers had gotten too close and was actually like touching people. I do not know. I wasn't there. That's the reason I was told. But then we were not allowed the rest of the time anywhere near the rest of the monitors. So we could see the back. I don't know how many were on the back row, but we could see all those pretty clearly. But other than that, I couldn't tell you what was happening on the adjudication. Let's see. There was one more thing that wasn't on my list. They reset the tabulation machines 3 times to 0.
I beg your pardon, I
They
didn't hear you.
reset the tabulation machines 3 times to 0.
At what point?
Throughout, because they did not know, and this is literally what Dominion and Renee, who works for the county, told me. They didn't know what would happen after so many batches had gone through those new high-speed tabulation machines. So apparently they can take a card out and start over at 0. Now, as observers, we were recording the counts on each of those machines at the end of each shift. And then when it started over at 0, we recorded that. So it's recorded, it wasn't hidden. But I just want to say, again, how poor of a project is this that you didn't test for how much data was going to come through, that they had no idea. So they were afraid that the machines would crash, or I don't know what they thought. They didn't know what would happen, so they zeroed them out again to start counting over. So, and I just want to say, I am retired. I'm here because, I don't want to cry, but I love my country, and I never thought in a million years I would have to be here talking about stuff like this. So,
Mr. Giuliani, do you have a question? Or two?
Mr. Chairman, this is part of the damage that's been done by this horrendous fraud on the American people, not just here in Arizona, but throughout the country. People like this, who are patriotic, decent Americans, trying to do an honest job, and they're in the middle of a gigantic swindle by a political party that lost its soul probably 20 years ago. So may I just ask you a few questions so that we get your testimony was excellent, by the way. I just want to get it organized a little bit better. How many days did you, how many days were you an observer?
How many days?
How many days altogether?
I was in the tabulation center 6 days altogether, 2 night shifts and 4.
So you were solely the tabulation center, not the polling place?
I was at a polling place for half shifts a couple times before that, but I didn't bring up any information.
But your testimony is about the calculation center.
Yes, the tabulation center.
And you say here on November 3rd, 2020, you observed at the Maricopa County BTC for the first time that it seemed strange that the tabulation and adjudication hardware and software were only run by Dominion employees. That meant that none of the county employees had access to them?
To the software. The people who were actually doing the adjudication and running the tabulation machines, those were temp employees or employees of the county.
But the software and the hardware was handled solely by Dominion.
There were 3 total employees, 2 mostly.
Were you led to understand that there should be no internet communication with that room to the outside world?
Yes, they even pointed out that the servers are only plugged into the electrical outlet. There's no internet. But if you bring a laptop in, all bets are off. So,
of course, during the course of this hearing, we've seen, I would imagine, millions of communications out of that center and back into that center. So whoever told you that was just lying completely.
And they said a lot. I mean, that's like they're...
But to support that, you did see a computer. How many did you see? How many computers did you see?
Total computers in the room? Probably 50 to 60.
And they wanted you to believe that they weren't communicating with anything?
They were supposedly
playing games?
Hardwired to the server and no other access was what we were told. So, but the laptop, I don't know because I didn't get close enough to see what was going on there.
When they were doing adjudications would be the ballots that were put aside because there was something questionable about them, correct?
Adjudication, the tabulation machine kicks it out because a lot of times it's just a write-in candidate, which is totally legitimate, or stray marks on the ballot that made it, or overvotes, so they voted for 2 candidates where there was only 1. So all of those things kick out, and they told me that 1 in 8 ballots kicks out for adjudication.
1 in 8?
1 in 8, yes.
1 in 8 ballots. And when they were examined, were you able to observe the examination?
The adjudicators, that's the part where I could see the back row. They did not have hard copies of the ballot. It was fully up on the screen. And all they were doing was determining why the tabulation system kicked out the ballot and then trying to make a decision based on what the voter intended. So they tried not to throw ballots out if they could understand.
Was there a Republican present to listen to that?
Each board had 1 Republican and 1 Democrat. That's what they told us. So
well, when you say that's what they told us, what does that mean?
I will tell you, on the last few days, they pulled in a whole bunch of employees to be the Republican. Or you could be an independent also. So
when you say they pulled in a whole group of employees to be Republicans, you mean they were county or
they were
county employees who
yeah.
they said were Republican?
Or independent. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Or independents.
You had to have 2 parties, and it could be 2 of the 3. So either independent/libertarian or Republican or Democrat. So 2 of the 3 had.
And why are you in doubt that they were actually Republicans?
Because I was in the room a lot, and everyone in there, not everyone, but I will tell you that a high percentage of the employees in that room were Democrat. And I will tell you that I walked out with one of the adjudicators, a temp employee. She was very upset because she was the Republican adjudicator, and she said she heard a lot of people cheering every Biden vote and people who worked there. So she was upset when we were walking out, and I said, you need to tell whoever you're working for. I don't know what to tell you to do at that point.
Did they have Republican identification of some kind?
They wear a lanyard, red, blue, or yellow.
But you doubted that they were Republicans?
I doubt those last few days that those were truly independents.
And what about verification of signatures? Did you get a chance to observe that?
I did not watch the signature, but there are some people behind me that did.
Pardon me?
There are people coming in the room next that did work to see the signature.
And when you say you as a project manager, you were shocked, can you just elaborate just a little bit?
This is the most important thing going on in the country right now, and this whole thing is run more sloppy than any project I've seen. I just can't believe that this is how we run elections. I just can't. And that we sign off on this. I mean, has it always been like this? Like I said, this is my first time, and I'm very disillusioned. I just don't understand.
Did you detect a bias in it? A bias?
I didn't personally, but they knew who I was. So
Pardon me?
They knew I was the Republican official observer.
No,
so.
I mean a bias in the way in which they were doing it.
In the way? No, I can't say that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. I believe, did somebody raise their hand? Yes. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, you spoke earlier about, you said that the tabulation machines were set 3 times over a period, if that was one evening or over the period.
Over the whole time.
Over the whole period. You said that it was recorded. That's good. Do you have any inclination as to why that could be problematic?
The only thing is when you start over it, I mean, they're keeping track of how many ballots are running through each machine, and so they're getting reset to 0. They all were reset at the same time, so it all happened on the same day, on the same shift. So what was problematic was that shows me that they did not have a tested system in there, because they literally told me they didn't know what would happen if it went over 1,000 batches on any machine. So that rather than have that happen and not know what was going to happen with the ballots or the tabulation or anything, they just started over.
And they specifically used that term, they didn't know what would happen if it went over 1,000 batches?
Batches, I think they call, that doesn't seem like the right name, but I'm losing the name right now, but 1,000 somethings going through there, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman, to that point. So how can I feel comfortable with, in what I've just heard you say and my colleague talk about? So if I get this right, they ran 1,000 batches vote totals come up for one party or the other. Now, I don't want to get into that, but vote totals come up for one party or the other or candidates. What I heard you say is, so you document what those votes are, or they...
We documented the number of ballots that had gone through that machine each shift. And so we had a number that was incrementally going up every shift. And then...
Okay, so then they go to zero.
Right.
So is that information is put over here for what that batch is?
I don't know what happened to the original...
So so what I'm trying to get to is, how can I feel comfortable that, are there 10 batches? Are there 9 batches? Were there 15 batches and only 9 batches counted? And I go back to what I have seen is when they were doing an audit in another state and the woman had her video recorder on and everybody knew it and said, well, how many batches are there? Well, we thought we were through, but we have 6 or 8 more boxes of batches we can't find. And that's what I'm trying to get to here in Arizona. How do we know that that wasn't the case there? Can you give me some assurance? Because I would really like to have
I can't, and I don't know who could, but I will tell you what you just said triggered another thought. The Wednesday before the Friday that we quit voting, so 10 days before they quit tabulating, they thought they were done. And then more truckloads of ballots would come in, and I'm like, how can you not know how many ballots are still out there?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Would you repeat that?
Yeah.
They thought they were done.
They thought they were
and
done
then
multiple times.
There was what?
Multiple times. The people that were running the rooms thought they were done or almost done or were going to be done Wednesday morning, then Thursday morning, then Friday morning. Then it went on the whole next week. And I'm like, I asked the question, I'm like, you don't know how many ballots are still left to come in? So I don't know. I don't know who does, again, project management.
On that,
Zero.
On that point, ma'am, I'm tracking with you, but what day did the truck show up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, because what I heard the first time, what I thought I heard is a truckload of ballots showed up.
Okay, just a minute. I want to make sure that we capture this properly. So there were trucks that showed up on the 3rd, and then the 4th, and then the 5th. And how long did that go on? How many days?
Well, I wasn't there the whole last week, but I know
for as long as you can recall. How many days?
My last day was the 10th, and they were still coming in.
Trucks.
And they're coming from a company called Runback that does the high-speed scanning and printing of duplications and I think the military ballots. So now I'm getting out of my comfort level here talking about this. I don't know what they're doing, but those ballots were coming in from a high-speed scanning company called Runback that apparently you haven't heard of Runback?
No, I've heard of Runback,
Okay.
ma'am. What I'm trying to figure out is whether they printed them or they scanned them, and if they scanned them off-site, to what purpose?
I can't tell you that.
Because wasn't that your job to scan them? Well, I beg, not your job, but...
Yeah. No, all the high-speed scanning happens at Runback. So those ballots go to Runback. As far as I know, there were no observers there. I don't know. I never got called to work at Runback. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, with all due respect, Mr. Cook, now we've opened up a whole new can of worms.
Yeah, and again,
So
I don't know enough about it to be the witness.
No, that's fine. Your observation is useful here. So what you're telling me, I'm going to play this back to you a second. The scanning wasn't actually done on site at a Maricopa County structure. It was done someplace else.
Where they have very high-speed scanners, yeah. And,
Well, right now, I really don't care what the speed is.
Yeah.
I want to know, were they Dominion scanners? Or they
no,
were
I don't think it has anything to do with Dominion.
So I'm trying to understand what was the purpose of scanning them in advance of them being tabulated on the Dominion equipment.
They were duplications, the ballots that wouldn't read through the tabulation machines. They were ballots that came in from military and overseas. But there were more ballots than that. So I don't know where the rest of them were coming from because they kept bringing trays of them in. So I don't know where they were coming from. That's a question for the county employees to explain to you where those ballots came from that whole next week. I don't know where they came from.
Mr. Cook, are you done?
He left.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cook.
Just like that.
Mr. Giuliani.
So you were there from the 3rd until the 10th.
Yes.
Okay, so 7 days later, ballots were still coming in. And were those ballots counted?
Yeah, I watched them go
Did you observe them being counted?
I watched them go through the tabulation machines, and I watched people working on the adjudication of those.
And how many ballots
Oh, I don't know.
What was the largest number you saw in any one day?
Oh, man.
No, just a guess. How many cartons?
Okay, there was, and I wasn't there, there was usually 2 or 3 shifts, so I want to say one day they thought 90,000 was a good number.
So
for
one
a
day
shift.
was...
For a shift, and if they were running multiple shifts.
And which day was that? One of the middle days, one of the end days?
It was in the middle, probably.
Somewhere in the middle between the 3rd and the 10th?
Yeah.
90,000?
Yeah.
And then other days it was approximately the same, or?
Some were less, some were more. So some days when they had the 3 shifts, well, they never had 3 shifts tabulating. Sorry, they just would run.
Sure, no, that's okay. You're
they
doing
would
the
run
best
a
you
long
can.
tabulation shift.
What was the lowest number, you think?
There were some days when maybe there was only 15,000. Boy, please
15.
do not hold me to these numbers because
Was that toward the end?
No, that would have been earlier.
To the beginning?
Yeah.
In other words, there were more ballots at the end than the beginning.
There were ballots. They were backing up, was what I would say. They're
And
not
what about-
not more coming into the building necessarily, but there's a room that we could see with rows and rows of bins of
These were
ballots.
coming in a different way?
Yes, I don't know.
They're coming in the back door.
Some come from the mailbox or from the postal service. They all go through a couple of, they get the signature verified, then they get separated from the envelope, and then they end up somehow in the room that I was
So
in.
if I understand this correctly, ballots were coming in 2 different ways?
At least, yeah. From the post
Front door,
office.
back door?
Well, I think they were all the back door.
Oh, they were all the back door?
All the back door.
Okay.
None came in the front door.
But this group was 15,000 for a low, 90,000 for a high. And then those last couple of days when you were there, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th, how many?
It was pretty average. They were still running full-time.
Like 90,000?
Long shifts. Yeah, probably 70 to 80 maybe.
Wow. Anybody explain them?
Explain.
Did anybody explain what they were?
I did not ask every time. I asked a few times, so I understand some of them, but...
Okay.
Senator Allen, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bryant, I'm curious, why did the county, on the last day was the last day, brought in county employees to take part of being part of the observers?
They weren't observing, they were actually adjudicating. So they were
adjudicating,
yes,
okay.
and I think they just needed all hands on deck. So I mean that was the intent, was to get the work done, finish counting, because they kept thinking they were done and they weren't.
Well, because I heard that then, because I was thinking that you were saying they were to make up for the lack of not having Republican there. So were we short of having volunteers to go in and observe in Maricopa?
I don't believe so. There was always at least 2 of us in the tabulation center and at least one in one of the other rooms, the signature verification. What the employees were doing was the adjudication work, which also requires 2 different parties to adjudicate each ballot. So you had to have at least 2 of the 3 parties to do that. So that's what the county employees were doing at the end. They brought them on just to help the backlog.
Well, that's what I was thinking, Mr. Chairman, because I was thinking we should have called in more of the party workers then to come in and help rather than do that. But that's fine. You clarified it for me.
We didn't call anybody in. That's, I think, the joy of this hearing. Every single one of these individuals has stepped forward of their own volition. And I to be honest with you, I'm mortified to hear what's coming out of your mouth, but I am so delighted that you have had the courage to come in here. Very few people. Representative Roberts, just keep in mind, we still have got a dozen witnesses to hear, and it's 3:30. So.
Sorry, and they're all really important.
I just wanted to revisit what you were saying as far as you got to a point where they continued to say that they didn't know where these trucks of ballots were coming from.
They didn't. It's not that they didn't know. It's that they didn't know how many were still coming.
Okay. I assume at this point in time these were not early ballots in any way, shape, or form. I'm just kind of curious, while we've been discussing this, did anything stand out to you as far as these new ballots that they didn't know where they were coming from, as far as a physical appearance in any way? No.
No.
Okay.
Everything, it just looked like ballots just kept coming. So they all looked the same. They all came in the same bins. So.
Senator Borelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ma'am, just one real quick question. I'm sorry I was out. I don't know if it was addressed yet. But during the adjudication process where they were on the duplication, You said you were there observing. Was there a Republican and a Democrat sitting there literally making the corrections?
Yes. So one was running the mouse on the computer. One was running the computer mouse, and the other one was logging anything they changed by hand. So, and then at the end of their shift, I will tell you that this process, of all the things I saw, was probably the cleanest. So at the end of their shift, they got a report of everything they changed on the computer, and they had to go through their hand log, and they had to both agree that everything they did was what they said they were going to do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next we have Greg Wadniski, and up on deck is Les Menkes. Greg, I'm very sorry for butchering your name, man. But if you would, could you properly pronounce it?
Yeah.
Give us just 10 seconds of what you plan to tell us, and if you could, keep it within 10 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Greg Wadniski. I'm obviously an American citizen and a resident of Maricopa County. I want to talk to you a little bit about what I observed as a certified poll observer, election observer down at the Maricopa County MTech facility, the tabulation center as it's referred to. I'm going to refer to some of my notes, but in short, what I'd like to talk about is comments that were made to me by a Dominion employee around chain of custody and what I would discuss or describe as the ability of fluidity or porous administration on the system. As I mentioned, I was an observer at MTech on 10/24, and then again a week later on Sunday 11/1 before Election Day. I spent approximately 8 or 9 hours on site at the MTech facility. I obviously had the paperwork to be there, was badged, and I had the ability to move about the MTech tabulation room. I was in the area where they were doing adjudication work, and then later on the Sunday the 1st, they were also doing ballot feeding and tabulation. What I observed in there was the Dominion computer system in what's described as a caged glassed area. There were several Canon scanners in there, as well as what I'd call 2 rather large bulk ballot processing machines, which are essentially OCR, optical code recognition scanners. I interacted with several supervisors. I will not mention their names here today, most of which are just by first name basis, and that was either inside or outside that room. What's most important is I had an opportunity to speak to a gentleman whose name I will not mention here, by all I know is his first name, but he identified himself as a Dominion employee on contract to Maricopa County for the election, and I observed him and another Dominion employee who I would say was in the capacity, as they described to me, as systems administration roles, and they demonstrated competence and knowledge around systems, access to the system, as well as the administration of that system. They were there to help the workers as well as the volunteer poll, not the volunteer, but paid poll workers to do the adjudication process, as well as any issues that may have occurred with the tabulation machines. What I observed was that the machines were optically reading the mail-in ballots, converting the paper ballots into an electronic image, and discerning the voter tabulation data into an electronic format. So think of that as an image, like a JPEG, a picture, as well as some sort of tally or calculation. I don't have intimate knowledge of the inside workings of the system. And then I also spent a day on November 5th in the signature room, but I will not discuss any of that today, but for the record. So on Sunday, November 1st, in the adjudication tabulation scanning room, and in witness with other observer who is here to testify today as well as my witness, I spoke to this gentleman from Dominion and asked questions on the computer systems contained in the room and contained within that caged area connected to the ballot scanners, the OCR readers. It was my understanding from staff as well as the employees that we were processing mail-in ballots, obviously, and that those tabulations were being fed into the computer system within that room, and there was an assurity that there seemed to be a level of physical as well as network security based on the arrangement of those computer systems. On that day, I asked the gentleman how the tabulation data and scanned images were being stored and backed up. It's common practice in computer system IT administration to do regular disk backups or system backups in the event that some sort of failure occurs to that system. The gentleman stated that he would perform a manual daily backup of the system to an external hard drive attached to and within the secured computer bay glass cage as I described. The hard drive was in a rubberized orange case and easily visible. He pointed to it and identified it. I asked what software program he was using to perform the backups. He stated he was not using an automated backup, but inferred that he was doing a simple manual copy of data to this orange disk, as I'm referring to it here in my statement. Then he said he took and made a second copy of that backup, of that orange backup, and then he reached over to his cubicle area and demonstrated a new box of hard drives that were contained in there, and he was saying that he was making a second copy of that data onto one of those fresh hard drives. That then led me to ask him a common question, which was, is there a chain of custody, and where does that drive go? He was a little bit vague in his answer, but he said that there was not a chain of custody, and that the copy that he was making daily of the master backup was being taken off-site to another facility, and he was unclear to me how it was, but when I asked him if it was getting serialized or in any way secured, he could not confirm that and basically said there was no chain of custody. I found that alarming. So later that day, on that Sunday, I then again, the same gentleman, observed him having a discussion with some of the staff and others, and I was able to walk about the room somewhat, and I came upon their conversation. And I overheard what he was talking about was, it sounded like he was trying to resolve a problem within the system that perhaps was slowing down the way the system was performing, considering that about 12% of the ballots that were being read at that point were going to what's called adjudication. So we're talking about tens of thousands of ballots a day. And they were very concerned about getting those ballots processed in a timely fashion, as you could imagine. So what he described to me was that he was having to take some of the scanned data and from what was an ever-growing large data file, so to speak, on the Dominion system with its storage, and break that larger file into small files so that he could then point those smaller files to the adjudication stations for more efficient processing. That sounded like a manual and complex task to be taking something that's ever growing, and I asked him, I said, that sounds like a bit of work. At any rate, what I discerned from that conversation was that by doing so, he was able to get some of that processing moving a little bit quicker, and it sounded like they were obviously trying to deal with the situation at hand. But what concerned me about that, and again, I'm only observing, was that it showed to me the fluidity and the porous nature of the access that the administrator had to tabulated ballot data. And that there was the possibility of that human intervention in the process creating a potential or non-intentional error or the potential for lost data or lost files. And that's what I observed on that day. When I left the facility later that day, I obviously reported some of my concerns, and then, of course, I'm here today to let you know what I saw.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Giuliani, do you have a question? Or two?
Sir, so can you help us a bit in what does that all lead you to, at least hypothetically, conclude?
Well, I think my biggest concern would be that we've been hearing from election officials and others that...
Could you get just a little closer?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We've been hearing from election officials and others about the sanctity and the security of this system. We've been hearing things about networks and data coming and going. And one of the most, I guess, basic premises of any kind of security would be physical security. And by having that disk drive copied and then shuffled off the premises, presumably, by this gentleman's statement, without a chain of custody, that's no different than ballots in a box, read or unread, coming and going without any supervision.
So this Dominion employee took these with him, could have taken them anywhere, and could have done anything with them that he wanted.
There's the potential for that, or have given it to another individual to courier it to whatever facility they were allegedly storing it at. So he was vague on those details. Perhaps he didn't know, but his job was to make that copy.
So why is there a chain of custody?
I would imagine there's a chain of custody so that we can prove that the data has not changed and it arrived at its intended destination unhandled and manhandled or any kind of malicious activity performed on it.
And this was a Dominion employee who did this?
That's correct.
And did any of the county officials try to stop him, try to interfere with him?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, he openly talked about what he had to do when I asked him the question on the backups. So I would presume that he was performing a function that he deemed necessary to make sure that there was some data backup copies made, but I can't attest to why the county or the other employees there or how they would have managed that process, other than the fact that he did indicate that it left the facility.
Did he indicate he was taking them with him, either home or somewhere else, to do something with them? Was there a purpose to it?
I did not hear him make any mention of that. My concern was, where did it go? And he inferred that he thought it might be going to another facility uptown.
He thought it might be?
Yes.
He didn't know where it was going to go?
Well, that's his words. I don't know if he actually knew. I can't read his thoughts, but my point is that his answers seemed a little bit vague and perhaps honest, but nonetheless.
His name was Bruce?
Yes.
You don't know his second name?
I don't.
How old was he?
I would say he was probably in his mid-40s at the oldest, about 200 pounds, 5'8", 5'9".
And when you asked him what he was doing, he said he was bringing them uptown?
He said that the copy of the backup drive was being taken off-site, which is not an uncommon practice to have an on-site and an off-site backup copy. But when I asked him how it was getting there, how it was being transported, if it was being secured, and where it was landing, with some assurity that it got there, he said there was no chain of custody.
But he said nothing else about where he was taking it, what was going to be done with it, or anything like that?
No, again, implying the normal nature of what an administrator would do for backup, he probably was intending for it to be secured safely in the event that it was needed for some sort of restoration process.
How often did this occur? One time?
He told me that he was doing this daily.
So every night he would take out the drive with him?
He would make a copy to the main, what he called the orange drive in the cage in the secured area, and then make a second copy for this off-site copy, which would then allegedly move out of the MTech facility to some unknown destination.
And when you objected to it, what happened?
I guess I really didn't overreact. I was there as an observer, and I guess it wasn't my question. I didn't feel it was my position to get confrontational about it, and I just quietly made my observations and duly noted them to the proper authorities.
Is there anything else you noted about the facility?
I would say that, you know, I've seen some publications around the county's installation of the facility and the idea that it provides a level of transparency to the community. It's visible if you have access to the building, the server's visible. My concerns, though, would be that I can't say with, you know, because I just don't know whether or not by just looking at that facility and looking at the way the servers were secured, whether or not anyone else had particular access. I mean, there were many workers in that area, including the Dominion administrators. There was, you know, at any given time, 15, maybe even more than 20 people working on adjudication in there, as well as the staff from the county. So
when they were taking the copy, making the copy, did they do any data checks before removing the drives so they could compare it when it came back?
My question to the employee and his answer didn't include any speculation around that.
Did you see that happen?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Members, any questions? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, you mentioned earlier that you said that you reported your concerns after this all took place. Who exactly did you report your concerns to?
The Observer program, I was told to go online and make a report. And then later on, when I was reached by the coordinator for that, they asked me if I would make a declaration, which is why I'm here today.
Do you know if this information, as far as the lack of chain of custody, because I understand that from your explanation, this orange hard drive would be like essentially the entire electorate's votes that's kept in there. To your knowledge, was this ever, the report of lack of chain of custody ever given to the Attorney General's Election Integrity Unit?
Not to my knowledge and not through me.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Les Minkus, a poll observer, and Diane Sarah is on deck. Good afternoon, Mr. Minkus. If you would, could you please give your full name and go right ahead into your testimony, please.
My name is Leslie Minkus, and as a veteran poll watcher and observer of the 2016, 2018, and 2020 elections, I'm here to testify to what I encountered in the 2020 election as voting irregularities, inequities, lack of transparency, and contested voter results. I'm also here as a veteran, a military veteran, and wish to extend my sincere appreciation to all of our military men and women that serve to keep the United States of America a free constitutional republic, a nation of constitutional laws, checks and balances. And I salute our flag. And to all of our military branches, I say, Semper Fi, always faithful. My professional bio includes 50-plus years in corporate life as Vice President of Finance, CFO, Legal Liaison Officer for worldwide companies and joint venture operations, where I traveled to 28 countries over 13 years, responsible for financial operations, mergers and acquisitions, audits that were both general audits and forensic audits, banking, tax, and legal relationships with barristers, solicitors, and attorneys internationally. Following is my declaration, as well as a copy of my poll observer authorization form, which I brought with me to show you that I was legally responsible as a poll worker, that I was required to present to poll inspectors at each of the poll locations where I was assigned to observe. Also, I have a picture of the Barr Elementary School gymnasium that was a polling location where I served on November the 3rd. The picture is to demonstrate the enormous size of the facility for only one Republican poll observer to watch the voting activity from an assigned seat at the entrance of the gym and not be able to see any of the ballots or the actual processing that was located at the opposite end of the gym. Everybody knows what a school gym looks like, but I thought I'd bring a picture just to make certain that you got it. I served as an official legal observer for the 2020 general election at two different locations. On October 27th, October 29th, I was at the United Methodist Church in Sun Lakes, Arizona. On November 3rd, from 5:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. at the Barr Elementary School in Phoenix, and then from 4 o'clock to 7:15 at the Sun Lakes Methodist Church in Sun Lakes, Arizona. While serving as an observer, I personally witnessed the following. Observers were not allowed to talk with poll workers or voters, which was part of the manual that the Secretary of State had put out, which was clear. Nor was I able to freely walk around the poll location to observe any of the voting activities, which was contrary to what was in the Secretary of State's manual, indicating that we should be allowed to have access to all areas of the voting to be able to observe them. At the Sun Lakes location, I was seated about 25 feet away from the tabulating machine and the ballot box, the ballot drop box, and I had to ask the poll inspector and had to be accompanied by a poll worker if I wanted to walk around to observe anything anywhere in the polling locations. In the Barr Elementary School, I was seated about 80 feet from the two tabulator machines and the ballot drop box, and I had to ask the poll inspector, who was at the opposite end of the gymnasium, and I only saw her maybe twice during the time I was there from 5:30 in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If I wanted to walk around and I had to be accompanied by a poll worker to observe anything anywhere in the poll location. It appeared to me that almost every ballot, from what I was able to see, that was processed through the tabulator computer resulted in a green light switch being activated, and either the poll worker or the voter had to depress that green light switch for their ballot to process through the tabulator. Okay, so I also was on October 16th, I was also an observer that I went to the Maricopa County Election Center. That was the week after the early voting had started. And I asked to observe the ballot opening. I was asked to observe the ballot opening, sorting, and processing in the center. A point regarding lack of transparency at this facility includes observers were told how the ballot receiving process was supposed to function, but was not shown or allowed to see the mail receiving room operations. The methods used to support the supporting of the various types of ballots, how the various types of ballots were opened and distributed to processors, what the processors did with the various types of ballots, and the security of knowing that all valid ballots reached a tabulating room so that each legal vote was actually counted. while I was an observer there at the facility, where the ballots were received, validated, processed, in the large room that was there that I was seated in, I was about 25 feet away from the closest table where there was supposed to be a Republican and a Democrat sitting at the table, but who knew? I mean, nobody knew who was actually at the table because you couldn't see any credentials for anybody there. The room was large enough to hold 110 ballot processors, and the closest one that I was near was 25 feet away, so I wasn't able to really see much of anything. I was not allowed to talk to or ask any questions of anyone other than the assistant director of the facility, which I saw maybe 2 or 3 times throughout the entire day that I was there from 9 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon. There was a young Asian man in the facility talking with the assistant manager at the same time that I was out in the corridor that I briefly met and asked him what his role was, and he replied that he was a computer programmer at the facility. Well, I didn't think much about it until afterwards when I heard the news and I heard about the allegations that China was heavily involved with the ballot tabulating company and the software. I started to think about, gee, that's really unusual that we had an Asian gentleman that was there that was in the programming process. So I just thought it was kind of unusual, and I mentioned it in my affidavit that I had put in. Okay, finally, following the election, I was asked to come to the Arizona GOP office in order to be able to investigate some of the complaints that were coming in from voters. And I spoke with around 35 Republican voters that complained about their ballot issues of processing through the tabulating machine that they personally experienced on Election Day. Then they signed declarations under penalty of perjury that I actually went out, saw them, and talked to them, and asked them if they would be willing to sign those affidavits, that they had to push the green button on the tabulation machine since the poll worker told them to do so, but didn't tell them that the machine rejected their ballot and what options they had to correct their ballots by having the ballot spoiled and redoing it again. So they just thought that pushing the green button was required to process their ballot through the tabulation machine, a sign of voting irregularity and voter inequity. Thank you. That concludes my testimony today.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Minkus, when you were at the center, you noticed this green button. Can you explain to us what the green button is, and was it on every machine?
It wasn't at the center that I observed the green button. It was while I was a poll observer.
When you were a poll watcher at the voting location.
At the poll
okay,
location.
well, explain to me the green button.
The green button is a button that's labeled CAST.
CAST, C-A-S-T?
C-A-S-T. It is a triangular shaped button, and there is another button that's on the machine right next to it, which I believe is a rectangular shaped button, that was a button that was used for other issues, but it wasn't for casting the ballot. If they wanted to reject the ballot, they pushed the rectangular button and they would reject the ballot. So, as I understand it, the reason that the green light would show up is because the machine wasn't accepting the ballot. There was some issue with the ballot. Now, whether there was a smudge, whether there was an improper mark someplace, whether there was an overvote, an undervote, or whatever it may have been, it had rejected the ballot. But I had observed from the distance that I was at that so many times that green button, that green triangular button had to be pushed, that it seemed to me like it was almost a requirement that they had to do that in order to be able to put a ballot through.
And in fact, what happened when you pressed the green button?
Well, the green button did accept the ballot. It pushed it through, but it put the ballot then into a drawer which they noted as drawer number 3, which separated that from the ballots that were accepted, which went into drawer number 1 and number 2. So all those ballots that went in number 3, I don't know what happened to them.
Were they put aside for further inspection?
I don't know, because these ballots then were all taken. This was on election day, naturally, that this became an issue. And all these ballots then were, at the end of the day, taken out of the machines. They were put into box or boxes.
Special boxes just for them? For number 3?
I don't know if the drawer number 3 went into a special box, because I wasn't able to observe that.
I see.
And get close enough to see that. But I know that the ballots then were all supposed to be taken to another location, where it was a central location in the East Valley in Arizona, where they were going to be picked up by a white panel truck. And again, I did not follow that because the inspector, who was a Republican, indicated that she was going along with it and she was going to follow it. But I do understand that during the time that I served as a poll inspector in the early election period, that there were times during the day, it usually was like about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, where a truck would come, a van-type truck, a panel truck, would come to the poll location. There were 2 representatives that would come in that had name tags on them. They would then take the ballots, and I happened to follow that out. They would take the ballots, put it into a box, a plastic box, and they would take them out to their truck. Well, in one case, I followed them out just to see what was going on, and I noticed that the truck that they had a California plate on it, so I thought that was kind of unusual, and I questioned about that, but I understand that they were renting trucks locally, so there could have been that there were enough people moving from California that were using those trucks that were here, and they wound up...
Are you referring now just to the ballots that were the subject of the green button that went into number 3?
These were just...
All the ballots?
These were all the ballots. They were ballots coming out of the ballot box and ballots that were coming from out of the machines.
And the green ballots were taken along with them?
Yes.
Okay. And now you also said that... Oh, how many ballots approximately do you think were cast that way, that you observed?
Well, in each day, when I was there prior to the actual election day, there were probably several hundreds to thousands of people that filed through that particular...
How many?
Several hundreds to 1,000 people that filed through that particular polling location.
Right.
Yeah. On election day, there was probably over 1,000 people that came through there.
So total of about...
A couple thousand, yes.
2,000 to 3,000 people?
Yes.
And when you were at the Maricopa County election facility, where the ballots were received, validated, and processed, you were seated 25 feet in front of a room with 110 ballot processes. Could you see anything?
No. I mean, I could see the people, I could see the room.
Could you observe signatures or
not at all
envelopes?
They would not allow us to go beyond. I was sitting in a seat, and there was a pathway that was in front of me where they would actually bring the carts in that had the ballots in them in mail containers, and they would just go through that long aisleway and set them off on the side. Other than that, I was not able to talk to anybody. I was not able to see anything. I was not able to examine anything. So as a poll observer, I was really hindered by just being there and not being able to talk to anybody or see anything.
And what were they physically doing with the ballots?
Well, they were sitting at the tables. Again, there were 110 of them, so they were spread throughout.
110 tables?
Yes.
And how many observers?
And I would say the room was probably as large as this room.
How many observers, Republican observers?
Well, I was the only...
You were the only
poll
Republican
observer on the Republican side. While
for
it was
110?
110
tables.
Processors.
110 tables?
No, 110 processors.
On how?
2 at a table, so there were probably about 55 tables.
55 tables, 110 processors.
And I was the only Republican observer.
And you have only 2 eyes, right?
Unless
you weren't selected because you have more than 2 eyes.
Unless I'm wearing my glasses.
Well, then you have 4, okay. So, I mean, you couldn't see anything.
No, could not see anything.
They could have been putting phony ballots in, and you wouldn't have known the difference.
Absolutely, it could have been.
Right? They could have been stuffing the ballot box.
Yes.
You're supposed to be there in order to make us comfortable
Yes.
that didn't happen.
Yes, sir.
Because mail-in balloting is prone to that kind of fraud.
That's exactly right.
So they completely frustrated you in your mission to do that. How many ballots? Now you have 55 tables, got 110 employees. We got one Republican, Mr. Minkus. You must have felt a little uncomfortable as the one Republican. Did you have your MAGA hat on?
Yes, and as I had asked the assistant manager there a couple questions as she came in and out 2 or 3 times throughout the entire day, I had asked her how many ballots they were actually processing. She said that they had about
enough to catch up?
2.8 million ballots that they were expecting to process during that election period. I think there was a 14-day period. And there would be about a little over 100,000 ballots a day that were going through there.
So those people were calculating, tabulating, checking out about 100,000.
They were moving very quickly.
Approximately 100,000 ballots.
They were moving very quickly to
without
get
any observation by Mr. Minkus, who was the only Republican there.
Exactly.
And did you raise an issue about that?
No, I didn't, because I didn't know whether anything that was going on there was proper or not proper. I was only there for 1 day, and I was just observing to see what questions I did want to ask, of which I asked a few questions, as well as that I realized that I was not able to actually see the process coming where the trucks come in, unload the ballots, see what was going on in the mailroom, how they process through the ballots.
It was just 1 day of that? 1 day?
I was there for 1 day.
And about 100,000 votes a day?
Yes, correct.
And then you mentioned that 35 people signed under penalty of perjury. Something about the green?
Yes.
The use of the green button? Would you explain that one more time so I get it right?
Yes. After the election was over with, the Arizona GOP had received many, many calls and complaints from voters about the fact that they felt that when they checked, their ballot hadn't been counted. So they were wondering what happened to it. So they wanted to know how they can check to see if their ballots were actually counted or what happened to them. As a result of that, the Arizona GOP had asked for volunteers to come in to make calls back to these people, these voters, to find all over the valley, to find out what the issues were that they had encountered. What I had uncovered that I just testified to was that many of these people that I talked to, there were at least 35 of them, for which I actually went out and picked up their affidavits. So I was able to talk to them not only the phone, but talk to them person to person, that they had told me that the experience they had was that they brought their ballot up to the machine, they put it into the machine, the poll worker that was there, when the green light went on, the poll worker that was there told them to push the green button. And they did. And the machine accepted their ballot. But yet it wasn't counted.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Is that you, Mr. Roberts, or Mr. Cook? Mr. Cook, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is to clear something up for us here from your testimony, sir. Okay. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but there were 3 drawers, and I'm confused. What do we need 3 drawers for? So my question is, the 2 drawers that were there, how were those ballots separated and why? Were votes for the presidential candidates, were they separated by that for 2 drawers? Was they separated for the county supervisor races? Why was there a need for 2 drawers if the ballot went through the machine, everything was good? Why 2 drawers? Do you know the answer to that?
No, I don't. But if you go on to the Secretary of State's website and take off the 2020 general election manual It tells you in there how those machines were set up, and it explains to you what those 3 drawers were.
Okay, thank you. Next question I have was that, did you witness in any of your, and thank you for your work, by the way, did you witness anything like the testimony we have heard today where the lowering of standards on the site for signature verifications for any mail-in ballots, were those standards lowered at that site by any individual?
I did not observe that, so my answer to that would be I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minkus, well, just to tack on to what Representative Cook was just asking, you stated earlier that you were not allowed to see the receiving process of those ballots. Does that include the signature verification? Is that what you were referring to earlier?
I wasn't allowed to see any part of the receiving process where the trucks would come to the building, they would be unloaded, they would go into the mail receiving room. The mail receiving room should have been able to separate the ballots by whatever method they would use to separate them. They were then supposed to go through a slicing machine. And these were things that I was told, but we were not actually able to see them.
Now, when you, if I may continue, when you say that you were told, because you also said something earlier that you were not allowed, you participated in 2016, 2018, correct, and now 2020.
Yes.
And that some things changed from 16 and 18. I assume there's always going to be some minor changes here and there. But you said that you're not allowed to talk to them and you're not allowed to walk around the polling place, which was contrary to the policy set forth by the Secretary of State.
Exactly.
So were you given any reason as to why you were being told on the day of implementation of these policies why you were not allowed to do what was set forth in those policies as far as seeing the receiving process, as far as, you know, you're there obviously to observe. Yes. Were you given any, you said that you were prevented. How were you prevented? What did they say to you? And did they give you a reason as to why you couldn't do that?
The inspector at each of the polling locations, after I would come in and I would show them my official credentials, they would then give me instructions, and this went on in both locations that I served at, where the inspector would tell us that here's the seat where you can sit, and you can't walk around and talk to any of the poll workers or any of the voters, and if you do want to go any place in the facility, in the polling location, that you have to ask me first, and I will assign a poll worker to you for you to be able to walk around with. Now, that's contrary to the observers' information that was on the 2020 general election manual that was put out by the Secretary of State, which said, if an observer arrives at the voting location, the inspector should, number one, welcome the observer and thank them for their service. Number two, instruct them that they can observe operations but must maintain at least a 6 foot of physical distance from voters. Number three, work with the observer to find a few optimal locations in the vote center that allow for observation without impeding the flow of operations. That's it. But I was told by the inspectors at each location that I must ask them for permission and they must have a poll worker walk around with me.
Were you not considered a poll worker?
No, no.
You're a poll observer.
The poll observer, watcher observer, is separate from poll worker.
Okay. One last question, Mr. Chairman. So from 2016 to 2018 to 2020, again, you stated there was changes. Was there anything else that stood out in 2020 as far as the changes from your experience from the prior two election cycles, as far as new rules and things?
An unfriendly environment.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Minkus, forgive me, but I'd like to expand on that a little bit. Unfriendly compared to previous years?
Yes.
And unfriendly, how so?
As a Republican poll worker, which I had a badge that I had to wear that said that I was a Republican poll observer, I felt intimidated by if I was walking anywhere in the facility, even to go to the bathroom, some of the poll workers would they'd kind of be intimidating. They'd be if I made a nice gesture or comment to them, I wouldn't get any kind of return back to that extent. If you're having a good day, something of that nature. It was a rather intimidating, unfriendly environment.
So a failure to be cordial.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Senator Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mangus, now, were you a volunteer, or were
Yes,
you
sir.
getting paid for that?
No, I was strictly a volunteer.
So you did that completely out of patriotism and no pay, and yeah, no good deed goes unpunished, right? Now, did the Democrat poll, the other folks,
No,
your counterpart,
I had
did they have a badge
I had a
also?
selfish motive for doing what I did, and that is to save this country.
Yes, sir. Now, your counterpart, did they also have a badge that identified Democrat?
Some of them did, some of them didn't. So it wasn't consistent.
But
they all had to come in with an identification. The Republicans were one color, the Democrats were another color. When I was at the election facility there for the short period of time that a Democrat was there, which they came in like about 2 in the afternoon and they stayed till from 2 to like 4 in the afternoon. There was a Democrat there. She was sitting right next to me. The extent of the conversation I had with her started and ended with the fact that the Democratic office in Phoenix was destroyed sometime during the year by one of their workers. And I didn't know anything about it, frankly, but she went on and talking about it like that was the only thing that we ever got a chance to talk about. So, yeah, it was an environment that was not. I didn't really feel warm as a volunteer to actually feel like I was being accepted and being welcomed to be doing what I was doing.
One more question. You're a veteran, sir?
Am I a military veteran?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay.
I made that.
What era?
I was in during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, sir. And I beyond your military service.
I'm sorry?
Beyond your military service, sir.
Yes,
it's
sir.
people like you that make this country work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
All right, our next witness, and I know I'm very sorry that we have, it's been such a long day and we've had a number of witnesses that have had to go to work and have had to leave. So if I'm going to give you a couple minutes, if I call your name and you're not here, we'll go on to the next person, but we're going to try and work through this entire name list. The next individual up is Diane Sarah. Is Diane still here? All right, she'll be on her way. Oh, she's on Zoom. Well, let's see if we can find Diane Sarah on Zoom. I am not seeing Diane Sarah on Zoom. So if somebody wants to reach out to her, or maybe they know her, if she would like to try and get back on, that'd be great. Next up, Judith Burns. Judith there? Are you Judith? All right, great. Yeah, if not, you are now. All right.
Okay.
If you would please give your name, and if I'm just going to ask you to please be succinct about your experience as a poll worker. So please give your name and let's go.
I'm Dr. Judith Burns. I'm a resident of Maricopa County, and I've been a public educator for 40 years at both the university and secondary levels of education. I was an observer at the tabulation and election center on 2 occasions and a poll watcher in my community on 1 day. Initially, I chose to do this as a civic duty to my state and to my country. And I believed in the process. Excuse me. I'm nervous because this is so very, very important.
Ma'am, please don't be nervous. It's just us normal people that you're talking to.
We're on your side.
I know. I know.
Teacher, we're nervous.
I know. I won't check your grammar.
Thank you.
I observed at the election center on 2 occasions, both in the signature verification room and in the ballot processing room. The first day I was in the signature verification room, I was a little bit, having never done this before, I was a little bit startled at the circumstances. I walked in, was set at a table, told to stay in that spot, and I was facing a room full of computers that all I could see was the back of them. There were some computers behind me, but no screeners there that day. There were maybe 8 or 9 people present that day. I couldn't see anything, and I was very disturbed by this, but wasn't really sure what to do. I did ask Celia, who I believe is one of the vice presidents of operations, why they were like that, and I was told because they needed to be set up that way due to the wiring systems. So I was there again 4 days later, and the room was full of screeners. I was able to turn my chair around and look through a plexiglass at one of the computer screens, which was maybe 6 feet from me. I could see it better when I was able to stand up, which I did. I kept looking at the screen because it seemed very odd. And in the bottom right-hand corner was a yellow banner. And I got into a position where I could see the yellow banner, which said low confidence. Then I started paying much closer attention to the signatures, thinking this didn't even make sense to me because the signature on the ballot that was being compared to other signatures didn't even resemble in any way what they were comparing it to. They were completely illegible. They were just scribbles on the ballot. And there were 5 screeners screening low confidence ballots for an entire afternoon that I was in there. And I asked Celia what the low confidence said, and she said just not to worry about that, that this was a new program that they were testing. And I said, okay. So I continued watching, and shortly after I talked with her, I had a few other questions, and at that time she suggested that I just sit down at the table where we were in our little area that we were supposed to remain. Shortly after that, there was a server outage, and I believe on my affidavit I said there was a power outage, but in actuality the lights were still on. It was just the servers in that room that went out for maybe 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm sitting there thinking, where did all those signatures go that were in the queue for them to check? That was one of my questions. Then, when the computers came back up, the gentleman that I could see quite well, all of a sudden had a green banner, and it said high confidence. And I just sat there very quietly watching, because then they had some conversations. There were 5 screeners all in one small area. They had some conversation, and the question from one of them to this gentleman was, are you still doing what we were doing, meaning low confidence? And he said, no, I'm doing high confidence now. And he was, out of those 5 screeners, he was then the only one that was doing high confidence signatures, because he was the one I could see. And at least that's what I surmised. I don't know if it was coincidental that there was an outage. And I don't really know what all that means, but what was evident to me was the signatures that were going through there were not what they were trying to compare to. And so that was my concern that particular day. Let's see. The other experience was in the, I did ask Celia what happened to those votes. Were they counted? And I may have already said this, I don't think I did, but she said, yes, they were counted. And I gave her a puzzled look because it all seemed very odd to me, and I wasn't sure what to make of the fact that there were all these signatures that did not match, and then I was being told they were being counted. The other area that I was in the ballot processing room. We were in a room probably a little smaller than this. There had to have been 75 to 90 tables in there. There were 2 processors on each side of different parties, I was told. Again, I was probably as far away as that black curtain, and the room was this big. We couldn't see anything or really observe anything. There did seem to be a process for getting new ballots for them to take out of the envelopes and separate the ballot and the envelope. But what I noticed that raised some questions for me was they had their purses at their table. They had their cell phones there. During their break time, if they did not get up and leave their table, they were able to rummage in their purses and in their backpacks. People had backpacks there as well. And this bothered me. I wasn't really sure if this was appropriate. The other thing I found interesting in the whole process was when the press came in the second day that I was there. The 2 women that had been in a quality assurance role, is what I was told, that sat at tables, and if they had overvotes or undervotes on a ballot or an issue with a ballot, they would take to those women. All of a sudden, they were sitting at a table like this, one on each side, and they were processing the ballots very close to me. They weren't very far. They had set up a table very close to where I was as an observer, and the press was able to take pictures of us so that they could see that there were observers close to them, and they would get behind me, and they were directed that I was an observer. So they were trying to get pictures, including me in that, was the impression that I was given by the conversation I was hearing. The other experience I had was in my community at in the early voting. I got there very early, wanted to make sure I knew where I was supposed to be seated and what I was going to be able to see. And I was placed again against the wall, out of the way, so that I couldn't see anything. And when I got up to walk, keeping distance from people, and there was quite a bit of an area, it was in a gymnasium, so it was a large voting area. I wanted to see the process of when a person would put their driver's license in and then get their ballot printed out at the other end, go to their voting booth, and then turn in. I just wanted to walk the process to see what was going on. I was told to go sit down and to stay up against the wall, actually, quite a ways removed. Well, as it happened, where I was sitting was where people would come to turn in their ballots and put them in the slot. Well, many people did not want to take their masks off and lick their envelopes. And so they couldn't, they were trying water and a sponge and a rag. Well, the wetter the envelopes got, they would not stick. So they started putting masking tape on the envelope. And I guess it's the teacher in me, forgive me, but I did say to the supervisor, I'm not sure this is appropriate. I'm not sure these ballots will be counted, and I'm concerned. And I did call the number on the back of my badge that I was given, EDO, is that I think that's it, the number that, and reported that this was going on. This went on all day long in this precinct. There was masking tape, there was tape. Somebody had gone to get a dauber to try to get the envelopes to stick. But when I would watch people put them in, the envelope would open, and so I don't know if those ballots fell out, if those ballots were ever counted. I'm not really sure what it meant. But what I ascertained from all of this was that there were just some odd things going on, and I was concerned. I was concerned both at the tabulation center by the fact that we weren't allowed to see signatures, that I was looking at low confidence signatures and was told that those votes would be counted, and then going to a precinct and seeing that envelopes were being taped with masking tape for an entire day. And I was very concerned about that. When I volunteered to serve as an observer, I did so with the belief in the process and the system. That belief has been shaken by this experience. It truly has. And I'm truly concerned for our future as a nation and as a state. And I truly hope that based on the facts and the information and the findings that you received today from the many, many people that are willing to come forward and state what they have observed, that you will make an honest decision so that the integrity of our state can be upheld. Thank you.
Dr. Burns, thank you very much for your courage and your service.
Thank you.
Mr. Giuliani, do you have any questions?
So how many days were you there, Ms. Burns?
I was 2 days at the Tabulations and Election Center and 1 day at a poll watching.
Which was first?
The Tabulations and Elections, 2 days there.
The 2 days at the Tabulation Center?
Yes.
And then after that at the election?
At the poll, the first day of early voting.
So at the Tabulation Center, most of the time it was hard for you to see anything.
I wasn't sure what my purpose was.
And you were there to make observations of the examination of the mail-in ballots, weren't you?
Correct.
To see if they were appropriate.
Right.
Filled out, whether the signature looked right, address there, name there. Did you ever get to see any one of them?
Not one.
Not one?
Not one.
So how many people in this center?
In the ballot processing room, there were approximately 90 tables, and it was a gymnasium-sized room. And the first day I was there, there might have been maybe 50 to 60 people in the room, 50 to 60 tables with 2 people at each table. The next day I went was during the week, and it was also the day when the press was coming, so all the tables were quite full.
So how many Republican observers were there in addition to you?
We were allowed 1 Republican and 1 other party in the room. That's it.
For the entire room?
For the entire room. And I made the mistake after lunch of going into the room, not knowing that somebody else had been assigned to that room, and I was told to leave.
And you were expected to cover 90 tables?
Yes.
And you were the only thing that stood between their cheating and our having some assurance that they weren't cheating.
Absolutely.
They could have been doing anything to those ballots they wanted to, correct?
Correct.
They could be accepting ballots that had no signatures.
Correct.
They could be selecting ballots that had 50 of the same signatures.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
They could have been taking ballots they had written up before and put them in there.
Well, I found it interesting in the ballot processing room that, and I did forget to say this earlier, tubs of ballots came in, and they were all rubber banded, but they were already opened. And so that when each table got their tub of, I think it was 250 ballots.
They were all open?
They were all opened. They had already been opened. And I did ask somebody, where do these ballots come from? Who opens them? And she said, they come from the mailroom. And I started to ask another question. And one question was about our limit that we were allowed to ask. When I started to ask another question, she walked away from me. So they were all open.
This was sort of kind of like the approach of your governor and secretary of state. See no evil, right? Feel no evil. Just ignore it. So the ballots came in a tub. Did the other ballots come in a tub? Did ballots usually come in a tub?
Well, they had been through this mail room, wherever that was.
The normal ballots that were coming in, what did they come in? What were they carried in?
They were like those tubs with the handles, the shallow tubs that were handled, and they were rubber band.
But they were sealed, the normal ones. No, I say that the normal ones that came in were sealed.
We have no way of knowing. Nobody ever observed them coming into the mail rooms, or when they were opened, or by whom they were opened, or if anybody accessed those.
Well, when you saw the ballots being brought to the tables, could you see whether they were open or closed?
They were all opened. They were already
all
of them.
All
were
the ballots were open that you saw.
The people at the tables would open them up, pull the ballot, check the number on the ballot and the envelope so that they coincided. They would separate them. They would have their pile of ballots and the envelopes, and at that point they were separated.
So they didn't really have to open the envelope. Theoretically, they had to just check it, take out the secure. I mean, let's describe it to people as an outer envelope, and that has the name, address, the district in which they're voting, and a signature.
Right.
That's how you identify it.
Right.
The inner envelope is called a secure envelope.
There was one envelope. It was the green envelope. There are not two envelopes. There's just the one.
Wait. There was just one envelope?
One envelope.
And a ballot inside?
Yes.
A naked ballot inside? Not in a secure envelope?
No, there were not two envelopes. Maybe correct? The green envelope is the only envelope that we have.
Well, no, there's supposed to be a secure envelope inside because your ballot is supposed to be anonymous.
There were not two envelopes. There was one envelope. It was
that may explain why they were open.
Right. They went through some sort of a system where they opened them. But we signed the back of our envelopes, and on the front of that envelope is the mailing address to the county.
Did you do a mail-in vote?
Did I personally? I hand carried mine and put it.
But was it a mail-in vote?
Yes.
Well, was there an envelope you had to put the ballot in?
Yes, a green envelope, one envelope.
One envelope and the naked ballot.
Correct.
No other envelope.
No duplicate. And in other states that I have lived in, there were two envelopes.
Okay. So when it came in, it was open already?
Yes.
And all they did was separate it?
Right.
Did they look at the back of the envelope?
No, because the envelopes I believe, are scanned in, and the signature verification room is where that number that is on the envelope coincides with the signature, and those are scanned in. So my understanding is that in the signature verification room, they do not know anything that's on the ballot. They only have the signature, and they are checking it against other signatures, driver's license, previous voting.
Did you see that done?
That's what I was trying to see in the signature verification.
Did you ever get to see it?
Just that one gentleman who was doing low confidence and then switched to high confidence.
And you were the only Republican doing that too?
I was the only one in that
So if you
room.
weren't doing it, nobody else was?
Correct.
So that was all being done secretly? Well, secretly meaning without any Republican observers.
Right. Because the rest of the room was full. There were maybe 14 computers there, and it was full. And they were all, I couldn't see any of them.
So how many of these ballots would you estimate went into the vote without a Republican getting a chance to even glimpse at the envelope?
As much as I would like to answer that, I can't even guesstimate. It was an entire afternoon.
How long were you there?
I was there 2 afternoons.
For how long each afternoon?
4 hours.
And how many ballots could they do in an hour?
Well, this was interesting. Some of them would click, 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 click without really looking at them. They would just sort of glance at it and go on to the next one and go on to the next one. There was one gentleman that seemed a little more intent on actually looking at the signatures that he was comparing to, and he would take maybe 10 or 15 seconds per signature. But some of them just kept clicking and clicking and clicking.
And how many of these tables were doing it?
Well, the first day I was there, I believe there were 8.
8?
8 computers, 8
Okay.
different people. There might have even been 8 to 9 people. The second day, I believe the room holds almost 20 people, and it was pretty full.
Pretty much 20 people?
Yeah.
So, were they doing one a minute?
Oh, no, seconds. Oh,
One every 2 or 3 seconds?
Well, one gentleman was clicking and clicking and clicking. I'm not sure what he was looking at, but he wasn't looking too...
What do you think would be a good estimate? One per?
An estimate probably would be one every, maybe 8 to 10 seconds.
Okay, let's say 10 seconds. One per 10
Okay, so
seconds.
6 per...
And how many hours were you there?
I was there 4 hours.
4 hours.
He's doing the math.
4 hours the first day when you had the 8 to 9.
Right.
And then 4 hours the second day when you had the 20 people.
Correct.
And that was the day the press was there.
Right.
Gee, how did I know that?
That was in the ballot processing room, though. They
were
were
they all
not
dressed?
in the...
Were they all dressed up better?
Pardon?
Were they all dressed up better when the press was there and had more makeup on?
A couple of them, yes.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of ballots that you didn't get to examine.
Right.
I mean, that's a lot of fraudulent ballots to stuff in a day, in 2 days.
But that was just
Do you
2 days.
have you realized the enormity of the cheating that was going on in front of you? Do you have any sense of the... I mean, these are going to amount to thousands of votes that were
Right.
put into the system without any opportunity for the opposition to observe them, which the law demands and fairness requires.
I went home that night, and I could not stop thinking about what I
bet
had
you
seen.
couldn't.
I was so disturbed by it. I contacted Gina Swoboda, who was my contact person and arranged for me to observe. And first I texted her. She asked me to write an email. And then I got very specific in my email. I was so disturbed by what I had seen. I went into this in good faith that people did the right thing. And that's not what I saw. I've never had the opportunity to provide a civic service like this before, and I was truly astounded at what I saw. And the way people were polite, but the way I was treated. Go sit over there. I was at that black curtain, and the closest table to me was further away than I am from that black curtain.
And you did this for no compensation. And tell us the reason again you did it.
I did it because I'm a retired university professor, and I wanted to be involved in this process. I believe in our country. I believe in this process. And I'm so disappointed in what I saw.
You're shocked.
I was shocked, absolutely shocked. And at first I thought, maybe it's me. I've not done this before. I don't really know specifically what I should be looking for, but it didn't feel right. I didn't know what it really meant, but it didn't feel right. And the way things appeared, especially in the signature verification room, really disturbed me.
I'm very sorry for what happened to you.
Well,
It shouldn't happen in America. That should happen in China or Venezuela.
Well, that's why I'm here today.
Well, maybe you'll make it back into America. Help us become America again.
I would like to. Thank you.
Just not so fast. Members, any questions?
Sorry.
Representative Bartow.
Thank you, Dr. Burns. This is really troubling. I mean, when you think about signature verification, that's so basic. I just have a question about how this works out. From your observation, does each click mean that it was accepted? You're talking about the clicks.
I don't know.
So there could be a click that it's not accepted?
And this was something that I can't answer. I don't really know that.
Well, if it wasn't accepted, do you know what happens to those ballots that were not accepted? Did they go somewhere else that you observed where they would be adjudicated properly?
Well, later on I found out that some of them would go to somebody else and they would follow up on them. But my thinking was there were so many that weren't even close to the signature. How could they possibly follow up on those? So I don't really know where they went, and the clicking was, I didn't know. I tried to look. I tried to see what they were doing, but when I asked questions, I was shut down.
You couldn't tell whether they were clicking accepted or not accepted?
No, there was nothing on the screen to indicate that. It was strictly on the keyboard.
Why have poll observers? I don't understand.
I know. That was my question after the first day, and then after the second day, I was really disturbed.
Thank you.
Senator Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Burns, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
My question goes back to the ballots coming out of the mailroom. They were already opened up.
Yes.
So would you suspect that possibility that they were opened up in the mailroom and a ballot was switched out and put in?
I would have no idea on that.
Could you speculate on that?
It would be possible.
Extremely possible?
Yes, it would be possible.
Let me ask you another question. In your teaching profession in all those years, if you caught a student cheating, what would your response be?
Oh. I wouldn't be very happy about it, and they would be in great trouble, and after a phone call home, they probably would fail.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm sure we all feel the same way. Thank you.
Dr. Burns, I want to, forgive me, I want to kind of run back at the envelope thing, because apparently Maricopa County runs differently than Pima County, which is where I'm from.
Okay.
So when a Pebble ballot is returned, a permanent early voter list ballot, that's what PEVL stands for. When you return that, it's an envelope inside of an envelope with a ballot on the inside. And what I hear you saying, I just need to be crystal clear on this.
Right.
The tubs that you saw with envelopes were singular envelopes with a ballot in them, all open.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, Senator Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Burns. I'm really curious about the low confidence and the high confidence. It's got me really curious. And you're saying that the screen with the low confidence, you couldn't see that the signature matched at all to any of... Okay, so they're looking at one signature and trying to match it to other signatures that are on the page?
Yes.
Am I getting that right?
Yes.
And you could see that from where you were sitting that the signature did not match any of those.
Most of them did not match any of the ones they were trying to match it to. It wasn't, in many cases, not all, it was just a scribble. It was just a flick of the hand.
So, ma'am, maybe the low confidence might mean I'm not sure that this matches, but I'm going to pass it off anyway, or something. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm thinking maybe that it means.
Well, that was the impression that I had.
Yeah.
And I think many of them were passed on. And that was my concern and what truly bothered me.
Thank you.
Dr. Burns, just really quick, I know that you probably would like to get out of this chair.
No, that's fine.
When you were watching that, and this is just a real simple response I'm looking for, did you notice any stark differences? For example, you said a scribble.
Well, what we didn't hear is the signature they were comparing it to. Was it so clear and convincing to you that it's like, this is a signature, this is a chicken scratch?
Right. It was that clear to me on many of them.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Oh, just a moment.
Two quick ones.
Two quick ones.
What did you teach?
I was a director of choral activities in music.
I was hoping you taught ethics. Maybe you should now.
And, and as you now know, I didn't teach math.
Well, I don't do math very well either, but I just want to tell you I computed what you said, 4 hours, 8 or 9 tables the first day, 1 per 10 seconds. That'd be about 12,000 ballots that went in that were unobserved. The second day we had 20 people, that'd be 150,000. That's a lot of votes.
It was.
That's way more than the votes that decided this election. Way more. So if this is true, and we have no reason to believe it isn't true, I mean, all these people who are so upset saying that they cheated have to confront the fact that there are numerous American citizens who were sworn under oath that they did cheat. You gave us an affidavit under oath, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You understand what that means, right?
Yes, I do.
I'm sure you do. Thank you. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Now?
Ma'am?
Oh, one more question.
Okay, looks like we're not going to get out of the question zone quite yet.
That's okay.
Representative Roberts, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Burns, you said earlier that when you were looking at it and they were saying that it was in yellow and there was low confidence, that you asked about it and they told you that it was a new program that they were testing?
Yes.
And they were testing this new program on live ballots?
This is what I was told.
Did they give you any further explanation on that?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
And one other thing, you also mentioned that you had concerns about where you were sitting after you had got up and walked around and you were told not so nicely to sit. That you had concerns about a masking tape issue that kind of went on for the better part of the day, and you asked about that. Did you ever get an answer on that? If there was an issue with that?
I was told not to worry about it.
Oh.
By the supervisor.
Not to worry about it.
And that's when I called. I did that very early in the morning. Voting had just started, and this obviously was going to be an issue right from the get-go of voting that day. And it was the first day of early voting, so they had not come across this. People did not want to take off their masks and seal their envelopes. So within the first 15 to 20 people that came through, I would say at least half of those, if not more, had masking tape put on them because they couldn't seal the envelope. Some tried water on the sticky part, and by the time they put water on it, there wasn't enough on there to seal it. But they just went ahead and put it in the...
Right. When you asked about this and you were told not to worry about it, who were you speaking with?
The supervisor at the precinct where I was observing.
And that supervisor is a county employee? Is that correct? It's not somebody that...
so.
Because you're there because you're a
volunteer
volunteer,
basis, right?
And you're going through a partisan process to be a volunteer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you're reporting your concerns, you're talking to somebody that actually works for Maricopa County. They're an employee. It's not
She was a precinct captain, and somebody else might be able to address that more than I can. She was the supervisor that everybody came to if there were questions regarding anything or the machines when people would put in their driver's license. And there were actually a precinct captain and a precinct supervisor there. And those were the people that were in charge as far as I could tell.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow members on the panel, I just want to point out that not only this witness, but most witnesses, this is not a Republican or Democrat issue. Everything that we've talked about is about elections, and every vote counts, every legal vote counting, as we're getting beat up out there on the fake news media cycle here. So all of my questions have been answered except one. First of all, the low confidence signatures that you witnessed, which were just scribbled, no matter what party, who they were voting for,
Yeah.
ran through the machine, clicked on, moved on the system. They were not taken care of. The next thing is one of my colleagues brought up is one of the things I had is that the all ballots were open when you received them. All the ballots were open when they came in there, highly irregular. So I can't imagine anyone saying out there tonight in the news media that we are in here and there is no proof about voter integrity in elections in Maricopa County. It just baffles me. When these people have signed sworn affidavits that are saying under the penalty of perjury, this is what they've witnessed. Nothing to see here, move on. It's just nuts down here in the city. Okay, but here's the question I think that all the members should notice right here. I heard you say in your testimony, now correct me if I'm wrong, you emailed in detail to the correct people these highly irregular things that you witnessed during you volunteering for this position, but I didn't, maybe I missed it, I didn't hear. Did you even get a response?
Yes, I did. And that's, well, let me think. I initially texted, I got a response requesting an email, and then it was at that point, after the election, that I was contacted to complete an affidavit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Burns, thank
Yes,
you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Kathleen Alvey. Kathleen, are you in the building? All right. Kathleen, if you would, please come over, have a seat. If you would, please give your name.
Kathleen
Kathleen.
Elvey.
All right. Kathleen, and you're going to have to get a little bit closer to the microphone so folks can hear you. Please, if you would like to tell us your story.
I volunteered to do polling, and I received an email that Pima County Recorder's Office was not allowing us to be in the polls for early voting. So I ended up at the Pima County Election Center. I went on October 15th from 9 to 1, and I was escorted in by a supervisor. She kind of gave me the layout of what the different departments were. We saw offices when we first walked in, but we also saw some little cubicles. She walked me around inside the cubicle. There was one, and then behind that there was a second one, and there was a little machine there. She said this is where the duplicates got entered in, and I asked her why there was only one chair in there. And she said, well, we don't have to worry about that right now because it's not done until the 20th, and this was only the 15th. So she took me into a second room, and this had poll workers throughout the entire room. She said that the door to the east of us was for where they were verifying signatures, and that I was not supposed to go in there. She showed me around the room, and then she showed me a chair and said, this is where you can sit. And I said, well, how can I observe if I'm sitting? And so she allowed me to walk up and down the aisles of people and observe what they were doing. The first hour...
Excuse me just a moment.
Would it be all right if we just took a short break?
Sure.
Because we have somebody who wants to make a statement.
Oh, I'd be happy to accept that statement, Mr. Mayor.
And he's probably confused about the time.
Well, there's a lot of people that happens to in this state.
Thank you.
You want to use your phone? Or this guy?
Yep, now
Is
you're
this one on? Yes.
Yes, it is.
All right, so Mr. President, your line is now connected.
Well, thank you very much. I've been watching the hearings, and they're fascinating, incredible, and I want to just thank all of the people on doing this very brave thing, and I know some get heat, but I will tell you many more get praise from the American public. We got 74 million votes, 11 million more votes than we had in 2016, we were looking to get about 68 million votes, and we said that would easily win. Well, we got 74 million votes, and getting above that number even could hit 75. But we got 74 million, and we didn't win. But I know that we won Arizona, and we won Michigan, and we won Georgia, and we won Pennsylvania, and we won Wisconsin. But what they did is they played games, and games like nobody's ever seen before. This is the first time Republicans or first time anyone has fought back. The 2020 election was rigged. It was a scam, and the whole world is watching, and they're laughing at our country. They're laughing at us. They know who won, and we won by a lot. The poll watchers were thrown out of buildings or put at very far away distances, but they were thrown out of buildings in numerous of the states. You have people that came in to vote, and they were told, I'm sorry, but you've already voted. We've received your ballot. No, I never voted. I'm very proud to vote. November 3rd, I'm very proud to vote. No, we have your ballot. And they would go in and they would sign a complaint, and in some cases they went home and they cried. They've never seen anything like it. We have thousands and thousands of people that walked in. This shows you how arrogant the Democrats and others were in taking away and stealing an election, because that's what they've tried to do, is steal it. And the easy route for me, with everyone saying, oh, just focus on 2024, sir. Focus on 2024. I said, no, I have to focus on 2 weeks ago, because this is the greatest scam ever perpetrated upon our country. This is the big one. And we went through plenty. We went through the phony Russia, and the phony impeachment, and all of the different things. And then on top of it, you have a governor named Ducey who just rushed, couldn't have gone faster. He just rushed to sign certificates so that Kelly gets into the Senate as soon as possible. What's that all about? He didn't have to sign. And I say, why would he sign when you have these incredible hearings going on that's showing such corruption and such horrible fraud on the American people and the people of Arizona? So you have to figure out what's that all about with Ducey. He couldn't go fast enough. And I just say that I want to thank you. We're going to win this thing. We're not giving up ever. We're not going to give up. We will never give up. There's never been anything like this. Thousands and thousands of votes were cast, and you have some people that were paid to vote. You know that. And, you know, we're only down to 9,000 votes. So it's a very small number of votes relative to millions cast. We lost Arizona by 9,000 votes. That's a tiny fraction. Now, that would be a half a day, a couple of hours of checking. Well, I will tell you, we are going to fight. We're taking it up all the way. We have additional cases being filed probably tomorrow in Wisconsin and in Georgia. And they're good cases. They're very strong cases by great lawyers and with great facts. And Arizona will not forget what Ducey just did. We're not going to forget the people of Arizona. We had some of the greatest rallies we've ever had. I left those rallies. A lot of you probably were there, and I said, there's no way we lose this state. And we didn't lose the state. We didn't lose the state. We won it by a lot. But I just want to thank everybody. I'm watching it, and a lot of people are watching it on OAN and a couple of others that are ratings machines. Their ratings are going through the roof because they're telling the truth. And others are being hurt, as you probably have heard. Other networks are being very badly hurt because when they don't follow us, they don't do very well. But the world is watching, and this country is watching, and we admire all of the people, and that includes the fantastic representatives, politicians, but these representatives that are up there and doing a great job. And what they don't realize is they may hear some things, but they're becoming legend. They're becoming legend for taking this on. The country really appreciates it. The country really does, and we have more than they do. I represent everybody, but this was a scam, and we have to get down to the bottom of it. I want to thank Rudy and his team for doing such an incredible job and for having the courage to do it. Many lawyers had to leave because they were threatened. So for having the courage, Rudy, we thank you. And, you know, Rudy was, and I say this, Rudy was the greatest mayor in the history of New York by far. You look at what happened to New York. I mean, you look at what's going on right now. He was the greatest we've ever had. And I told Rudy the other day, what you're doing right now concerning the elections of United States President and other elections, but concerning the election of the President of the United States, and as good as being mayor was and so important, but this is far more important, this is the most important thing you've ever done. So I want to thank Rudy. I want to thank all of the political representatives, and I want to thank all of the incredible witnesses for showing bravery and love of your country. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I know.
You can literally say, I approve that message, and be done.
So, Mr. Mayor, now that we've been upstaged seriously,
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
we would like to thank the president. I think that was that's what this team needed to hear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Kathleen, no pressure. So please proceed with your story, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I was observing the different tables, and the supervisors didn't stop me whatsoever. I walked up and down the aisles for all the 4 hours that I was there. After about the first hour, I noticed that there were a lot of ballots that were coming in that were being removed from envelopes that were faxed in. And the supervisor said, those are military or absentee. But there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them coming in. And I asked, well, what is the chain of command? How do we know for sure that these faxes are accurate and they're from the people who sent them? And I said, how do you verify a signature? If they've got the ballot and they have the envelope, why can't they just somehow get here in the envelope that they were originally given? And she told me that there was not an answer that she could give me. She didn't know the answer, that I would have to ask the other supervisor. So when the other supervisor came in, I asked her the same thing, and she told me the exact same answer, that she didn't know, that all happened in the verification of signature section, and we weren't in that area. So I was walking through again for a while, and then a representative from the Republican side at one of the tables that was working as a poll worker, he asked the same question, and he got the same answer. There was no clear answer for him either. The ballots, when they were processed, were then put into these blue containers that were supposed to go to the front of the room. They were then sealed and locked by the supervisor. When I left at 1 o'clock, there were still 6 sitting there with the supervisor out to lunch, and none of them were locked. Also, the ballots that were coming in that were faxes were called duplicates because they had to be manually entered. They didn't get secured at all. They went into a little basket on the side of the room, and then women from another area came in and got them and left with them. So I never saw what happened with those. But those same women were also coming in, and they were taking the postage boxes full of ballots and leaving with them as well. And they were going to a different area of the facility that I was not given access to, because the room that I was in I was basically told that's where all the processing went. But then I saw the ballots leaving. So when I left at 1 o'clock, I immediately sent an email to the chair of the Republican Party and said, I have some concerns about this. First of all, the chain of custody for the ballots that are faxed in, but also because there were things that I wasn't seeing behind the scenes. So.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Giuliani, do you have any questions for this lady?
Sure.
Please proceed.
So, Ms. Alvey, tell us the room that you were in. What was it, a tabulation room?
It was a well, there was
what would
no
you call
machines. It was just a processing. There were workers at tables, and there was 2 different people from 2 different parties. And what they were doing was they were working as a team. They would pull the ballots out of the envelopes that were signed. They were putting the signature envelopes to the side, and those went back in the boxes. But then the ballots were laid out flat. If there was any questions about it, if it was ripped, or if it had his signature, or if there's any kind of default on it. Like, there was one gentleman who asked because it was done in marker, and the supervisor told him, oh, it's okay. There's no problems with using markers on this. And she said, just send it through. And so he just processed it regularly. Other than that, at the other end of the room, though, there were people who were not taking ballots out of envelopes. They were just counting ballots. There was a machine and a gentleman counting it with a machine, but then the people who were sitting at the tables, they actually had lists, and the lists needed to correspond with the ballots. So they would have a bundle of ballots, they would check the names. If it was all correct, they'd bundle it back up and put it back in. There was one woman who didn't have a ballot that matched her list, and she was walking through the aisles looking for like boxes, because each of the ballot boxes that came through from the signature areas were labeled, like B1, B2, B3. So she was looking for anyone who was tabulating or working with the boxes that had a B5 on it, because there was a misplaced ballot from that.
And what day are we talking about?
October 15th.
October 15th. So this is early voting.
Correct.
Was that the only day you were there?
That was the only day I was there.
And what were you there? What were you told you were there for?
I was told I was just there to observe, just watch, make sure that everything was on the up and up. When I first went in there, I did oversee a class for new poll workers that came in. Okay. So that I would kind of have an idea of what they were doing and how the process was done. I noticed, the nice thing that I noticed was there were no pens in the room. So I didn't see anyone using a pen on any ballots at that point. It was all like Sharpie or markers, colored markers, like highlighters. And there were red pens, but the red pens were for the duplicate ballots that came in. They were supposed to be numbered and isolated by precinct on a piece of paper. And then those went to, like I said, the basket that then left the room, and I don't know where they went after that.
Where were the signatures being verified?
There was a room to the east of where we were at, behind closed doors, and that was a different section.
Did you get to observe that?
No, ma'am. Oh, no, sir.
How many Republican observers were there?
Well, the room was divided half and half of all different parties. So there were, at one table, there was a Republican and a Democrat. There was a Republican and independent. I saw a Democrat and a Green Party. I mean, each table had two different people, two different political
These were tables
affiliations.
after the envelope had already been examined.
Then all the,
in a different room, right?
Right, that was done in a different
So
room.
who was observing that? Do you know?
I don't know. I did give a list to Thomas Lane of all the people who were supposed to be observing through the whole election time.
So you don't know if there was observation of the signature verification?
I do not.
And then after the signature verification, the ballots were brought into your room?
Correct. There was large trays of ballots that were brought in.
And in your room, they were being counted?
There were some being counted off to the right of the room, and then in the area, well, I was able to go into both because I was able to wander.
And what else were they doing with them other than counting?
Well, they were counting, and then they were removing them from the envelopes. They
were being removed from. They hadn't been removed from the envelopes already?
No.
Okay.
Most of them were cut open though, so all they had to do was reach in and pull out the insides.
And then you complained about this.
Well, I complained not necessarily about this. I complained about the chain of command or the chain of custody that all of these faxes, because there were so many, and I questioned that because I wasn't sure. I mean, because I could be in Michigan and I could fax something to Pima County and it could be rerouted anywhere through any fax. And how do I know that it didn't come from Afghanistan?
Right.
So that was my concerns. So, and I was told by the chairman of the Republican Party that a lot of people come away with frustrations like this because there are no good answers unless you're there watching and you know exactly where the faxes are coming from.
How many ballots were processed during this? How long were you there? How many hours?
I was there for 4 hours.
How many ballots do you think were processed while you were there that you didn't get to observe?
I don't know, because the boxes that left the room and the duplicates that left, I don't know where they went. So I don't know how many were in each sleeve of the post office boxes. I do know that in one box, just from observing, there could be anywhere from 100 to 300 ballots in one box. So.
What do you think? In 4 hours, how many of those boxes did they go through?
Well, when I left, they were on H. So
Pardon me?
When I left, they were on the letter H. They were working on the H's. So that would have been a couple 100,000.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Members, any questions?
I do.
Senator Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk a little bit more about the duplicates. From the duplicates, or they think there's something wrong with the ballot so it wouldn't process, so that then they go and they make another ballot, another duplicate ballot. In that process, and you said, though, that there were a lot of those duplicates?
Yes, thousands of them.
Thousands of them?
Yes, they were. At one point, that's all that they were processing were the faxed ones.
Well, the faxed ones were saying they were from the military, and then they would go and make a duplicate of that to run through the thing. But here's what my concern is, that who then observes the person making the duplicate, because they're going and marking another ballot, probably. Is that what they're doing? Or do they go and punch it into the machine? How do they make the next duplicate ballot? That's what I'd like to know. And is there two observers watching that to be sure that it is done correctly according to the original ballot and who they wanted to vote for?
I agree.
And if there's thousands involved, then I would be very concerned. There should absolutely be an observer and two people involved in processing that original document to be sure that the duplicate absolutely matches. And we've heard some of that today, and so that's my concern. And you just have no idea then how they process that?
No, like I said, all the duplicates were put into a basket, and then someone came and cleared that basket every half an hour or so. But they were cleared out into a different room that I wasn't given access to. So I don't know how that was done. I do know that when I first came in, the supervisor showed me the little cubicle that was behind a cubicle, and she said that this is where the duplicates were manually entered in by a person. And that's when I questioned her about, are there two people here at the time? And she said, well, because this is only the 15th, we don't have to worry about that right now, because ballots don't get entered in until after the 20th. So.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish we had somebody from the election department that could help explain some of these questions that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate your time. I know that you have been here for a number of hours waiting patiently, but I hope it was worth it.
Yes.
Thank you. It was for us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Lowe.
She gets to brag that the president interrupted her.
Yes, indeed. And then after Mark Lowe, Linda Brickman. Or maybe Linda Brickman now and Mark Lowe's no longer here. Okay, Mr. Lowe appears to have left the building. So, Ms. Brickman. I'm sorry, Mrs. Brickman. Please give your name and
let us know what you know.
All right. My name is Linda Brickman.
You're going to need to get really close to the mic because people have been saying that they can't hear us.
Okay. My name is Linda Brickman, and I want to thank you, all of you, legislators, chairman, and Mr. Mayor, for letting me come forward and be able to speak today. Effective November 12th, 2020, as the first vice chair of Maricopa County Republican Committee, the MCRC, by operation of law, upon the resignation of the chairman, I took over the performance of the chairman's duties. I was notified by Ray Valenzuela, Director of Elections, that the logic and accuracy LNA certification of the Dominion voting systems would take place on November 23rd. With limited notice, I was later notified the date was moved to November 18th, 2020 at 10 a.m. There will be about 11 issues that I need to share with you today. For a little background, I arrived at Maricopa County Tabulations and Election Center, MECTEC, prior to 10 o'clock a.m. for what was supposed to be the morning turnaround inspection of the Dominion software and equipment. However, it took some 8 hours before the 2 formal LNA certifications were completed with mixed results. We began in the BCC, or tabulation room, where the Dominion software and machines were set up ready for actual testing. There were about 8 or 9 regular versus high-speed machines set to tabulate all the numbers from the test ballots. As part of the SOS, or Secretary of State's Elections Office, the LNA certification, and 1 mainframe computer plugged into the wall, and a computer technician's workstation with a desktop computer to transfer results from the individual tabulators and into the server. This mainframe machine that I observed was to calculate all the test ballots and add up the zeros to give a grand total of all 8 or 9 machines that totaled the ballot count, supposedly equaling 0. The problems that occurred almost from the start with the SOS certification. For example, a number of the ballots could not be read by the tabulator machines. At least 1 or more of the tabulators broke down and portions had to be replaced. Incorrect information had been inputted into each tabulator earlier that morning, and the wrong files were loaded up into the mainframe by the computer technician, and neither the SOS Secretary of State staff nor the computer technician were able to quickly resolve the problems. Instead, we were all alerted that it might take an hour or more to work things out. So we all adjourned at 2 o'clock to take lunch. At approximately 2 p.m., I asked if the problems were resolved and what had happened. Instead, I was informed that the machines were not calculating correctly, and all the machines had to be shut down during a break, during the lunch break, and reset, and they were going to start on a brand new test. About an hour plus later, the ballots were run into the tabulators, and printouts of the results in the form of a cashier's tape were received by me and others. Then the memory sticks from each tabulator were removed and handed to the computer technician for loading into the server, along with other relevant files, as we were told. Printouts were then generated by the Dominion server, and county chairs from the 3 county political parties, as well as other observers, began comparing the individual voting totals tabulated for accuracy. Once completed, the county chairs were asked to fill out and sign the certification for the SOS LNA. As per Ray Valenzuela, the Director of Elections, and other observers, they were asked to sign if they insisted, but only as an observer capacity and not in an official capacity. Then it came time for us to sign the certification. Based on the issues described above with the SOS LNA test and my familiarity with reports from other states Secretary of State's, for example, Texas, and other information that I had and that I turned over to the BOS, which is the Board of Supervisors, I went ahead and signed and denied certification, writing on the form, quote, certification denied, Linda Brickman, MC, Maricopa County Chairman, unquote. We then began the second LNA test, but this one was conducted by Maricopa County election staff and on separate Dominion voting tabulation machines. This was a similar process with results going to the server, and reports were then again printed out. But for whatever problems or irregularities that surfaced during the first SOS test, they did not manifest this time. And then for the same reasons noted above, I denied certification, writing on the Maricopa County form, quote, certification denied, Linda Brickman, MC Maricopa County Chairman, unquote. I also have copies of all the ballots counted, with copies available upon request later. Again, my reasons, as noted, were above my first-hand observations of the flaws and irregularities in the SOS LNA tabulating and calculating of the Dominion software, the unexplained turning off of the computer system and doing a reset versus a correction, and the over 5 hours for the SOS test and results review, plus my lack of faith in the second LNA test. We could see the machines, but we could not see or observe the software behind the machine to confirm what had really gone on. As a veteran county elections worker who actually worked the election both during the August primary and the general from 10/19/20 to 11/11/20, working on signature verification room, the duplication room, adjudication room, ABC room, and the hand count audit, let me share at least 6 irregularities that I personally observed. Number 1, signature verification standards were constantly being lowered by supervisors in order to move more quickly and process the higher amount of early and mail-in ballots from approximately 15 points of similarities, where you see a rounded L or a straight line, a number of different similarities that we were told there may be an hour process of training prior to all this beginning. From the 15 points of similarities, reduced to a minimum of 3, lowered to 1, and ultimately none. Just past each signature verification through, we were told. Too many rejections have already been turned in and reviewed. We need to move more quickly. This is not the way an election should be run. Where's the integrity? 2, alleged signatures and challenged signatures on envelopes where the signature was completely different from the person and the name as a listed voter. These were let through and approved by supervisors. So the ones who signed the envelopes were not the actual voter, but these were allowed to go through with Maricopa County verified, stamped on the outside of each affidavit envelope. 3, challenged runs or batches of envelopes for signatures, verification observed by me to be the exact same handwriting on the affidavit envelopes. And these were on various ballots. I saved what was the ballot number, and I believe I've turned it in. If not, I do have that information, where there were at least 30 ballots that I saw at one time that were all signed by the same handwriting, but on different voters' names. When I asked the county attorney if the county attorney would be alerted for possible fraud, I was told no, but supervisors would take care of it. In the dupes room, number 4, and this is the the duplication room. I observed with my Democratic partner the preparation of a new ballot since the original one was soiled or wouldn't go through the tabulators. I read her a Trump Republican ballot, and as soon as she entered it into the system, the ballot defaulted on the screen to a Biden Democratic ballot. We reported this to the supervisors, and others in the room commented that they had witnessed the same manipulation. We were never told what, if any, corrective action was taken. All I know is the next day I was called outside the room that I was working in signature verification by the supervisor saying, I understand you caused some problems this week, and saying that you thought our machines were not working correctly. And I was being the one that was scolded. And I was told at that point in time I could not discuss anything or talk about what was going on, as many people were threatened because they were told that their voices would be suppressed. They would be either have to leave the room and not work there again. I'm here because I think this is our duty to speak the truth and hear the truth. Number 5, election office observers. When it became apparent that more and more early and mail-in ballots need to be processed, I mentioned that the current role of the number of observers per party was not adequate. 1 per party unless all parties agreed to more. And since the governor refused to call the legislature into session for whatever his reasons, and little incentive for the Democrats to agree to a higher adequate number, there was no way that 1 observer per party who were forced to the back of the room or to have to watch behind a closed-in wall or a see-through wall would have legitimate opportunity to see what election workers were actually seeing in real time and doing, especially where up to 20 or more workers processing tasks, sometimes in 10 seconds or less. And I personally observed most observers acting clueless and did not believe any of them even recognize the challenges that I was referencing above. Number 6, one of the most egregious. In both the duplication and adjudication rooms, which I worked, I observed the problem of Trump votes with voters checking the bubble for a vote for Trump, but also writing in the name Donald Trump under the write-in candidate and checking the bubble next to his handwritten name again as a duplicated vote. And this would continue on as an overvote, which means no vote was counted at all, despite the policy having been changed to allow these overvotes. Supervisors contradicted their own policies where the intent was clear. Ray Valenzuela, Director of Elections, told me openly the morning of the Dominion certification, November 18th, 2020, that this was incorrect. The supervisors were terribly mistaken, and as an adjudicator, I was instructed incorrectly that these many votes should have been counted and not turned away as an overvote. Chairman Fincham, legislators, Mayor, I am here today, again, not as an expert in the Dominion software, but I'm here as a voter in Maricopa County who wants to hear and speak the truth, even though myself and many others have been suppressed to speak before you now. There should be integrity in our voting and our voting electorate. Voting is not a right. Voting is not a privilege. Voting is not an option. Voting is an obligation for every legal American citizen. God bless America, and God bless Donald Trump.
Thank you, Ms. Brickman. Just one point of clarification. You mentioned Ray Valenzuela.
Yes, sir.
Is this the same Ray Valenzuela that stood before the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors and told them that no dead people voted?
I'm sorry
That no dead people voted?
I cannot answer to that, sir. I don't know.
All right. Actually, we need to have another witness for that I don't believe is here. Mr. Giuliani, do you have any questions for Mrs. Brickman?
Mrs. Brickman, I would like to ask you this as the head of the party in Maricopa. And I imagine you've been involved in Republican politics for a while?
Close to 30-some, 40 years.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your dedication to the party. This is really in the nature of advice. Why? Let me ask it this way. I have this feeling that if I were representing a Democrat president, and this was a Democrat governor and Democrat legislature, and I called up with a third of these allegations, we would have had a special session. They would have canceled out the vote, and they would have designated the electors for Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, or some other scoundrel like that, without much fuss. Now, I understand we're not them, and I don't want us to be them. That's why I'm a Republican. We're not crooks. They're crooks. But we also don't have to be suckers. We don't have to allow them to intimidate us, allow them to con us, allow them to make fools out of us, allow them to shove down our throat a vote that we know is false. Explain to me how your governor certified that vote today.
Fortunately, I can't be.
What's wrong with him?
You want me to say on
what's wrong with him?
What I think what's wrong with him?
Yeah, what's wrong with him?
I
don't know. I have an open mind. I've got an open mind to what's wrong with him. No neutral observer could possibly have signed that. Certainly not a Republican. I mean, he has 200 of his citizens testifying that it's a fraud. The number of votes that they cheated on, I just keep counting them, and that's why I ask. We're well over 100,000. We have acts of fraud that are astounding in America in this day and age. And he hired a voting machine company that's a disgrace. Someone should figure out, what kind of competence you have in your state government that you hire a voting machine company that specializes in fraud and uses Venezuelan and Chinese parts and sends our vote out of the country. And I'd like to know from the governor, did he know that?
I think he did.
Did he know that our vote was being sent out of the country? Exactly why was our vote being sent out of the country? And if he didn't know it, he got a real serious problem. And if he did know it, he has an even more serious problem. But tell me what's wrong with him. Why can't he just give us an honest, he wouldn't even meet with me. He doesn't want to hear these. It's like, don't show me the facts. Please. Don't show me the 30 or 40 or 50 of my citizens who swear under oath that this happened. So can you give me any explanation I can bring back to the president?
I think he was, in my personal opinion, I think he was bought and paid for, along with
I didn't expect that answer.
I think that was a rhetorical question.
It is a rhetorical question.
Representative Biasucci.
You're entitled to your opinion, and I will take it into consideration. I did used to do that for a living.
But I also believe that Mr. Sucre, thank you. He knew about all these problems with the Dominion system because
he knew about the problems with Dominion and Smartmatic and
Oh, absolutely, because I personally sent him a lot of information before he decided to go.
So I assumed, maybe wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt, that maybe they didn't do a good job of vetting the company, because I can't imagine a governor presented, first of all, presented with the notion that any foreign company is going to count our vote. Even an ally is abhorrent. We should count our own vote in the United States.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, to that.
Now you give me a company that's not just Canadian, but sends the ballots to Germany with a connection with a Venezuelan company. All he has to do is go back and read my congresswoman's letter of 2006, in which she says it's not possible to discern the true owners of Smartmatic. The owners are hidden. Smartmatic has been associated with the Venezuelan government led by Hugo Chavez, which is openly hostile to the United States. She concludes, Smartmatic and Bitzer provided the voting machines for 3 frauds. Smartmatic worked with a company called Sequoia. They were thrown out of Chicago. And guess who bought Sequoia? Dominion. All you have to do, you don't have to get Morgan Stanley or Kroll to do this investigation. You just take out your iPad, put in Smartmatic and Dominion, and with a little reading, you get all this. Although some of it now has been, sanitized. But
what a surprise.
We kept it. So you're telling me your governor... See, I just assumed it was a matter of laziness or incompetence, and they never got it. You're telling me he knew this?
Yes. He
wow. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Please.
Thank you.
Mr. Biasucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda, thank you for being here, and I appreciate all you've done, for the party. And something you said that really bothered me to even hear this is even a possibility. But you mentioned that in the duplication room, you saw Trump ballots counting as Biden ballots, Biden votes, right? Yes. Trump votes were being counted as Biden votes. Now, I just want to be clear here. I mean, you gave an affidavit, right? This is under oath. This is the truth. You witnessed that happening.
Yes, sir.
In
More
the room.
than once.
More than once. And the explanation from the supervisor was what?
All right. I am not going to listen to this. If you have to be removed from the building, you will be. You're interrupting testimony and questioning. End it. End it. Mr. Biasucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Bergman, if you could just repeat that for one more time, and what was the reaction from the supervisor when you asked him that question?
Mr. Chairman, legislators, we reported this ballot default in the screen as a Biden Democratic ballot. We reported this to the supervisors and others in the room, commented that they had witnessed the same manipulation at other times. We were never told what, if any, corrective action was taken. Nothing that I know of had ever been corrected. And as I believe I mentioned right after that, I was yelled at, reprimanded the next day by my own supervisor for causing trouble and bringing up things that I shouldn't have been bringing up.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Senator Allen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda, it's so good to see you again, and thank you for hanging in there and doing the work that you're doing. I would like to bring up what the Maricopa County supervisor said in their letter when they certified the Maricopa County vote. They said the Dominion tabulation equipment was vetted by a bipartisan equipment advisory committee before the contract was finalized. The committee tested the functionality and accuracy of the tabulation equipment before it was used in any Arizona election. The Dominion tabulation equipment met mandatory requirements during the accuracy test before the presidential primary and general election, and after each of these 2020 elections, the hand count audit shows the machines generated an accurate count. And so it's interesting to hear as you talk about being there as they're testing the machines and all the breakdowns and the problems that went on. Were the supervisors not made aware of the problems that came up when you were doing the audit?
I find it difficult, Mr. Chairman, legislators, I find it difficult that they weren't aware of it, because I was aware of it. I'm just a nobody. I'm another voter. And if I was aware of it and I could pass it on to the supervisors, as well as the governor's staff, as well as other people in power in the Arizona Republican Party, I find it difficult that they did not know. Why is it, and let me ask a question if I may, how do we know that the same systems were being used and that the machine wasn't changed and that there weren't problems? We know during the election itself that many of the machines, I believe in almost all locations, were shut down at the exact same time, because while I was working at the elections department, the machines were shut down.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, thank you for that. I'd like to follow up on the duplication. How many duplication did you get to see? Because the previous person that gave testimony, I asked this question about my concerns over the duplication thing. Who is there being sure that it's entered into the machine properly and correctly and it's observed? So can you tell me more about that process? How's that done, the duplication process?
Okay. This was only for the general election now, because I worked it also during the primary, so I'm only speaking about it for the general. A machine is put before you, about, I would say this high, this wide. And the actual ballot, the person's ballot, your ballot, sir, could be on the left-hand side. A blank ballot is then placed on the screen, the same screen, and we are to duplicate the votes from the person's ballot over to the right with the intent, and that's the magic word, the intent of the voter. Most of the things that go through the duplication room, not the adjudication room, are because they're soiled or they're damaged. They could be ripped. There could be a number of reasons why it wouldn't go through the tabulation machine. So we had to duplicate it to a clean ballot. My Democratic partner, whom I worked with for quite a while, I worked in there for a good 4 days, probably 8 to 10 hours a day. So we did this on a number of ballots. So you asked me how many ballots. We could get through a ballot in about 15 seconds. So figured out over a 10-hour day, over 3 days, that's how many ballots we could see. When we had a chance to go ahead and start moving all the names from the original ballot over to the sample ballot, some of those ballots were already completed. They were pre-filled out with names. So we had to go ahead and erase all the names on the right-hand side. Could have been Democrat, could have been Republican, could have been independent. We didn't look. We just had to erase all those existing names that were already inputted on those ballots on the duplicated one. We started moving the names over, and we would check each other as a Democrat and Republican to make sure that we were correcting each other. No supervisors, no observers were behind us at all times. The observers, which were very few and far between in that room, never came back to where we were. We were behind the adjudication room. So it was difficult at best to see anything. There was a full wall there. Nobody could see through it, unless you're Superman. We started moving all the names from the actual ballot over to the regular ballot. Again, we had to even move all the ballots if they were 2 for Trump, one that was handwritten, one that wasn't. So it wouldn't be counted at all because we were told it was an overvote. We had to follow the exact same ballot. When we were ready to pass through at the very bottom, it was just vote okay. we could see that all of a sudden the ballot was being reverted back to either a Democratic Biden ballot, or, and this didn't happen every time, but more often than not, it was going back to a Democratic ballot, or it would just revert back to whatever names had been on that ballot when we started. So we could never judge whether that ballot was actual, and we didn't have any recourse. We couldn't go back. Once it's in the system, it's in the system.
Once it's in the system, in other words, you couldn't correct it, because once you push the button, then it's in the system, and you can't go and say, wait, Dave, that's not what I entered.
No, not once it's already through, no. The only other time that we would have an option to be able to see that ballot is at the very end of the day, when we would, at each team would get a whole list of how many ballots they had looked at. We would, if there were any problems with it, we would check on that mimeograph form to see if it was correct or not correct, or if a certain judge was put in or not put in, if, whatever that voter intended. If it still seemed to be a problem where my partner and I didn't agree with the way it came across, we could go to our supervisor, who gentleman's name was Bruce, either Bruce or John. We would go to one of them and ask them, would you please check the machine or check your records to see if these were correct? And we had a number of times that we had to go back in, and they said, yeah, this is the vote that was put in. And it was sometimes correct and sometimes not.
Thank you.
But we couldn't change it at that point.
Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Berkman, I have a question for you, and it's been alleged, and I don't know if, I know that you have had something to do with the whole machine certification and all that. It's been alleged that there were certain machines that were swapped out on the day of the election that were actually not certified. Can you confirm that or dispute that?
I cannot say anything to that. I don't know, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Giuliani, do you have any more questions?
Sure. Just a few, because I'm struck by the fact that we're kind of ending where we began.
We still have
Colonel Colson, Phil here testified at the very beginning about Dominion, and now Ms. Brickman is telling us pretty much the same things. I didn't realize that you know quite a bit about Dominion.
I'm learning very quickly.
And is it correct that it has an association with Smartmatic?
Yes.
And Smartmatic is a Venezuelan
Yes.
company that was started by Chavez in 2003, 2004 for the purpose of fixing elections.
Yes, sir.
And then Smartmatic worked with a company called Sequoia. I'm trying to simplify this. And Sequoia did an election in Chicago that was, even by Chicago standards, so bad that they fired Sequoia and Smartmatic. Can you imagine how bad it was for Chicago to fire them? And then there was a congressional hearing that's in the record, in the congressional record, from which I read you Carolyn Maloney's letter. All you have to do is read her letter, and it tells you that the company has Venezuelan origins and was invented for the purpose of fixing elections. And then, because you couldn't use the name Sequoia or Smartmatic anymore, Dominion acquired Sequoia, which had all the Smartmatic software and had all the Smartmatic sneaky games and algorithms in it, which also involved Chinese technology. And they started using it under the name Dominion, but would never disclose the history. But you would think that any prudent governor, secretary of state, or commissioner of elections would do the kind of research that you do when you give out a multi-million-dollar contract. I mean, I ran a city, and when I gave out multi-million-dollar contracts, the company was scrubbed very, very carefully. And if this had ever happened to me when I was the mayor, everybody who did it would be fired immediately and investigated. I wouldn't want my city having its votes counted by a Canadian company, much less a company involved with Venezuela. So you are corroborating the facts that our expert witness gave at the very beginning of the hearing, and I really appreciate very, very much your contribution. And also because Dominion has created this problem all over our country. It's not just here in Arizona. You shouldn't feel alone. Our country was victimized by these people in a very, very horrid and disgusting way. And thank you.
Representative Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Linda. I have a couple quick questions for you. First one is, do you think what we're doing here today is useful or a waste of time?
Mr. Chairman, legislators, I think it's very definitely something that we needed to be done. We need to go ahead and take this to you as the legislators, whether we have the governor behind us or not. He's never been behind us and never will be. This is something that you, in your right minds as American citizens, as voters in Arizona, need to do for us. And I thank you.
Thank you for saying that. And I believe that, yeah, go ahead. I believe that this is not in vain. Some have called it a dog and pony show. I think that it's showing the public what we're dealing with, and I hope it shows our leaders that we need to look into this further. Are you familiar with the DEF CON conferences that the Maricopa County Recorder has sent staff and himself to on taxpayer money? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not. I'm sorry.
Well, let me read you the result of the 2 years ago. It says, this is the third year we've hosted the Voting Village, and this year we were able to give attendees access to over 100 machines, all of which are currently certified for use in at least one U.S. jurisdiction. The units tested included direct recording electronic voting machines, electronic poll books, ballot marking devices, optical scanners, and hybrid systems. The hackers at DEF CON once again compromised every single machine over the 2.5-day event, many of them with trivial attacks that require no sophistication or special knowledge on the part of the attacker. And I'm going to go ahead further on in the comments. In too many cases, physical ports remain unprotected, passwords remain unset or left in default configurations, and security features of the underlying commercial hardware are left unused or disabled. In addition to showing the security weakness found in the wide variety of election tech on display, the Voting Village's team report shares, and this is important, its strong recommendations for improving election security, most notably the urgent need for paper ballots and rigorous post-election audits. So what we've done here today, I think, is established that we need a rigorous post-election audit. They also go on to recommend that people get the attention of their elected representatives. That's what you guys have done here today. I appreciate that. And so thank you, Adrian Fontes, for bringing this to our attention, that we do need to have rigorous post-election audits and that these machines are not secure. I also want to mention briefly that in Texas, 3 generations ago, that the county supervisors had talked about, that these election machines, they rejected it. And we haven't done anything this time to make sure that that rejection was corrected. How do you feel about that?
I think they should all be rejected in every one of the 6 swing states. Obviously, Arizona, how it's happened, I'll say it again. I think it was bought and paid for by a few people at the top, and that's why it was not taken care of. But this needs to be done in every single state, not just the 6 swing states.
Thank you, Mr. Brickman.
I have 2 quick questions that are not very long at all.
Okay, are these something that's already been covered, or?
It's the clarification on the write-in ballot. And then I have a question for Mr. Mayor Giuliani that he made a comment during his statement.
All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it has to be clear. I'm confused a little bit. You covered it, Mr. Chairman. So when these ballots were there, if there was a ballot, because here's the problem. Republicans won the state of Arizona except for the 2 big offices. All the supervisors were voted in. Fontes lost. I mean, Republicans, the legislature maintained control. So that all happened. But what you mentioned was that if a check mark was for President Trump and then a write-in candidate, even if it said Trump, that ballot wasn't counted?
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I think needs to be clear. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, Mayor, did I hear you correctly that says, and you haven't said it at all today, did you ask to meet with our governor, Doug Ducey, and he declined to meet with you?
Yes, sir. I texted him yesterday, the day before yesterday. I explained to him I was coming here. I explained why, and he never responded.
He did not even respond, sir?
I explained to him I'm the president's lawyer, and I'd like to have the courtesy of meeting with you.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor, you were mayor of one of, if not the largest city on the East Coast as a Republican, and which has more people in that city than this state. And I think out of common courtesy and being on the same team, I apologize on behalf of whoever if they dropped the ball not responding to you.
I mean, I've been doing this kind of investigation for 50 years, and when people don't want to meet with me to hear the facts, I can kind of figure out why they're doing it.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here, sir.
All right. We have our last witness, Mr. Mark Lowe. Are you in the building, or have you gone home? Senator Gowan. Hold on, Ms. Brickman. Not done yet, I guess. Mr. Gowan.
Hello, Linda. Are we there? Hello, Linda.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just one question. That's it. I want. Sounds like you're verifying what the Colonel spoke about earlier. When I saw in your first issue here, where signatures were for verification and the standards, you were saying at first they were high, and then they continued to get lower and lower standards, and then finally there were no standards. And I heard a couple others who were earlier saying there was like chicken scratch, but they were just saying, let's get through that?
That's correct, because we were told by our supervisors in the room that too many rejections of ballots had been thrown back because of not being able to verify the signature, that it didn't match the original ballot or the original signature when the person registered to vote. So they said speed it up.
So they directly told you that? So there in your opinion, there are ballots out there that were counted as a vote that the signature was not verified on an early ballot.
Or there was no signature at all on the outside of the ballot. It was just a scribble, or some people signed with a heart. It was not a valid signature.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we're done? All right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Brickman.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more witness, and that is Mark Lowe. Once Mr. Lowe is complete, Mr. Giuliani, I'd like you to wrap us up with your closing comments, and then each member will have an opportunity to I guess I'm overruled. There are 4 more people on the list that are still here. Oh, all right. I had called names and nobody stepped forward, so okay. Mr. Lowe, please give your name and what you do, and we're happy to take your testimony.
Distinguished legislators, my name is Mark Lowe. I'm a Maricopa County resident for 30 years, a Southern California refugee. I'm here in the capacity of steadfast, concerned citizen. I volunteered to do 3 days of observation, 2 at the Maricopa County Recorder's Tabulation Center, Sunday, October 25th, and Sunday, November 1. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. Been waiting all day to speak with you folks. On the 25th of October, I observed no ballot tabulation happening. There was simply adjudication. Approximately 12% of the vote of 100,000 votes a day needed to be adjudicated to determine the value or the voter's intent. So I watched that and got a good cook's tour of the entire operation. Everybody seemed to be cooperating with doing their job and being very open and transparent. When I approached the gentleman who was running the Dominion machinery and computer software, and I don't have his last name, I have his first name, I'm trying to get his last name, because I had indicated that I was concerned that using a computer such as that a 14-year-old could hack into the system and change the votes at any point in time. And he kind of laughed and chuckled and kind of just shrugged off my concerns. And I told him that I had just watched a month earlier a Tom Cruise Mission Impossible where Tom Cruise crawled through the ventilation system and went into a room very much like what the equipment is in, and he was able to get in and get the information and get out. And at that point he really laughed. He tried to point, he did point to all the wiring that was hanging from the ceiling in baskets, and so that there was nothing plugged to the internet or into walls. Everything was coming from the master sealed up room. And I said, well, in the end, a 14-year-old could get in and hack it. At least that's the world I live in, because I watched the 1969 original Mission Impossible. So a lot's happened since then. The following Sunday, I actually left about 2:30 in the afternoon. I was scheduled to work until 4:30, but I felt that I had better things to do given what I had seen. There was no tabulation going on. So I came back there bright and early for morning shift on 11/1, and I showed up, and the operators were there. Same gentleman that was running the operation. I'll leave him nameless. He's named in my affidavit. And I was able to say good morning to him and said, yeah, I said, I guess nothing's happening with the 14-year-old yet, and kind of made light of it, sat down, and then a gentleman came to join me because I was by myself as a Republican observer on the 25th, but on 11/1, Greg, who testified earlier before your panel, who's very, very knowledgeable about software and internet technology, he and I spoke for a few minutes before the process started, and I was able to explain to him how I engaged Bruce the week before and felt really I just wasn't able to get the information from Bruce or acknowledge what was going on with the process of counting the votes or collecting the votes because I didn't have the knowledge. Well, it turns out that Greg had more than enough knowledge for this gentleman. I call him the master of ceremonies for Dominion because he's a contracted third party by the county. He's actually paid by Dominion, and Dominion is paid by the county. So about 20, 30 minutes, I guess, into the operation, one of the smaller, older machines had a problem where it got locked up and it stopped working, stopped counting ballots. And this gentleman, master of ceremonies, came over with his laptop and plugged right into that machine, and he began to immediately do whatever he was doing with the files. And this is when Greg and I sprung to our feet, and Greg took the lead and went over his shoulder and looked exactly what he was doing and asking him questions all along. And he was able to actually get hard data of what was being done with regards to when a file gets too full, it stops, and it has to make subsets and all of that. The questions that I had on Sunday previous is how does he back it up? But I could never get to that point on Sunday the 25th. But on Sunday the 1st, with Greg's expert questioning and knowledge and understanding of what was going on, he took him through the entire process to where how the votes were how the votes were handled, and how they were, when it got to be too big a file, they had to make subfolders. And then the question came up, my whole thing is, what happens if this building burns down? What happens to the information? So with that, along with that question hanging from the previous week, and Greg saying, yeah, he took him right to the point at what point do you make a copy, a data, and how do you make the copy? And from what I recall, and my understanding is that he makes a complete copy of the entire voter file. And at the end of the shift, he leaves the building with it. I say he takes it home. According to Greg, heard him say he takes it upstairs. I talked to Greg one other time, not to compare our testimony, but to say what I remember. He took it out of the building and he took it home as far as I'm concerned. I did not hear him say that he gave it to somebody else or anything. It was all in this gentleman's possession the entire time. Because he brought it back with him the next morning. The hard drive came back and forth in and out of the building unsupervised with no oversight whatsoever. Okay. There are some other problems with adjudication, but I'll leave that for another time. I want to say that on my day of the 3rd, when I showed up at 4701 South 7th Street, at 6:30 in the morning, I was greeted by the poll supervisor, who immediately noticed I was a Republican observer and told me that there would be no bathroom facilities for me to use at this beautiful, brand new, multi-million-dollar high school that was built, academy, that there would be no bathroom facilities, and if I had to use the restroom, I'd have to go off-site. And to which I answered, that's fine, I have some containers here, I'll be able to, kiddingly, I'll be able to find a quiet corner and use to relieve myself, whatever. So about 10 o'clock in the morning, and after a very slow trickle of people coming in, because I counted votes until I was ejected at 2 p.m., and I'll tell you the reason for that, but there was less than 200 people by 2 p.m. And so at noon, when I got up to use the restroom at 10, I came back and there were 2 voting machines there. And with a trickle of people, there must have, at that point, there was only at 10 o'clock, maybe 50 or 60 people that had voted. And I was curious as to why there were 2 of these machines and 2 ballot boxes. So I paused as I was returning to my seat, because a woman was coming to put her vote in the machines, and I was going to determine which machine is she putting in. Is she being directed to put it in one machine or the other? And at that point, the poll supervisor told me to get back to my seat or I would be removed from the property, because I'm not following orders and following her direction, specifically that I was to sit in my chair the entire time, which is far away from being able to see anything. So I went back and I sat compliantly, and I was kibitzing with the Democratic observer, talking about life in general. And she kept coming over to me and says, if you speak any more, you're going to be ejected. So I literally, at 12 noon, before I zipped my mouth and didn't say another word, I asked her, so at 7 o'clock, what will happen when it's time to break down the machines and take the votes, seal the votes in a container and take them to the counting tabulation center? And she said, well, you'll have to leave the building. I said, but that doesn't feel right to me, because I'm supposed to observe. That's an important part of the process that I should be allowed to observe. She says, you will be removed by my security out front. There will be nobody in this room except the poll workers themselves, period. So I said, well, that just doesn't sound right. So I just zipped it. I put on my bandana. For the next 2 hours, I sat there in complete silence, counted about another 50 people. So I was up to, at 2 o'clock, I was about 220 people. And at 2 o'clock, I'm sitting there and I'm realizing I'm not going to be able to be here at 7 o'clock, and there's really not much else I can see what's going on. So my time here, I could better serve someplace else. So I noticed that a woman came in with her sealed ballot, mail-in ballot, a Hispanic woman, could not speak a word of English. I speak Spanish, and I heard her say, I have this ballot, but I want a new ballot. I want to vote differently. So she immediately, this poll supervisor handled her kit gloves, right on it, concierge services, because she was the only person in the building at that time. They take her over, give her a new ballot, and they walk her around these 40 or so ballot stations, and they park themselves right to where I could see them intentionally. The the poll supervisor with her back to me, and the translator with a face shield, gesticulating for about 90 seconds. They kept talking to the lady, and the poll supervisor kept looking around the 3-sided partition, looking around. I'm thinking, I know it's a crime if I take a picture. I know that. I know it's a misdemeanor. But no one will believe me if I don't capture what's actually going on. So I took my phone out surreptitiously, I put it up, and I took a snapshot, got one, took another snapshot instantly after, because the guy kept pointing, gesticulating. I didn't take a movie, I just took 2 stills, and immediately the poll supervisor wheeled around on her heels and was in front of me in 5 seconds, says, please leave now. If you don't leave now, I'll have security drag you out. You're out, you're gone. And I believe that was her plan all along. She didn't want me there to be watching what was going on at 7 o'clock. She told me it wasn't my place to be there. So I left. I drove to the Republican National headquarters on 24th Street. I got counsel from an attorney there who told me absolutely not. Here's the IRS statute. It says that you are supposed to be there for the breakdown of the ballot, of taking out the data cards. You're supposed to watch the ballots be locked into the box for transportation and then follow them to the place. So I got in my car, I drove straight back down there. By the time I got there, it was about 4:45, and here's this woman out in front with her bodyguard. There's no cars in the parking lot. There's nobody voting. It's 4:45. Polls close in 2 hours and 15 minutes. I had just left there 2 hours earlier. So I tried to get her attention, and the security gentleman told me that I must leave now or he'll have me arrested. So I left, telling her, saying, please look up ARS statute. I was allowed to be there. You wrongfully terminated me. I never would have taken the picture had I had the right to stay till 7 o'clock. That's when I lost my right to be there at 7, I decided I would take the next action, which is to get something, proof that if I'm not going to be here at 7, I better do something because this is a crime. I understand you cannot interfere with people voting. So as a result, after that, I just kind of went home with my tail between my legs, really frustrated that I wasn't armed with the legal statute to have me stand my ground at the polling place. And the fact that this woman from 6:30 in the morning telling me I couldn't relieve myself, I'd have to leave the property, and to stay in my chair, don't walk around. And I understand I had the ability to stand by those ballot machines and just watch people drop them, and not talk to anybody, but just simply watch them drop the ballots in and find out at the end of the night, well, were Republican votes in one box and Democrat votes in the other? I don't know. So that was that day. So then I got a call saying they needed a little more help at the tabulation center, and I got a shift to go Thursday evening at 2:30 till 10. I only lasted about an hour because I asked questions about the process, and I was considered rude by the person who was running the situation for asking those questions. And here's my concern for that, is that there was no tabulation going on, no counting, but they were transferring overseas votes from printed PDFs onto digital screens, creating votes, which would then, I understood, to be later to be printed out and then counted. But my problem with that was that I noticed there was a handwritten serial number on each one of them, and I can't touch it, so I had to wait till they moved it, and then I had to wait. It takes time to figure out about those. And then I went to another station, and it was only 100 difference. Another station, like 3 stations down, and the serial numbers were only off by 100. I thought, well, that doesn't seem right, because if there's 100 in each stacks, that should be the number should be at least 200 or 300 difference. So when I asked the woman, it was my final questions, I said, where are these ballots portals? Where's this being printed? And she tried to make it seem like it was a federal thing, and then she admitted that, no, this is a county recorder thing, and it's in a secure room somewhere, a secure portal room. I said, so it's run by the county? Yes. Who's supervising that? Is anybody giving oversight? No. So ballots are being created, they're printing off of a ballot, and then they're putting a serial number on it, and then they're giving it to people to upload it into the machine. Fair enough, but there's no supervision when it comes out of the printer. What are you printing from? None of that. And then I asked my final question was, is there any way I can find out how many votes were put in for the precinct down at at the polling place 4701 South 7th Street? And she sent one of her witnesses away, and in 3 minutes she came back and said 524 votes were turned in. And I said, no, I don't think that's correct, because between 2 o'clock in the afternoon, again, this is, my opinion, but there were not 300 people that came in from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 o'clock, because I was there at 4:30 and there was zero traffic coming in or out. And I was there for about half an hour till I got booted. That's all my story, and I'd like to say, if I can indulge you legislators, one favor. I just want to say that I'm completely humbled and grateful to be sitting before you to be able to give this testimony. And I would just like to say to Mayor Giuliani that he has my undying gratitude for his exquisite and epic display of courage and citizenship. And I would very much like to shake his hand if I could. Can I shake your hand?
Thank you, sir. So, members, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 more witnesses, and we have gone 3 hours over the period of time that the hotel has very, very graciously afforded us. We are going to have to end this by 7:30, so in order to give Mayor Giuliani the opportunity to have a closing statement, for each member here to have a closing statement, there are 4 individuals that are here that we would like to make sure that we have their testimony in the form of an affidavit. We've got the names. I'll get those to Ms. Ellis, but we're going to have to wrap this up. So, Mr. Giuliani, would you like to have a closing statement?
Sure, and I would like Jenna Ellis to conclude it. I'll be very brief. I'll just review the facts.
Thank you, sir.
We had a long and very disturbing day. I didn't expect things to be this bad, frankly. It's a much worse situation than I realized before I came here. The fraud is much more blatant, more wide open. The whole situation with the Dominion machine It's really a national security problem. If you think about it carefully, it's not just Arizona's problem, it's Michigan's problem and Pennsylvania's problem, but it's also the United States problem, that our votes are going overseas, whether they're connected to China or Venezuela or not. These machines are wide open. China, Russia know how to take information from us from machines far more sophisticated than these extremely poorly constructed devices. And I remember 4 years ago we were really upset about the bogus charge of Russian collusion involving some emails that all turned out to be true. They weren't properly obtained, but the information in them turned out to be true, which people failed to realize. And the charge of Russian collusion turned out to be false. And now when we look back on it, the person who colluded with Russia was Hillary Clinton, and the person who got money from Russia was Joe Biden. Now we're facing not a false charge of collusion, we're facing multiple charges in multiple states of a unheard of in our history invasion of our sacred right to vote. We had a long session today, difficult session, and it began and ended pretty much the same way. It began with the colonel pointing out that the Dominion machines that you were using in Maricopa might as well just been wide open computers that anybody could hack into, anybody had access to. And just in case it was hard to do it, there's plenty of testimony that despite the fact that they said there were no connections to the internet, your counting rooms and voting rooms were filled with internet connections. And just in case, you might remember that chart on the wall that I can't understand with all those arrows and things like that. That's the traffic that was going on from your voting machines and your calculating machines to the rest of the world. So there's scientific proof that they were communicating hundreds of thousands of times, if not more, which is totally inconsistent with the idea that a voting machine is, as you said, Mr. Chairman, it should be a self-contained unit. The votes go in that box, and they remain in that box. And no one can have access to it except the officials who are going to count the vote. And then it should remain there so we can audit it. It shouldn't be able to be changed the way it was here. We showed you how they changed it in those 2 elections in Michigan. They just switched the vote after it was over. Well, if they did it in Michigan, you've got to find out if they did it in Arizona. You can't certify this vote and not know just the extent to which Dominion changed the vote. That's their expertise. That's what they do. The reason we can't prove to you the full extent of it is because your state government will not make available the machines. You make the machines available to Phil, I bet he can get you an answer in 3-4 days. Right, Phil? Am I going too ambitious? No, sir. 3 or 4 days. So I challenge the governor who doesn't want to meet with me, maybe meet with Phil and turn over the machines. And let Phil see, are we telling the truth when we say they stole the vote from President Trump? But we don't even have to rely on that. I asked, you might note, all your witnesses, our witnesses, your witnesses, I asked them to do the best they could to estimate the number of ballots that went through, mail ballots that went through without any observation by a Republican. Because that's completely illegal. That's the central part of their conspiracy, because they did that in every other state. They did it in Pennsylvania. They did it in Michigan. They did it in Nevada. They did it in Wisconsin. And they did it in Georgia. It can't be an accident that they did the same thing. And they did it in the big cities where they could manipulate the vote better, not in the whole state. Same plan, same pattern, same thing. So it turns out to be about 827,000 votes that were entered into the box without a single Republican around, And, they could have been cast all by Mickey Mouse. We have no idea. Those votes are completely null and void. Under the law of Wisconsin, votes like that are completely null and void. And I just did a quick count. I counted up 769,903 that these witnesses estimated went through without their being able to observe, as the law requires, and I believe due process requires. And I think we'll be able to show that to the Supreme Court. It was 35,000 for Ann Orth. It was Elizabeth Harris, 22,903, and then another 130,000. Then about 120,000 for Janice Bryant. Leslie Minkus, approximately 100,000, 55 tables. Judith, I'm forgetting Judith's last name here, 162,000, and Kathleen Alving, 200,000. You can go back and check that. My arithmetic may be a little off, but it's somewhere between 750 and 800,000 votes. I'm sorry, that's a lot of votes. That goes beyond just determining the election between Trump and Biden. That's over. That's 10 million. That's 10,000 votes. This is having stolen an election from the people of Arizona. And they're going to say, well, if you cancel out the 769 votes, 769,000 votes, you're denying them the right to vote. No, you're not. You're reaffirming the right to vote of your other 4 million people who cast an honest ballot. We don't even know if these people exist. And I'm sure some of them don't even exist. So we're going to deprive living human beings of their franchise in order to preserve the franchise of people who maybe don't exist, maybe are illegal, maybe are felons, or maybe voted 10 times. There's no way to know. They completely flaunted the law and put us in a position where we have to conclude that these ballots are null and void. So I know it's really tough. Sometimes I know what you're facing because we face it every day. We face horrible threats, ridiculous things said about us. I have now come to the conclusion that I'm proud that I'm called those names by people like that. It makes me very proud of myself, and I think my mother and father, who both are dead but taught me to be a patriotic American, are proud of me also. So I don't really give a damn what they say. But I know you're like that too. I know you're all like that too, or you wouldn't be here. But you got a lot of colleagues that are not. And they're not necessarily bad people. They're people who want to make a living. They're people who don't want their families harassed. They're people that want the opportunity to just, get by every day and do something good. You got to convince them that this thing that we have, liberty and freedom and the right to vote and freedom of religion and freedom of speech, it's under attack all the time. From the beginning of our republic until now, it's under attack. Sometimes foreign enemies, sometimes domestic enemies, sometimes a combination of both. And it's impossible to tell who gets called upon to make sacrifices. You think of all the young men and women we've lost overseas. They were called upon to make a sacrifice, and other young men and women weren't. Well, right now, you're being called upon to make the sacrifice. The members of this legislature. The Constitution of the United States put the finger on you. Our founding fathers put the finger on you. You're our salvation. Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2 of the Constitution puts the finger of responsibility in preserving our right to vote on the legislature of Arizona. Not your governor, thank goodness. Not your Secretary of State, even more thank goodness. But it puts it on you. And for those who are afraid, look, I've dealt with human beings that I had to convince to testify against the Sicilian Mafia. I had to get them to testify against the 5 families. Had to get them to testify against Joe Bonanno in Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, sir, you
where
did.
the nuns actually threw me out of the hospital because he built the hospital. And I've sat there with men crying, and worse than that, because they felt they were going to die doing it. But they found the courage to do it, and after they did it, they felt so much better about themselves. What I would say to my colleagues is, and I mean this in the generic sense, just be a man or a woman, not a sniveling coward. You'll feel so much better. You'll feel so much better about yourself. There's nothing that elevates you more than an act of courage. And there's nothing that demeans you more than an act of cowardice. See if you can convince them of that. We need it so badly. And I can't say enough about all of you, about your courage, Mark in particular, Sonny, and all of you. Leo, Nancy, I got to see all the rest there. Brett? Oh, you're covering your name. What are you? Come on, be like John Hancock. Be the first one to sign. Kelly, David, and Sylvia. You're also all very, very good questioners, very intelligent, and very, very properly motivated. And I'm counting on you to find me a whole bunch of others in the legislature just like you, or turn them into you. And would you just sum up on the law so they understand, and maybe can preach it to the others?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's very difficult to follow that, but I will also likewise encourage this legislature that the facts have been explained today. You have witnesses, you have the evidence, you had the claim, but now you have the proof. And with that, the law is on your side. The remedy is on your side, and it's in your hands. And so when you have attorneys, you have other fellow members, you have anyone else in the fake news media, whoever it is, telling you that you cannot act or that you should sit idly by and simply allow the certification to go through, that is absolutely false. And when our founding fathers, who themselves had an incredible act of moral courage that lasted for years, when they wrote the Declaration of Independence, they all unanimously signed it, pledging their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. Yeah. And that has been the pledge of every American who has understood that they provided the mandate in the Constitution to protect and preserve liberty and freedom and the greatest country on the face of the earth that we experience as the United States of America today. And the reason that they provided the mechanism in Article 2, Section 1.2, is to give you, the state legislatures here in Arizona, and we would call on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, and Nevada, and possibly others, to recognize that you are the sole guardian to combat a corrupted election. And there was a purpose and a design for that. Because when the founders understood the separation of powers, when they understood that the human heart is corrupt, and they understood that there would always be attacks upon our liberty and freedom, they wanted to make sure that the will of the people in the selection of our president, our chief magistrate, would be vested in a body that is separate from that corruption and could look honestly at what happened and be fact finders. You have been fact finders here today. And the mayor and I have both practiced criminal law, me a little bit less than he has, just a few years behind him. And we have a standard in criminal law called beyond reasonable doubt. And every jury that I've spoken to, as both a prosecutor and then a criminal defense attorney, we have the definition of reasonable doubt. And it's a doubt that's not vague, imaginary, or speculative, but a doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act in matters of importance concerning themselves. Why is your governor and your secretary of state not hesitating to act? There is more than reasonable doubt here on the certification of this election. There is so much evidence that we've been denied the opportunity to present in court that you've only heard a fraction of it today. And you don't have to have a standard beyond a reasonable doubt in order to reclaim your Article 2, Section 1.2 authority. The Constitution does not provide a standard of law. It simply empowers you to act. And I would encourage and argue and charge you that this was given expressly to you for the sole purpose of making sure that the people that you represent here in the great state of Arizona are not disenfranchised by corruption. The law is on your side, and also it's in accord with federal law. In the explanation and the packet that we gave to you earlier on the brief explanation of the law, it also is in accord with federal law. Section 2 of Title 8 provides that when any state has held an election for the purpose of choosing electors and has failed to make a choice on the day prescribed by law, the electors may be appointed on a subsequent day in such manner as the legislature of such state may direct. You have not had an election that was held in the manner that you prescribed through the General Assembly. Every person that has testified today, whether it's a fact witness or an expert witness, has given you a reasonable and rational basis to declare and find as a matter of fact that your law has been ignored and intentionally disregarded. You can make that finding, and you should make that finding, and you should, according to not only federal law, but the U.S. Constitution, which is our supreme law of the land, and make that finding that you are reclaiming your delegates and that you will then certify them and choose them, appoint them in the manner that you as the state legislature designates. That is your authority. And don't let anyone tell you differently, because that is our United States Constitution that was specifically provided by our founders. This is not a political question. Of course, we love our president. We are here on his behalf. But we are also here as American citizens. And I can tell you directly from my conversations with the president, and of course the mayor can as well, that he cares not just about this election, but about every future election. We have to preserve and protect election integrity, and it is up to the courage, as the mayor said, of every man and woman in the state legislatures that see this corruption to act. You have the ability and the authority to act. It's just a matter of having courage. This is not a political question. It's a legal one, and it's an American one. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna. All right, members, if you would, let's start with our closing comments. Try to keep it to just a couple of minutes, and then when we get done, I'll set the expectation for what our work product will be going forward. Representative Cook, could you kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Numbers do not lie, and all the evidence that I've been wanting to hear, I have heard exactly what I expected to hear. When I say numbers don't lie, that's how we put people on the moon, is by math. And everything I've read about this election, not about party, not about whatever, it's about what has been done, what are the vote totals, what does the math tell us has gone on here. And that is what I have heard here today. Here where the anomalies are. This person would have to get 130% of the votes that are available, and this person would have to get minus 30% that was available to get the same intersections. Once again, this is how we put people on the moon. This is how we shoot rockets and all that stuff into space, is by math. Numbers do not lie. And so I will wrap up by saying this. Anyone outside this room today that says there is no evidence and that Mr. Giuliani is on some dog and pony show of no evidence going around the country, they are sadly mistaken, because I notice they're not in this room getting their facts straight like the members up at this table and getting questions to answers for the people of this state that are demanding it, while other people are hiding right down the road under their desk or wherever they're at and not answering their phones, right? I'm just appalled by some of the stuff that I've heard here today, and the inept action and the rudeness that some people have been elected to in the state as leaders of our own party and of the body. And I will leave it there before I say too much. Thank you very much.
Representative Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. and I want to piggyback on that regarding the leaders in this state that are blocking our efforts, that we've asked and we've been told no. We've talked about how we could be doing an audit if we had subpoena power. We need to have a committee in order to enact the subpoena power, and in order to get the committee, we need permission from leadership to do that, and we have yet to receive it. So I take issue with us doing nothing. I take issue with us doing nothing. We have people in the room that are raising their voice saying, we're tired of talking. We want you to do something. And legally, we need action from our leaders. Now let me tell you what our original leaders said in the Declaration of Independence. Our original leaders said, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object and vices are designed to reduce them under absolute despotism, all power in a few people that's injurious to the rest. It is the right of the people, it is their duty to throw off such government, to throw off those leaders who are saying no. I don't mean throw off like off a building or something, but to replace them, right? It's our duty as legislators, it's our duty as citizens to replace them, because doing nothing is not an option. So if they won't do it, we need to replace them. Now, we've heard a lot of things today. We just briefly skimmed over the fact that we have depositions of people saying that there's ballots flown into this state and others. We haven't talked a lot about that because that's still under investigation. But I want a federal investigation on that. I don't want that just shoved under the rug. Whether it's true or not true, we need to investigate it. We've heard that there's information warfare. Does that mean we're at war? Yes. We've heard about weighted voting and chain of custody and servers in Germany. We're at a crossroads, Arizona. We're at a crossroads, America. We have two choices. We've taken an oath. It's one thing to take an oath. Anyone can take an oath. It's another thing to honor it. Who in Arizona is honoring their oath? You have people here, legislators in the audience, prior, current, future. Will you raise your hands, please? Legislators in the audience, thank you for being here. There's many of us that stand together in this issue and will not tolerate nonfeasance. You either believe in national integrity or you're okay with anything goes if it's a means to an end. And I do want to remind those who fall into the second camp, they may have done that this time, but they created a system in Maricopa County, the fourth largest county in this country, who now has a Republican county recorder. Are they okay with this loose system being used in the next election? Or do they want it cleaned up for themselves the next time around? It goes both ways. It's not Republican, it's not a Democrat, it's integrity and confidence in the voting system, which we have none. It has completely collapsed. And you have a choice to either love power, your power, or to love people. And I choose to love the people in this room, in this state, in this country, and around the world, frankly, who benefit from this country. And I'll close by saying, I had a buddy in the Navy years and years ago, I won't say what year, but I'll age myself, but his mother's had a stroke in the last few days, and she's in hospice expected to pass away. And here she is, if you can see her. I've never met her, but I remember her son, my buddy. Saw it on Facebook. She's a grandmother. How many of you have grandchildren here? Raise your hand. And grandparents, that word grand. This grand country and the people that are in it. The people I know close to me who are close to the end of their lives, knowing that they're leaving this earth in shambles. They're leaving this country in a wreck. And the children that they're leaving it to have been abandoned. Abandoned by those leaders who do nothing. They know better. They choose to do nothing. They have been abandoned. It's time to put off those leaders and replace them with people who honor their oath. Thank you.
Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a pleasure being here today. I chose to participate in today's hearing because I care deeply about the integrity of Arizona's elections. It's imperative that the voters in our state trust the election process and know that the only legal votes that are counted are the legal ones and not the illegal ones. It's clear that a large number of voters in our state have legitimate concerns about the November 3rd election. Too many voters to count have reached out to me looking for answers, and I'm hopeful today's hearing has provided some of those answers. I also want to emphasize that looking into the election process is not a partisan issue. Each and every elected official should want to know that our election system is sound. And we should never be afraid to take a thorough look to make sure it is. We need to be willing to do everything possible to answer the questions and address the concerns being raised by voters. Casually dismissing them with just pat reassurances is, I believe, a huge mistake. We owe the voters more than that, and I believe today's hearing has shown there is plenty of reason to have considerable doubt, reasonable doubt. Frankly, I don't understand how anybody could certify this election. I also find it ironic, this happens periodically. Venezuela has been brought up many times in today's conversation. I've been with a Venezolana for 13 years, my wife, and her mother now lives here. I attended my wife's citizenship ceremony. Her mother got her green card, and she lives here now. And I can tell you firsthand from being involved in family members that are from Venezuela what that country is going through at this point. And I can assure you that our Constitution is under attack when it comes to this election. We have to do everything that we possibly can to make sure that this election is done right, that we defend the election process. It's the foundation of our country, how we elect our leaders. It's so important. We have to do everything we possibly can, and I believe there is a path to do what we need to do. However, we have some hurdles, as my colleague just stated. We have to operate within the law. And in order for us to get the session that we need, for the very same reason that we're sitting in this room today, we have to get past those hurdles. We have to get those individuals that slow-walked, that ignored the request to have this at the Capitol, to have this in a fashion that we would have subpoena power. We have to get past those hurdles. That's where we're going to need each and every person's help out there to make sure they understand that we have to be on the right side of this issue, and that's another major reason why I'm here today. I refuse to end up being on the wrong side of this issue. Thank you very much.
Representative Bartow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for arranging for the hearing. I really appreciate you doing that. And I really want to express my gratitude for Mayor Giuliani. your passion for our president is an example to us all for freedom. Thank you for heading up the fight. I want to also thank so many of the citizens of this state that knew that all of this was going on and have been so actively encouraging us to get to the bottom of the truth, to hear the evidence. And we've been hearing about it ever since the election, that these things were happening. And this hearing exceeded expectations in laying it all out by witnesses, firsthand testimony, experts in their fields. Thank you, Colonel, and others who so wonderfully expressed what you've been experiencing and the trouble you've gone to, the hours and hours of expertise you put into analyzing data so that we can, with our layman experience, understand what's been going on. It's been eye-opening, to say the least, and I just encourage. I'm grateful that we did this in a forum where it's on the record and people will have an opportunity to see this, because it's no longer just anecdotal. We have affidavits who have sworn affidavits who experienced these things. You know, I served as a district chairman in the GOP for several years, and alongside a lot of you in this room, and I never heard of volunteers at a polling place, at an election, experiencing what these people have, what many of you have. Being shoved somewhere and told you can't go here, you can't do that. Not being able to observe what you're supposed to be observing, getting shut down when you ask a question. These are not normal activities. So the question we have, and so the problem we have to overcome is our tendency to be too nice about this. Republicans want to go to work, enjoy our freedoms, and not make waves. This is our biggest hurdle, in my opinion, because despite all of this, and we will take next steps, I believe there will be next steps that we will take to get to the bottom of it, to do more investigations based on what was revealed here today. But we will have a lot of backlash because people just want to get on with their lives and accept the election results. And we can't do that because we don't have the evidence to do that. The evidence points in the other direction. It would be wrong. So I just want to. We have to want freedom more than we want comfort. And that's uncomfortable for a lot of us in our society because, you know, we're the ones that always want to capitulate. We want to get along to go along to get along. But this is not a time for that. This is definitely not. I don't want to ramble like I have been already, but I just thank you again for the opportunity to serve at this point in history and plead with everyone that takes the time to watch this testimony and watch it all if you have a chance to get involved, stay involved, and help us to keep our republic free by making sure we have voter integrity going forward. We have to address these things now. Thank you.
Representative Biasucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to just ask everybody to give a round of applause to everybody who spoke and testified today in front of everybody. You know, it takes a lot of courage, a lot of guts to come and do something like that, and you're patriots. And I think we're all grateful for what you guys did here today. So thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I know that the panel appreciates it as well. Also, a big round of applause for Mayor Giuliani and her legal team and Jenna. You know, I can't imagine what you guys go through, what you've been going through. But when you're fighting for freedom, none of that matters. So I appreciate it. I know everybody else here does too. You know, before this hearing, before Pennsylvania, I think I, like so many other millions of Americans, we knew something was wrong, right? We knew something was off with this election. We didn't know what, but it didn't feel right. And all the people wanted, all they came to me, and I know everybody else up here on this panel and representatives in the crowd, they just wanted us to look into it. They just said, look, just look into it for us. Something's not right. What's wrong with that? Even if you look into it and there's nothing, at least we looked into it. At least we eased the thoughts and our voters thought that something was wrong, and we gave them some closure. At least we did that. It would be easy for that to be the case. We go along, we move on, but after today's testimony and what some of these great witnesses have said, like the Colonel and others, I mean, I am angry, shocked that this is happening in our country. This is the United States of America. This is not some banana republic. Right? This shouldn't be happening here. And what happens if we do nothing about it? What happens if we just turn a blind eye and say, it's not worth fighting for? That's right. Tear up the Constitution. Why even have laws? Why even vote? It's our duty to fight back. It's our duty to expose the corruption. And I'm telling you right now, I promise you this, and I know everybody up here on this panel, representatives in this crowd, and all of you, we're going to fight. We're going to fight. Because I will not let this country go down. I will not lose the freedoms and the liberties that we've all been fighting for since day one.
Amen. Amen.
And I thank you all for standing up and being patriots. Thank you.
Senator Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been absolutely a wonderful experience to be here. I mean, I am so thrilled that we've been able to hear this testimony, to be able to get it out there in a public forum. And I, too, thank everybody that's been involved, and for the mayor coming, and for all those who participated. You know, when I turned 21 to celebrate, I didn't go to a bar. I went and registered to vote. I couldn't wait to vote. When I was born red, white, and blue. I tell you, I come from a family that has the love of freedom in our DNA. And my parents were raised in the Depression and World War II, and that's what I was raised on, as stories about those experiences. And talk about anti-communist. They taught their children, there's 11 in my family, and we were taught to love this country and about our Constitution and about how important it is to stand up and fight for these liberties. I'm an avid reader, and I have read all about, I know history. I know what's happened in Russia and the Soviet Union and the Cultural Revolution in China and Castro in Cuba and the Nazi Germany. And never in my life did I think that we would face what we're facing today in this country. You know, yes, this is about President Trump's presidency, but it's even more important than that. This is about, because it's about saving this country, because this is a nation of the people, by the people, and for the people. And if you destroy the electoral system to where our votes now mean nothing because we've got thugs in charge and thinking they can rip the vote away from us. We have destroyed this republic. We are no longer a republic. We are truly on the path of becoming a total socialist, communist, Marxist, all the isms that take away every aspect of our lives and every personal and individual freedom of our lives and control us. We are becoming part of that, and that's been the battle that we have been fighting so hard that I've tried to fight in my political career. And so it is so important that we continue down, not stopping until we expose the corruption that's out there. You know, all through this election, I was involved in so many prayer circles and so many people that were praying. I believe so strongly that this country is for moral and virtuous people, and that's the only way we'll save it. That's the only way we can save it. And it is not moral and it's not virtuous to lie and to steal and to take away our precious freedom of voting and being able to have our vote really count. You know, the weekend of President Trump's inauguration in 2017, David Brock, head of Media Matters, put together a conference with over 100 liberal donors to map out how Democrats would kick Donald Trump. Media Matters, along with CREW, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, produced a big playbook of how they were going to get President Trump, and that impeachment was all the impeachment stuff and all the things he's been through for 4 years was part of that. In their playbook, they say Trump will be defeated either through impeachment or at the ballot box in 2020. Do you doubt them? Did you doubt that they were not going to keep on their path? They told us. It's out there in plain sight that we're under a coup. We are in a revolution. And we have got to decide which side we're on. Now, I'm ready to go and appoint the electors. But it's not that easy, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not going to be that easy. And I need to talk to you, Ms. Ellis. I had a lot of questions I wanted to ask about this because I know that it's a federal function, and in a federal function, power comes directly from the U.S. Constitution, and it isn't bound by state rules. So that's what I need to talk to you later about these questions I have about, because we are bound by some state rules about how we get into a special session. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. God bless all of us in this country, and I've been so thrilled that I could be here today and that I would be able to, this would be the last thing I can do as a state senator, is to be able to stand up for this election. So thank you so much. I love you all.
Senator Gowan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to say thank you to our president for the call-in. I mean, that was, isn't that all? That was awesome. And I just want to say for what he's done for our nation as well. We are the greatest nation on earth, right? And he brought us back to where the world remembers that. That's the biggest thing. So, you know, what he's done for us is just tremendous. And your team, you and your team, thank you for being here and showing us all the things that were exposed today. I'm intrigued. I'm blown away, you know, with the issues that I've heard. You know, it disturbs me because of the allegations that we've heard here today. And I'm actually kind of blown away too that you're not getting a day in court after what I've heard here today. And I presume that's been presented to the court to show them. And if we're just touching it, it's just interesting to me. again, I'm blown away. I'm sure everybody is right here, right? You know, and I'm also perturbed that we have this Dominion system. It's run by a foreign company for our elections. That's disturbing. So, you know, bringing that to light is very interesting. That's something that we can look at, certainly fixing as well. But you never know when it goes out of country where those votes go, right? Or what happens, or the issues at hand with that. And that's why I'm also surprised that we haven't done a full hand count or audit to look at these allegations to say, hey, this is right or that's right, or something's going on here. That's the crazy thing, I'm telling you. You know, it's also apparent to me that we need to fix a lot of things that are happening in our elections. And certainly, you talk about shining a bright light on the issues at hand that have occurred, showing in the past, and it took something like this, took a president like this to actually stand up and say, hey, look at what's happening. And you know, I'm thankful for that. Look, we all know the old saying, right? If you're Republican, you got to win by 2% or more. I mean, that's the issue at hand, and I think we're seeing a lot of that occur right here, and right in front of our eyes, we're seeing a lot of testimony from eyewitnesses proving certain situations have occurred that we probably all had something in our mind before about, and here they are coming forward and speaking on those issues. A lot of things that need to be fixed. I would say thank you to all the people who gave testimony today. I mean, that is courageous, very courageous to come out. You know, I'm just one of those dumb guys that gives my burden to God, right? So I just come and do what I'm supposed to do. That's why I'm sitting here. So I know others, it's frightening to get up here and do that. And God bless you, and thank you for being a patriot, as one of my colleagues has said down there. I just want to let you guys know, you know, it's going to be my pleasure to continue to fight for you and fight for this great state and our nation. So we're going to continue forward and fight. And what I want to say to you guys is God bless you, and thank you for serving and coming and serving your nation in this manner that you're doing as well. And for those online and watching on TV, you're watching because you believe in this great nation, and we believe in you. So we're going to continue to fight, like I said. So God bless you.
Senator Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I grew up in a tough neighborhood. You know, when I was growing up, we always thought that FBI stood for Forever Bothering Italians. And what I learned in school was, you know, what comes after a sentence is an appeal. But I think FBI should actually change the name to Force a Biden Investigation. But Mayor, it's really a pleasure and honor to be with you today, and it's a good thing you're not prosecuting me, so I'm happy for that. You know, I want to quote something that was going back a little bit of history, dated on 5/16/17. Our election was hijacked. There is no question Congress has a duty to hashtag protect our democracy and hashtag follow the facts. Nancy Pelosi. And now we're all called a bunch of conspiracy theorists, which is kind of amazing. And listening to the testimony today, I find it ironic that a company in Canada, Canadian company, is not even being used in Canada, who uses nothing more than paper ballots, hand count. I find it ironic and appalling that our folks got lazy, looking for an easy way to doing things, a more efficient way of doing things, but you know what? Electronics can be corrupted, and maybe we need to go back to that and learn something from Canada, our neighbors to the north. And, you know, by hearing all the ballots away, we might get rid of this one, disqualify that one. I think it would be poetic justice if President Trump won by 20 votes. I took an oath 43 years ago when I joined the Marines. I've been through all kinds of places throughout this world when I was in service, and I've been to some countries that were not so garden spots. And I remember being in Thailand in 1981 when they just got done with a coup, and the European visitors and everybody that was there, they were happy to see that red, white, and blue out in the harbor with us Marines and sailors that we could possibly come to the rescue. Of course, we thought we were just going on a normal operation in Liberty. Thank God it was just we went on Operation in Liberty. We didn't have to get involved. But when we left Thailand, we had to stop and take up on board 18 Vietnamese refugees. This is 1981, and the oldest of the children was 18 years old. None of them were involved in that war at all, but we took them aboard and to take care of them. They were out there floating around in the dead water for weeks. Took them on board, cleaned them up, gave them some uniforms. Of course, a lot of them our camis didn't fit them all, but we took care of them because that's what Americans do. And I'm proud that my 22 years in the service was in that reflection, that we are that beam of light, that hope. Last year, I went to Italy for the very first time with my colleague and my seatmate, which I like to call my teammate, Representative Leo Biasucci. And he's a first-generation American. So we went to his dad's hometown, and Dad was there with us. And his dad, we went on his trip. And we got to meet the mayor of the small town where his dad grew up. And he's like the big hero of Leo Biasucci, one of the sons of our town. And the pride and admiration they had for him being an elected official in the United States was awestruck. It was unbelievable. I felt so much pride. Anyway, we were under attack a lot for the last couple of weeks trying to force something, a hearing. Representative Fitcham was trying to get a hearing in the House, couldn't get it done. I tried to get things done with the Senate. There was some obstacles, this and that, a lot of arguments back and forth. And then we got all kinds of hate email when we decided we're going to do this. And people were calling me up. I got death threats. I had all kinds of crazy stuff, which is, I'm surprised I made it past 25 years old. So I'm not really, I care. But, and I had to tell some friends, I'm like, if I see corruption and I see evidence, I can't look the other way. Like I said, I took an oath 43 years ago. There's no expiration date on that oath. And I grew up in a world where honor, courage, and commitment was an everyday way of life. That's not a marketing slogan. That's just the way it is. You had quoted one of the pieces of the last sentences of the Constitution, which I actually text that back to them. But, you know, I had to take these notes down, but voting is not just an obligation, but it is a right. It's an enshrined in our Constitution. But let me remind you all, that was paid for with blood, with the blood of patriots. Overseas ballots, like I said, I was overseas. I'm convinced that some of my overseas ballots never even counted. So was I disenfranchised? Did they get counted? Did they get switched? Who knows? I don't know. So to look the other way after hearing this testimony would be a dishonor to those my brothers and sisters in uniform. It would dishonor our forefathers and even my own father, who was a Korean War veteran, and to the citizens of every American that we were sworn to serve in this state. So I'm going to do this nice quote because there's some really brilliant people wrote this. And it's the last part of the Declaration of Independence. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection and divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not over. Surrender is not in my creed. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a long day. This day started a month ago. When we knew what was coming, we knew that there was a tidal wave. Some of us have been planning for this as long as 3 months ago. Because we saw what was coming, we prepared our legal briefs, we've done everything we could do to prepare for a flood, a tidal wave. I want to thank the mayor, Jenna Ellis, Commissioner Carrick, Catherine Freese, Colonel Waldron. If it wasn't for you, we'd be dead in the water. Indeed. Indeed. It's exceedingly hard for me to place a label on what we've heard other than racketeering. Good old-fashioned mobster racketeering. But on a grand scale, I know that President Trump, once he arrived at the swamp, said, okay, how am I going to clear this thing? I don't know that he realized that the plug is so deep there's not enough chain. One of my favorite statements comes from James Madison. If men were angels, no government would be needed, would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men, over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and the next place, oblige it to control itself. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not seen one single government entity in the United States ever give up a scintilla of power once it seized it. Not once. We have endless executive orders from mayors, from governors, and I'm not hooting on our governor, I'm hooting on all governors. You don't have the authority to make me safe. That's my job. My wife is not going to let me say this, but as I look around this room, I'll substitute a word. I'm absolutely outraged by the excuse that's been used for an 800-person ballroom to be limited to 160 people. Now let me turn to the vote the election that we've been talking about. It's interesting to me, I'm going to repeat this, why so many people call for civil rights. To be fortified, to be enforced, to be protected, but there's virtually no call for the most supreme civil right, and that is for our franchise to give the consent to be governed. That's what Mr. Madison was talking about. That's what our entire Government, 5,000-year leap. If this goes away, God help us, because it will be gone. Because you will have to have at least a few men to stand on a green and fire their rifles at the best military machine ever conceived in the 1700s. Think about that for a moment. They knew if there was going to be a war, let it start here. That was a conscious decision. Why? Because they were sick and tired of tyranny. What we're experiencing right now is a form of tyranny that is insidious. This is our nation. This nation doesn't belong to Belgium, doesn't belong to George Soros. Yeah, that's right, I said the Soros word. Okay? I have the question, I guess, in my mind, will history judge us as acting objectively today? I love the fact that this panel has been so objective that they have, I mean, we're at 7:24. I told them we would be done no later than 7:30, so I guess I better wrap this up. But think about all of the thoughtful, deliberative questions that have been asked by these people. That's strength. That's courage. I hope that out of this, besides calling for a special session, which I am doing right now, I hope even more than a special session, we see a series of grand juries convened. There is so much criminal behavior that has gone on in this state and states around the country. I believe that it is time for our Attorney General and the U.S. Attorney to start perp walking some people. I am glad that you are fired up. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a skirmish. You ain't seen nothing yet. Because when Satan wants to extinguish a light, he will stop at nothing. So be on your guard, put on the full armor of God, and be prepared to fight. Thank you. I am asking my colleagues to please consolidate your notes over the next 24 hours. And I'm hopeful that we will have a work product that we can at least vet with our leadership in both the House and the Senate. This is what we have heard. This is the resolution that we would like to have heard. It's going to take some work. I mean, we're talking about a pretty fast cycle time. But I think that we've got the talent here, certainly. And I think that we can do that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. Senator Borelli.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know about you folks, but I think that he would be a great Secretary of State. Let's give it up for Mark Fitcham.
I think I'll have to have a conversation with somebody at home before that happens. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We do need to clear out of here because we are over time. Thank you.